Chapter 943. P.S. Thanks to the Heavenly Snow Battle Emperor for the tip. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the East region was in a mess. The corpse was torn apart. It had been dead for a long time, attracting a group of ferocious beasts to feast on the corpse. Along with the sound of air being pierced, there was a group of ferocious beasts' corpses on the ground. Their heads were pierced by the sword light. This was a group of Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals. They were all dressed in the same uniform with maple leaves embroidered on their chests. If anyone was here, they would definitely recognize this group of people as the Maple Leaf Valley. The Maple Leaf Valley was an assassin organization with a reputation. Whoever was targeted by them would not rest until they were dead. There were few survivors. As an assassin organization, they never acted casually. Ordinary people couldn't hire the assassins of the Maple Leaf Valley, but once they acted, it would definitely be a big deal. The fallen immortal king would become their reputation. This group of assassins came quickly and left quickly as well. Junior sister, it seems like we're late. The people of the Maple Leaf Valley have already acted. Even the people of the Maple Leaf Valley can't sit still with the appearance of the great emperor's key. Not long after the people of the Maple Leaf Valley left, a group of young people appeared in the void. The leader was a middle-aged man in embroidered robes. He had a dignified look in his eyes. The people behind him were all youthful and arrogant. At this moment they were standing on an ancient beast skin. The beast skin was covered in symbols that were incomparably profound. This group of people came from the Shen Palace. As a force in the great metropolis world, the Shen Palace naturally couldn't resist the temptation of the Eternal Emperor's treasure. They wanted to get a share of the action. You're a good assassin organization, but you're interfering in this matter. Even if you snatch it, you might not be qualified to own it. On the beast skin rug, a slender woman in black clothes said coldly, "The key left by the Eternal Emperor isn't something that just anyone can have. Junior sister, I heard that you suffered at the hands of that brat Lin Fei." Right in front of the beast skin carpet was a red-haired young man. He was surrounded by a group of disciples and looked very impressive. "Senior brother will definitely avenge you for this matter." His eyes were filled with adoration as he looked at you, Linglong. "Linglong, you're the best at grasping people's hearts. In your opinion, where will that brat from the Holy Heaven Academy go in the end?" The middle-aged man asked Yu Linglong. Yu Linglong lightly laughed. "I heard that the Saint Heaven's Academy is currently under pressure. A supreme immortal king has come to visit. It's impossible for Lin Fei to return to the Saint Heaven's Academy. In our great metropolis world, everyone has a portrait of Lin Fei. It's impossible for him to go to cities and cities. The only places he would go to are all sorts of dangerous places." "Senior sister, are you sure? What nonsense are you talking about? Didn't you listen carefully? If my guess is correct, Lin Fei cultivates a fiend god body refining art. It's an ancient art, and his fleshly body is so strong that he's almost at the level of a saint. The more dangerous the place is, the more advantage he'll have." The red-haired youth had a card up his sleeve. For half a year, he will hide in a danger zone and his chances of survival will be higher. "Junior apprentice sister, don't you think so?" "Brother Xinyuan, you've already guessed it. Why bother asking me?" Yu Linglong was a little conflicted by Xinyuan Wuqing's enthusiasm. "Then let's go to a danger zone. We should be able to find the whereabouts of Lin Fei." Rumble. In a certain desert in the great metropolis world, yellow sand danced in the air. A space-time gate opened up in the sky. A huge black shadow descended from the sky. Sand and stones flew everywhere and a large area of sand exploded. The sand beasts were turned into powder. Unknowingly, a huge red warship appeared in the sky. It was 1,000 zhang in length and covered the sky. On the deck of the warship, on the left and right side stood a group of young women. They were wearing light muslin and revealing clothes. They were faintly discernible and beautiful. Not only that, their strength had reached the peak of the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm. They were only a step away from becoming a supreme immortal king. On the warship there were no less than a few hundred of such beauties. In the center of the warship, on a pink bed, a red-robed young man could be seen lying there. His eyes were like peach blossoms and his gaze was blurry. Beside him, there was another beautiful woman who had already reached the immortal king realm. Her jade-like hands moved lightly, massaging the shoulders of another handsome man. Another beautiful woman was also passing him fruits. If someone saw this, they would be shocked. Using a beautiful woman like the immortal king to massage the shoulders, it was not something an ordinary person could do. "Amorous immortal king, you have quite a scene. Every time you go out, you bring your amorous woman. How envious. I really want to snatch your woman." An eccentric voice came from the other end of the desert. Dark clouds covered the sky densely and lightning flashed. 9,000 Jianghu long-boned dragons with death energy curling around them rushed out of the dark clouds. They surged up and down, shaking the world. I was wondering who it was. So it's the white bone crown prince. You only rely on the bone dragons to scare people. The handsome man said indifferently, last time you lost to me. Could it be that you have the ability to fight against me? You still dare to touch my woman? Believe it or not, I'll beat you up until your teeth fall out. Behind the 9 bone dragons, there was a huge bronze war chariot that gave off an ancient aura. It was another supreme treasure. There was a young man holding a white bone spear. He wore white battle armor and had a pale face. He gave off a cold and gloomy aura. Aha, amorous prince, I lost to you last time. This time it might not be the same. The white bone crown prince said sinisterly, I've already mastered the last stage of the great summoning technique. I can summon the kingdom of death. The handsome man on the pink bed, the amorous prince's expression changed slightly. So you've cultivated the great summoning technique to the kingdom of death. You can summon ancient experts from the kingdom of death. You're qualified to be my opponent. However, you're just an opponent. The white bone crown prince laughed sinisterly. Originally, I was prepared to fight you 300 times. However, the appearance of the eternal emperor's treasure has alarmed the all heavens. This battle has been postponed for another day. I forgot to tell you that the geniuses of the all heavens have come to the great metropolis world. Don't die at their hands, ha. The bone dragons galloped for thousands of li, bringing with them dark clouds that covered the sky. The world changed as they rumbled. Large swathes of the desert exploded, leaving behind the white bone crown prince's sinister laughter as he left. Master, do you want us sisters to kill the white bone crown prince? The amorous prince waved his hand. No need. The white bone crown prince is nothing. He has successfully cultivated the great summoning technique. I still have a trump card to suppress him. The most important thing now is to snatch the key left by the eternal emperor. I wonder if they have come. If so, it will be much more interesting. Let's see who is the real expert of the younger generation. The crimson warship turned into a beam of rainbow light and sped away. The southern region. There was a black, stagnant swamp, filled with a rancid smell and bubbling. This was a dangerous place. Many marsh fierce beasts were waiting for an opportunity to attack and devour people. If one was not careful, one would die. White bones littered the swamp. A skeleton with hollow eyes looked up at the sky, as if it was unwilling to die. A marsh fierce beast crawled across the swamp. Bang! Just at this moment, a pair of huge feet descended from the sky, stepping on the swamp beast. The fiendish swamp beast exploded on the spot, starting from this swamp beast. The fierce beasts lurking within a radius of 1,000 li exploded one by one. Blood dyed the area red. Is this the Duqing Great World? The newcomer was a tall and sturdy man. His upper body was bare, and his waist was wrapped in a bright-colored beast skin. With his bare feet, he trampled a swamp beast to death, then shook a large group of swamp beasts to death. What thin immortal chi! I can't cultivate any strength here. No wonder I'm unknown in the major worlds. The burly man's eyes were cold. This world produced an eternal emperor and became famous throughout the major worlds. If not for this, it would not be worth me, Ataigu, personally coming here. The eternal emperor was too famous in the major worlds. He was a top expert among emperors, and anyone would be tempted by the treasures he had left behind. There were even rumors that the treasures the eternal emperor had left behind were comparable to a top immortal sect. Anyone who could obtain them would be able to establish their own sect. But this was not the important point. The important point was that the eternal emperor's treasures contained treasures that could allow one to become a god. This level of secret only existed in a few powerful worlds. Atai was someone from one of these worlds. He had come to the Duqing Great World with great ambition to obtain the treasures the eternal emperor had left behind. The emperor's key left behind by the eternal emperor has already alarmed the major worlds. I have to snatch it before them, or else they won't be able to take advantage of me. Atai waved his hand and a three-headed leopard leapt out. It sat on the leopard and flew off in a certain direction. The northern territory. Rumble. 3 figures descended from the sky, appearing on a mountain range in the northern territory. Senior brother, is this the Duqing Great World? It can't compare to our abyssal world. A young man in embroidered robes on the left sneered. I scanned the area just now. There aren't many immortal kings here. With my strength I can blow them up 100 times over. The people of the Duqing Great World are truly too weak. They're not enough, the young man on the right said. The one on the right said calmly, "Senior brother, you came all the way here just for the treasure of an eternal emperor. Isn't it not worth it?" "You two shut up." The two immediately shut their mouths. They were clearly very afraid of their senior brother. "What do you know? The eternal emperor had many accomplishments in the past. I, your senior brother, coincidentally obtained a portion of the eternal emperor's inheritance, allowing my strength to advance by leaps and bounds. Now that the treasures have opened, it's time for me, Ren Xiaoyao, to display my grand ambitions. Who told the heavens to look after me and find the emperor's key? Senior brother. In the Duqian Great World, if the old monsters don't take action, ordinary people can't do anything to us. A puny Duqian Great World probably won't dare to make a sound after hearing about our great heavenly grotto heaven." Chapter 944. The geniuses of all the great worlds had arrived. Great Metropolis World instantly became the focus of all the great worlds. While the outside world was in an uproar, Lin Fei, who was in the limelight, was staying in Hairball's space, studying the magical power left by the plentiful treasure Immortal King. Hua hua hua. Hairball's body was like a rainbow. Following Lin Fei's instructions, she kept drilling into the depths. Those dangerous areas that were difficult to cross were as easy as drinking water. Master is really too much. What good things can there be in such a barren land? After entering the growth stage, Hairball's understanding of space had increased by more than 100 times, truly showing the ability of a space beast. "Hey, there's a fierce beast down there. Wow, Master told me to drill into dangerous places, but he didn't say that I can't eat anything." Not only could Hairball travel through the void, but she also had a pair of divine eyes that could see through the void. Although she couldn't reach this level for the time being, it was undeniable that Hairball could see very far at this moment. Whoosh, Hairball broke through the void and flew away. In the space, the man in black sat cross-legged with hundreds of jade slips floating around him. His face revealed a rare look of exhaustion. In the past few days, Lin Fei didn't move at all. He silently digested all the magical power cultivation methods, including the jade slips that he plundered from others. After continuous battles, Lin Fei understood a principle. Blindly cultivating was not a good thing. The key was to achieve mastery through a comprehensive study. It seems that mastering is not easy. Even so, I have benefited a lot. The man in black opened his eyes, showing helplessness. He shook his head gently. "I thought too much. Mastering a cultivation method is not an easy thing. My strength has improved by leaps and bounds, and my brain's calculation ability is also constantly improving. But I still can't bear the exhaustion brought by calculation and analysis. It would be great if the system update was completed." Lin Fei believed that once the system update was completed, it would definitely become a great help to him. He wanted to master the magical power cultivation method and turn it into his own unique technique. Perhaps the system could be of great help. The system had been updated for a long time, but there was still no response. Lin Fei did not know when the system would complete the update. "Let me refine this bead first." Lin Fei took out a pearl that gave off a black glow. This was the pearl that he had obtained from the Great Sun Heavenly Demon back then. When the Great Sun Heavenly Demon was trapped, he activated an incarnation that was powerful and left a deep impression on him. I remember the immortal emperor of many treasures left behind in 8 Desolation 6 Directions great art. Lin Fei's heart stirred, and the cultivation technique appeared in his mind. It was about refining an incarnation to become a combat helper and increase the overall combat strength. Refine. Lin Fei summoned his divine fire and erased the traces of the Great Sun Heavenly Devil in the depths of the bead. He left his own consciousness in the depths of the bead. Once his consciousness transformed, divine light shone brilliantly. He sat down cross-legged like an immovable mountain. "Come out." After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, a black-robed man appeared in front of Lin Fei. His appearance and aura were exactly the same as Lin Fei's. "Greetings, fellow Taoist." Lin Fei laughed. "Fellow Taoist, please sit." He was overjoyed. The Great Sun Heavenly Demon really gave me a good treasure. So this bead is called the Dark Fetus Bead. He obtained it from a dangerous place. It is most suitable for cultivating incarnations without any negative effects. The incarnations that are cultivated will have 50% of the original's combat strength. Wait, this is the Dark Fetus Bead. Lin Fei's expression changed slightly as though he recalled something. "Come down." He grabbed with his 5 fingers, and one of the hundreds of jade scrolls landed in Lin Fei's hand. He looked inside with his consciousness and instantly revealed a smile. I was wondering why it sounded so familiar. Turns out the immortal emperor of many treasures had obtained an ancient mystic art in the secret realm, and the key item was the dark fetus bead. Lin Fei retracted his consciousness. This dark fetus 10th level domain is suitable for me to cultivate. The dark fetus 10th level domain was an ancient mystic art. Although this mystic art was impressive, no one had managed to cultivate it, apart from the ancient immortals who had created it. There was an important reason for this. To cultivate the dark fetus 10th level domain, one needed the dark fetus bead. And the dark fetus bead was priceless and rarely appeared. This mystic art required one to collect 10 dark fetus beads and refine 10 incarnations. When the 10 incarnations activated the mystic art, their combat strength would increase exponentially, and they would be able to display 200 combat strength, which was enough to fight against an immortal emperor powerhouse. 10 dark fetus beads is too difficult. Lin Fei shook his head. However, since the Great Sun Heavenly Demon could find a dark fetus bead, there might be another dark fetus pillar. Since it is in a dangerous place, I can make a trip there. Thus, Lin Fei listed the location of the Great Sun Heavenly Demon as his next destination. This ancient mystic art was something that Lin Fei was very interested in. It would be a pity if he didn't go and check it out. Anyway, he had to go later. Following that, Lin Fei stayed in the space for a few more days, mastering his own attack techniques. He especially referenced the fist techniques after the Eternal God Fist, and derived another fist technique of his own. First stance, body explosion stance. In the space, Lin Fei transformed into a 90 zhang tall god fiend body, and a simple punch. The heavens and earth didn't move. After referencing a large number of body tempering techniques, he felt that this size would allow him to better unleash his combat strength. It would be more dexterous and convenient. Of course, if he met an expert, Lin Fei would return to his original size, which would allow him to unleash his true combat strength. After some research, Lin Fei learned a lot. Using this as a foundation, he created his own attack technique. The first stance was a pure attack technique. When the attack landed on the opponent, divine power would explode and no one would be able to block it. It was the most straightforward way of fighting. Second stance, Mount Tai suppression. The second stance was also a domineering way of fighting. Lin Fei knew very well that he walked the path of strength, and that he would use the most direct way of fighting. He didn't seek to show off but rather to use violence. That was why he had created the second stance, Mount Tai suppression. Mount Tai suppression. The Godfiend runes transformed into Mount Tai, and combined with the strength of the Godfiend body, one palm strike would be like the true Mount Tai suppression. Third stance, Godfiend 100 tremors. Lin Fei used all of his divine power to attack with this stance, which was equivalent to the 10 consecutive explosions from before. However, its power was dozens of times greater than before, and it was able to unleash 100 tremors in one breath. It was impossible to defend against, and one would be killed in an instant. Lin Fei was very satisfied with the 3 stances he had created. Lin Fei had spent a lot of time and effort to create these 3 stances. They were the most suitable for fighting. Even though it's only 3 stances, I'll create a 4th and 5th stance in the future. Together with my fist techniques, they will become more and more powerful. I'll call this technique, Tyrannical God-Killing Fist. Perhaps one day I'll be able to slay a god. Rumble, the space where Lin Fei was suddenly shook. Chapter 945. P.S. Thank you to Heavenly Snow Do D and Silly Puppet for their tips, as well as Z Piao 1673 for their monthly votes and evaluation votes. Lin Fei was engrossed in the creation of the Tyrannical God-Killing Fist and didn't know what Hairball was doing outside. At the beginning, Hairball was just to satisfy her cravings and hunt some beasts. As Lin Fei didn't say anything, Hairball became lawless. Her bloodline was noble and the beasts were basically immortal beasts. Her bloodline was inferior to Hairball's aura, and the beasts were so scared that they didn't dare to move, waiting to be eaten. Hairball had restrictions at the beginning, but later on her appetite grew, and she almost caught and ate everything. She didn't let go of any beast she saw, and one forbidden land after another was in chaos. Hairball swept through the beasts, leaving behind a mess, and killed her way to the next dangerous place. If Lin Fei had scolded her in time, Hairball wouldn't have dared to be lawless. As a matter of fact, quite a few of the vicious beasts that were eaten were in human form, and they had backers behind them. The people who had come for revenge had chased Furball all the way, but in the end, they were all like lambs walking into a tiger's mouth, eaten one by one. Those backers were unwilling and arranged for people to chase after her again, but the result was the same. For some reason, Furball's image was publicized, attracting quite a few people's attention. In particular, there were people who suspected that this was a race that had gone extinct since ancient times. It was unknown who suggested that if they could refine the strange beast, they would be able to improve their bloodline. Thus the demon race was tempted. Hairball was also lawless. Relying on her ability to travel through the void, she tormented the people chasing after her and escaped from their hands several times. Speaking of which, Hairball's luck was bad. She finally escaped from their pursuit and found a dangerous place. Coincidentally, she was hungry, and when she saw a few Pegasi, she rushed up to have a good meal. She had a good meal, but in the end, she got into trouble and attracted the pursuit of an old man. It turned out that those heaven horses were used by the old man to pull the carriage, and were suddenly eaten by someone. Naturally, he was unhappy, and after seeing how extraordinary Hairball was, he wanted to capture Hairball. Hairball was usually invincible when she traveled through the void. Yet, she encountered an old man who knew spatial divine arts, and she couldn't get rid of him. "Damned old man, you dare to attack me? You're dead. My master will definitely beat you until you're looking for your teeth on the ground, I promise." After not seeing each other for a period of time, Hairball had learned to use vulgarities. At this moment, she was transforming into a rainbow light, shuttling through a dangerous area. From time to time, she would encounter spatial collapses. "Little brat, don't run. You won't be able to escape from my palm." Immortal King Windraiser was this old man's name. The heavens are really helping this old man. To be able to encounter a spatial beast in a place like this, and one that has just entered its growth phase, it has a bright future ahead of it. Immortal King Fueling's body was already filled with deathly aura. Clearly, his lifespan was nearing its end, and the Davis 5 declines were about to appear as well. As long as he could capture this spatial beast, he would be able to possess it. As for the master that the little wimp spoke of, he didn't care at all. Go heaven and earth net. Immortal Fueling had grasped a portion of the spatial laws. Hence, he was able to catch up to Hairball. Immortal energy erupted forth, closing the distance between them. He took out a saint artifact, causing the sky to darken. Streams of laws rained down like willow branches, sealing off Hairball's path of escape. Bang! Hairball was sent flying back. The void was sealed. This heaven and earth net was unceasingly shrinking, trapping Hairball within. She couldn't struggle free at all. Quickly release this daddy. My master is about to appear and kill you until you piss your pants in terror. At that time, you won't even have the time to regret it. Hairball returned to his original form. That saint artifact was unbreakable, firmly suppressing him. He finally felt fear. Immortal King Windraiser's eyes narrowed as he laughed loudly. What an ancient aura. Although this old man doesn't know what you are, this old man knows that your bloodline must be extremely noble. After possessing you, this old man will have the chance to break through to the heaven-ranked Immortal King realm, or even the legendary Immortal Emperor realm. Come here. Immortal King Windraiser's lifespan was nearing its end. His cultivation had stopped at the initial stage of the Earth-ranked Immortal King realm. Normally, he would search for all sorts of secret realms, trying to obtain medicinal pills or even sage medicines that could extend his lifespan. When he discovered a spatial beast with a noble bloodline, he finally realized that his life had taken a turn for the better. He knew a possession technique. Once he succeeded, his future accomplishments would be limitless. The heaven and earth net shrank, bringing along the struggling Hairball as it flew towards Immortal King Windraiser. Just when Immortal King Windraiser was feeling complacent, a giant appeared out of thin air and opened up his heaven and earth net. This giant was 600,000 zhang tall. With a swoosh, he opened up the heaven and earth net. You dare to snatch my things? The moment Lin Fei appeared, he transformed into a giant fiend god. With the protection of God Force runes, he broke through the heaven and earth net and walked out. Hairball, who was in the form of a wimpy kid, sat on his shoulder. Master beat him to death. This fellow has been chasing after me all this time. Immortal Fufeng was shocked. After seeing clearly that it was a giant, he seemed to have thought of something and laughed loudly. Ha, truly wearing out iron shoes in fruitless search, only to find it effortlessly. Lin Fei, so you're here. No wonder everyone couldn't find you. Seems like this old man will be qualified to enter the Eternal Emperor's treasury. Immortal Binding Rope. In the great metropolis world, the matter that caused a commotion recently was none other than the treasures left behind by the Eternal Emperor, as well as Lin Fei of the Holy Heaven Academy who had the Emperor's key. Immortal King Windraiser didn't think that he was qualified to fight for the treasures of the Eternal Emperor. Who would have thought that the heavens would be so kind to send Lin Fei to his doorstep? You are not qualified to snatch my things. Whoosh! Lin Fei arrived in front of Immortal Fufeng, his lips curling up into a cold smile as he punched out with lightning-fast speed. Body burst stance. This bodyburst stance was the first stance of the tyrannical god-killing fist. Haha, you want to kill this old man with this sort of attack? Immortal King Windraiser laughed loudly. This old man's defense. Bang 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 bang, vast amounts of power exploded within Immortal Fufeng's body, and he instantly died. You want to block my punch with your old, decrepit body? Lin Fei shook his head, then collected his opponent's interspatial ring. It wasn't surprising at all that he had destroyed his opponent with a single punch. Immortal King Windraiser's lifespan was nearing its end, and his chi and blood were extremely weak. Even though he was an early-stage Earth-ranked Immortal King, he was actually only at the peak of the Mortal ranked. Naturally, he was unable to block Lin Fei's punch. The most important thing was that Lin Fei's bodyburst stance had been imbued with godly power, allowing him to kill his opponent with a single blow. If it had been an early-stage Earth-ranked Immortal King, they definitely wouldn't have been able to kill him. Hairball, do you even know what you've done? Lin Fei glared at her. Hairball felt extremely wronged and her eyes were filled with tears. Lao Dash, however, before she could finish speaking, her head was smacked. How old are you? Why are you calling me Lao Dash? Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. Where had Hairball learned all this from? Hairball's weak voice rang out in his ears. Aren't you just a few dozen years old? What does age have to do with you? He wouldn't lower himself to the level of a child. Remember, next time you absolutely cannot eat randomly. After learning the reason why Hairball was being hunted down, Lin Fei didn't know what to say. But those Pegasi were eating at that time. Who knew that they had a master? Hairball pouted. Clearly she wasn't willing to accept this. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. I really don't know what to do with you. After killing the fueling Immortal King, Lin Fei didn't leave immediately. He opened the storage ring, intending to see if there was anything inside, especially those words. So, the moment he opened the storage ring, a black light flew out. Not good. As expected, the black light turned into a human figure. It was the fueling Immortal King. Lin Fei, you dared to destroy my fleshly body. This old man has underestimated your strength. Unfortunately, you don't know that this old man doesn't have much lifespan left. I've been searching for treasures all day long. Afraid of accidents, I purposely left an incarnation in the storage ring. You just wait to be hunted down. You don't know, right? The geniuses from the various worlds are extremely interested in your whereabouts. I wonder what kind of expression you will have when you meet them. Haha. By the time Lin Fei caught up, the other party had already disappeared. He seemed to have activated some kind of treasure. What a shrewd fella. Knowing that his lifespan is running out, he left behind such a trick. Lin Fei's expression sank. Geniuses from the various worlds? Could it be that the Eternal Emperor's treasure is so important? Brat Lin, the geniuses from the various worlds have arrived. You must prepare for a fierce battle. Senior Black Demon's voice resounded. The great metropolis world you're from is just one of the many worlds. In terms of strength and influence, it can't be compared to the other great worlds. Hence, the strength of the geniuses from the great worlds can't be measured by ordinary standards. This was the second time Lin Fei heard that the geniuses from the various worlds were incomparably tyrannical. From the eyes of that Immortal King, Lin Fei could see the gloating look in his eyes. Clearly, the strength of these geniuses from the various worlds wasn't simple. To be able to make an early-stage Earth-ranked Immortal King feel fear, they must have some outstanding aspects. Senior Black Demon, since I've received the grace of the Eternal Emperor, I definitely won't let him lose face. Lin Fei's battle intent blazed. Aren't they just geniuses from the various worlds? I, Lin Fei, have nothing to fear. I'll fight as many as they come. Lin Fei's heart was as clear as snow. If he didn't do anything to them, they wouldn't let him off either. Since this was the case, he might as well have a great battle. Well said. A man must be like this. Senior Black Demon spoke. Back then, Master was just like you. In his dictionary, other than enemies, there's only friends. Alright, I can sense several auras. It seems that the inheritors of the Eternal Emperor have appeared. You must be mentally prepared. Many thanks for Senior's reminder. Let me remind you again. There are people coming from the southeast direction. Their target should be you. Senior Black Demon spoke again. They're here so quickly? Lin Fei's gaze shifted, landing on the southeast direction. His battle intent surged. In the depths of the Eternal Emperor's Senfu. Chapter 946. Bang, bang, bang. In the southeast direction, an aura rumbled like a war drum, as if the heavens and earth were on the verge of collapsing. Wherever the aura passed, mountains crumbled, the ground cracked, and birds and beasts were wiped out. The newcomer did not conceal his aura at all. His aura was like a surging river. Before he even arrived, his aura was already displayed, causing the beasts in the danger zone to flee in all directions. What a powerful aura. A true unification. His strength should not be underestimated. I wonder if he's a genius from the all heavens, or a genius from the great metropolis heaven. Lin Fei was unmoving like a mountain, unmoved by the imposing aura. His 9 Zhang God-fiend body rippled with divine and demonic runes, vast and ancient. His body ignited with a raging battle intent, and the smoke of war was like 10,000 li of rivers and mountains. The great battle was imminent, and his aura rose to the peak. Ha, Lin Fei kid, I'm back. In the southeast direction, an old man wearing a sinister smile appeared first. Immortal Emperor Fufeng. Old fart, you dare to come back. Before Lin Fei could speak, Hairball let out a roar. Do you believe that I won't eat you in one bite? Little brat, it's still uncertain who will be the one eating who. Immortal Emperor Fufeng said in a sinister tone. Lin Fei crossed his arms and said calmly, Stray dog, I think you're back to die. I wonder if you'll be able to survive after you die. What a sharp-tongued Lin Fei, you still dare to boast shamelessly even when you're about to die. Immortal Emperor Fufeng's eyes were filled with hatred. If it wasn't for Lin Fei, he wouldn't have ended up like a stray dog. 3 geniuses from the all heavens, His Holy Heaven institutes Lin Fei with 3 martial monarch keys. I dare to guarantee it with my head. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, 3 piercing sounds could be heard. Dong dong dong, 3 figures descended from the sky, unleashing their auras. The rift behind them was unable to endure the aura and exploded, raising everything within the vicinity to the ground. You are Lin Fei, the Divine Heaven Academy's King Invincible? I don't think you're worthy of your reputation. You can't even withstand a single blow. Any expert of our Heaven Wasteland domain can crush you with a single punch. The desolate emperor shook his head in disappointment, his black and white eyes filled with disdain. The 3 of you must be the geniuses of the all heavens world. Lin Fei licked the corner of his mouth. You guys are stronger than I imagined. Makes my blood boil. Lin Fei, stop pretending. The 3 of them are geniuses from all the worlds. They are Heaven Wasteland World's desolate son of heaven, Buddhist World's formless immortal king, and Dark World's immortal king Hishan. The fueling immortal king said proudly, they can kill you with a single finger. Hurry up and hand over the martial monarch key. The fueling immortal king was unlucky to stumble into the maniac Lin Fei, who easily destroyed his flesh in a few moves. He managed to survive and swore to get his revenge on Lin Fei. Along the way he stumbled into the geniuses of the all heavens world and was captured by them. He then revealed Lin Fei's whereabouts and assumed that he could easily defeat Lin Fei now that he had a backer. Lin Fei said smilingly, a mere dog dares to act so arrogantly. You're overestimating yourself. The celestial demonic hand burst forward like a mountain. It was the second form of the tyrannical god-killing fist, Mount Tai Suppression. Bang! Lin Fei's speed was too fast. With Mount Tai Suppression, his entire body was covered in cuts and bruises. It was not an ordinary violent attack. The fueling immortal king screamed. He never expected that Lin Fei would really dare to kill him. He was destroyed by Lin Fei's Mount Tai Suppression with a single palm strike. He had truly gone to hell. It's finally quiet. It's indeed quiet. Desolate Heaven's son said indifferently, if I didn't need to lead the way, I would have slapped this trash to death. I still have to thank you for your help. Actually, I'm also unhappy with this guy. He's about to die of old age, yet he still keeps on causing trouble. Lin Fei smiled and said, now that he's finally dead, it can be considered quiet. Lin Fei, hand over the martial monarch key. The faceless immortal king was a bald monk. Lotus flowers bloomed under his feet as he walked towards Lin Fei step by step. He was expressionless and looked sacred. Behind him, there was a Buddhist kingdom that shone resplendently. Buddhas were sitting cross-legged and chanting scriptures. Hand over the martial monarch key, hand over the martial monarch key, hand over the martial monarch key. Buddhas and bodhisattvas were sitting on the lotus platforms. Buddhist chants filled the sky and reverberated endlessly. At this moment, the world seemed to have quietened down. Bang bang bang. Buddhist light shone. The celestial demonic runes around Lin Fei exploded one by one. The illusory Buddhas and bodhisattvas were turned into fragments under the impact of the godly energy. What terrifying Buddhist chants. This guy cultivates a Buddhist technique. If it wasn't for the celestial demonic runes exploding and cutting off the influence, I might have fallen for it. The faceless immortal king's expression didn't change. He strode forward again. The Buddhist light became even more resplendent and a Vairocana appeared behind him. The Jingguang shone resplendently. He had 3 heads and 6 arms, and the 12th grade lotus platform beneath him floated up. Lin Fei, someone from a low-level world like you will never understand the power of a true genius from a higher world. I, the faceless immortal king, cultivate the Vairocana Heart Sutra. Under the heavens, every grain of sand is a world. You are a grain of sand in my Buddha world. He's accumulating his aura. When his aura reaches its peak, it will definitely be terrifying. He's definitely a tough opponent. I'm going to strike first. What Vairocana? I'll crush them all. A cold light flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. The runes around him exploded again, forming an absolute space that blocked the Buddhist chants. With the support of the sacred dragon step, he broke through the boundless Buddhist light and arrived before the faceless immortal king. Mount Tai suppression. 2 million dragons God force immediately erupted, turning into 20 million dragons God force. The God force turned into a towering mountain, and the God and demon runes shone resplendently. The power of the God and demon runes increased tenfold, increasing the power of the God and demon runes. Brute. The faceless immortal king's body dissipated, dissipating Lin Fei's domineering attack. The domineering God power landed below, causing a mountain to explode. The Buddhists say that a grain of sand is a world. You are just a grain of sand, yet you dare to attack the world. The faceless immortal king's body appeared from another place, looking solemn and holy. Vairocana flower finger. Brother faceless Vairocana Heart Sutra has improved greatly, reaching the point of perfection. Lin Fei has already lost. Desolate Heaven's Son said calmly. This Lin Fei's Vairocana Heart Sutra is extraordinary. He does have some ability, but facing Brother Faceless the gap is like heaven and earth. They aren't on the same level at all. Immortal King Hishan said. Hypocrite, you've been tricked. Suddenly, a mocking voice sounded from behind the faceless immortal king. Mount Tai suppression, God strength 100 tremors. Lin Fei attacked from behind, using Mount Tai suppression to send the faceless immortal king flying. He followed up with God strength 100 tremors, using 2 moves in a row. The Vairocana Buddha statue suddenly exploded, pieces flew everywhere, the Buddhas in the sky also disappeared. Peng peng peng, another terrifying power exploded from the faceless immortal king's body. His eyes, nose, ears all bled red and white, turning into a ball. Every inch of his flesh and blood surged with God power, unable to escape misfortune. Every time the God power shook, his flesh and blood turned into powder. After a total of 53 times, the faceless immortal king exploded into nothingness. Even if an immortal emperor acted, he wouldn't be able to save him. You actually killed formless immortal king? How is this possible? He cultivates the Vairocana Heart Sutra. Desolate Son of Heaven felt as if someone had grabbed his throat, and spat out these words with great difficulty. Chapter 947. Lin Fei had killed the formless immortal king in one move. Huang Zi from the heaven wasteland world and Hishan from the dark world were dumbfounded. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Fei was also extremely shocked in his heart. The geniuses of the all heavens world are indeed powerful. Fortunately, I had planned ahead, otherwise it would not have been so easy to kill the formless immortal king. The Buddhist divine powers are not to be underestimated. I almost fell for it. A genius of the Buddhist world could predict this with his divine powers. The other two should not be simple either. From the beginning, Lin Fei had schemed against the other party. Back then, Lin Fei had fought with the disciples of the Buddhist world. They were proficient in Buddhist divine powers. When they saw Lin Fei using Buddhist cultivation techniques, they listed him as the first target to be killed. If I don't kill him, it will affect my own battle and divert my attention. Everything was as he had imagined. The incarnation came in handy. After deceiving the other party, Lin Fei easily killed the other party. Hairball, go deal with Hishan. Hua Lin Fei commanded Furball, and together with his clone, they charged toward Hishan. Even if they could not kill him, they had to stall him first. They could not allow him a chance to attack Lin Fei. He was confident that he could deal with Desolate Son of Heaven. One of the 3 geniuses from the All Heavens world was taken care of. Among the remaining geniuses, Lin Fei felt that Huang Zi was the most dangerous. Be good and stand still. Let me eat you. Hairball returned to her original form. Her huge body covered the sky and the sun. Wind blades rotated around her like a bandit, wanting to swallow the other party in one bite. Huang Zi, the people of the heaven wasteland world mainly cultivate strength and strong physical defense. This Lin Fei is a bit strange, but he deserves it for encountering you. Who doesn't know that the people of the Heaven Wasteland world have the strength to tear immortal Lord-level beasts apart? I'll leave Lin Fei to you. Yishan transmitted his divine sense. Without another word he faced Hairball. Yishan, that bastard. How dare he scheme against me? Desolate son of heaven cursed in his heart. After Lin Fei killed the formless immortal king with 2 attacks, he realized that he had met a troublesome opponent. Yishan is an expert in scheming. He wants me to fight against Lin Fei so that he can reap the benefits. Humph, don't even think about it. Once he gets the monarch key he can only watch helplessly. Rumble. Hairball and the Incarnation fought Yishan together, and they were evenly matched. One used divine power attacks and the other used close-range attacks. Yishan had no choice but to distance himself, and he had no time to deal with Lin Fei. Lin Fei is not simple. Formless immortal king cultivated the Vairocana Heart Sutra, but he was killed in the blink of an eye. My physical body is almost the same as his. If I were to go up, I might not be able to handle it. I might as well let Desolate Son of Heaven do it. It would be best if the 2 of them fight and both of them get injured. Yishan rolled his eyes. At that time the monarch key would be mine. Boom, boom. Desolate Son of Heaven's body grew taller, and his veins popped out. He turned into a horned dragon, reaching a length of 10 zhang. His aura continued to rise and finally stopped at the early stage of Earth class. Bang bang bang, a flood of dazzling light flew out from Huang Tianzi's body. His entire body instantly sparkled like a perfect work of art, making one unable to let go of it. Lin Fei, you killed formless immortal king, very impressive. Desolate Son of Heaven's battle intent burned. However, you won in a sneak attack. Buddhist disciples never cultivate their physical bodies, which gave you an advantage. But I, Desolate Son of Heaven, am different. I cultivate the indestructible true body, and I walk the path of power. Now I will let you see what true power is. You are the first opponent who made me use the indestructible true body. Indestructible heaven covering hand. Light shot up into the sky, and a dense amount of immortal force runes appeared. A giant hand that covered the sky was imbued with light runes, and it contained an incomparably terrifying aura. It slammed down towards Lin Fei, and before the indestructible heaven-covering hand arrived, the ground had already collapsed. Power flow? Indestructible true body, good good good. Lin Fei cheered. If it was anything else it would be troublesome, but to compete with this daddy in terms of power, who was afraid of who? Was the god-demon body strong, or was it the body refinement of the world strong? Go. Similarly, the sky was filled with god-demon runes and a giant hand appeared. Lin Fei's pure 2 million dragon god power met it head-on, and they collided fiercely. Boom. Both of them were imbued with divine power, and the giant hands collided with each other. The runes exploded one after another, and both of them were sent flying, crashing into the mountains behind them. This time they were actually evenly matched. Again. Lin Fei bellowed and charged forward again. After that head-on clash just now, he did not see how terrifying the other party was. In terms of divine power, it was at most 1,500,000 dragon god power, which was far inferior to his own divine power. Since his divine power was inferior, he would beat the other party until his teeth fell all over the ground. The god-demon body and god-demon talisman offset the divine power attack, which filled Lin Fei with even more confidence. What's going on? How can a guy from a small world have more divine power than me? There's no justice in this world. Huang Tianzi's indestructible true body runes kept exploding, and he could not suppress the invasion of divine power. The blood in his body churned, and he felt a lingering fear. In the Heaven Wasteland world, his divine power was not considered strong, but he had a bit of a reputation. It was the first time he had encountered Lin Fei, and he had fought to a draw. In fact, he had lost by a bit. While he was thinking, Lin Fei charged forward, and his fist smashed down. Like a storm, the sky full of runes exploded again. This time he used all his strength and banged on Huang Tianzi's body. The runes made of light kept exploding. I thought that the geniuses of your worlds were amazing, but it seems that they are only SOSO. No one had been able to withstand an attack of 2 million dragon god power, especially with their physical bodies. Lin Fei found a sandbag. Indestructible true body 20x burst. After more than 100 punches, Huang Tianzi felt even more pressure, and his indestructible true body could not withstand it. This had never happened before. Divine power against divine power, and it was not easy for him to withstand it. However, he was depressed. Why did he meet such a freak? If this continued, it was hard to guarantee that his indestructible true body would collapse. I admit that you are a genius, but you might not be able to defeat me. Let's see how you fight me now. Huang Tianzi supported his attack, and surging immortal power burned, instantly raising his divine power to 30 million dragon god power. The void shook and mountains collapsed. Facing 30 million dragon god power, Lin Fei laughed loudly. Just this bit of divine power, and you dare to say it? I feel embarrassed for you. Let me show you what true divine power is. Explode. Lin Fei went up, and with a wave of his hand, resplendent god and demon runes appeared. Violent divine power surged out like a flood, and in an instant the 30 million dragon god power was like a river meeting an endless ocean, drowning in it. 100x burst, 200 million dragon god power, explode them all. Time seemed to stop at this moment. 200 million dragon god power surged like a flood, and it was undefeatable. Huang Tianzi's 30 million dragon god power was like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. In an instant, it disappeared, and the sky-covering hands exploded one after another. After testing it out, Lin Fei's palm exploded with 100x burst of divine power. Immortal power burned, and with a slap, the earth shook. Impossible, how can you explode with this level of divine power? Huang Tianzi desperately used his undying true body and light flashed. You aren't human, Walala Walala 200,000,000 dragon god power was too domineering. With one palm, it broke through Huang Tianzi's attack, completely crushing the 30 million dragon god power. The light on Huang Tianzi's body shattered, and the crystalline undying true body cracked inch by inch. No matter how he used it, the cracking couldn't be stopped. Lin Fei, don't kill me, I don't want the great emperor key anymore. Huang Tianzi let out a cry of despair. Lin Fei wouldn't let go at all. With a slap, Huang Tianzi's undying true body was smashed into pieces, and the pieces exploded into dust. From then on, this person couldn't be found. Cough cough cough, under the god and demon body he was more or less injured but not too seriously. Huang Tianzi is dead. He Shan, who was planning to plot, felt his scalp go numb. He saw Huang Tianzi's undying true body being smashed into pieces, and Lin Fei only suffered a small injury. Go. He Shan didn't have time to think about how Huang Tianzi died. He knew that if he didn't leave now, he would die in Lin Fei's hands. There's no need to leave, let's go down and accompany them. Lin Fei took a deep breath and burned his immortal power. Once again he exploded with a 100x attack. A 10,000-foot god and demon hand shot out from the void and grabbed He Shan. 200 million dragon god power exploded from his hand. He didn't die, and it's the sacred armor on him again. Under the violent squeeze, He Shan was on the verge of death. He Shan was on the verge of death. It turned out that he had an extra set of divine armor on his body that could block his strongest attack. Explode. Rumble. Several explosions sounded from the man's body. I'm wearing the sacred armor. No, indestructible. He Shan, who was wearing the sacred armor, exploded into dust, leaving behind a dark red sacred armor that shone brightly. It was of a higher grade than the Zilong sacred armor and the Black Cloud sacred armor. With one look, one could tell that it was of a higher grade. Whoosh! I finally finished them off. The battle didn't last long, but the pressure on Lin Fei multiplied. The three geniuses from different worlds underestimated him, which was why he could kill them one by one. If the three of them attacked together at the beginning, it would be very difficult for Lin Fei to kill them, and he would also be heavily injured. Collect. Lin Fei kept all three storage rings. The geniuses of the All Heavens realms would definitely have a lot of treasures on them. Master. Hairball flew back, her eyes wide. I'm still too weak. I want to eat. When my second offensive talent awakens, I'll definitely teach them a lesson. In the previous battle, Hairball's defense was great, but her offensive power was too weak. Okay, I'll let you eat them all next time. Although Lin Fei didn't know what the second talent was, hearing Hairball's words, it must be very domineering. Chapter 948. After killing the three geniuses, Lin Fei knew that his position had been exposed. Someone would definitely come soon, so he brought Hairball to a dangerous place. After reaching the fifth refinement of the Godfiend body, his defensive power was astonishing. Dangerous places could hardly stop him. Little did he know that after Immortal King Fufeng spread the news, coupled with his understanding of Lin Fei, everyone seemed to have guessed his whereabouts and chased after him. Boom. Lin Fei killed a 100-meter-long purple centipede with a palm strike. Then he occupied the centipede's nest and burned everything inside with a divine flame. Let me see what treasures these three geniuses have on them. It wasn't easy to kill three geniuses, and most importantly they were from the heavenly worlds. After killing the three geniuses, Lin Fei controlled his strength and didn't let the storage ring explode. Vairocana Heart Sutra? He opened the formless immortal king's storage ring. It was of a very high grade. The space inside was very large and there were many things inside. He scanned it with his divine sense and found the cultivation technique of the formless immortal king. Lin Fei wasn't very interested in Buddhist cultivation techniques. He subconsciously felt disgusted, so he used his divine sense to study it. He would definitely encounter Buddhist disciples in the future. The cultivation techniques of the Buddhist world are indeed powerful. They can affect the essence soul. No wonder I almost fell for it. Lin Fei stroked his chin. I can leave this high-level cultivation technique for my subordinates in the future. I can't waste it. Unfortunately, it's not the complete copy. Sacred armor. He searched again with his divine sense and found a few sets of black battle armor. This is the Black Cloud Saint armor, the lowest grade of the saint armors. With the addition of the Buddhist holy light, its defensive power has increased by a lot. This is a good item. The monks of the Buddhist sect are really rich. This is a bargain for me. If I sell it, it will definitely be very popular. Lin Fei didn't have much use for sacred armor. With the God-fiend body, he didn't need sacred armor unless it was a top-grade sacred armor. Other than these, the formless immortal king also had a large number of great firmament immortal stones. There were millions of great firmament immortal stones of excellent quality. Lin Fei refined them in one go. Soon Lin Fei found something good. True spirit. Lin Fei had an impression of this. Back then he had heard that after reaching the Celestial King stage, the Origin Immortal Stone could no longer satisfy the needs of the Celestial King stage, and the Celestial Spirit appeared, a higher quality cultivation resource. 100,000 true spirits. After counting, he discovered that this faceless Immortal King was very rich. He even had a good thing like a true spirit. Lin Fei attempted to refine one. The rich immortal aura exceeded that of a Zenith Heaven Immortal Stone. It also had an effect on his God-fiend body, improving it slightly. Although it was slight, he could still feel it. Finally, there's something I'm satisfied with. Lin Fei accepted it without hesitation. With the replenishment of the true spirit, I don't need to worry about consumption when I use 100-fold divine power to attack. 100-fold increase in divine power consumed a great deal of immortal energy, but with a large number of origin immortal stones and true spirits to replenish it, there was no need to worry about running out. If Lin Fei's divine energy had reached 10 million dragons' divine energy that day, he wouldn't have to consume so much. Undying true body. The storage ring of Desolate Son of Heaven was almost on par with that of Faceless Immortal King. My God-fiend body has reached the 5th refinement revolution. If I didn't have the advantage of divine power, it wouldn't have been easy for me to break through Desolate Son of Heaven's undying true body. Lin Fei looked at the undying true body. He was very interested in the body tempering technique. This undying true body does have a unique cultivation method. I wonder if my God-fiend body can be modified appropriately? After looking through it, Lin Fei realized that the undying true body was extraordinary. Its defensive power was not inferior to the God-fiend body. He had an idea. The undying true body refines all the bones in the body according to a special technique. After reaching the greater success stage, the bones in the body will be as heavy as Mount Tai and indestructible. The blood in the body will also be extremely heavy. Lin Fei immediately made a decision. He would use the undying true body to modify the God-fiend body and form an even stronger divine body. This was the first time he fought with the geniuses of the myriad worlds. Although they weren't the most famous, every one of them was much stronger than the geniuses of the great metropolis world. Lin Fei couldn't help but pay attention to them. Leaving Hairball and his incarnation outside to protect him, Lin Fei focused on cultivating the undying true body. Let's start from the bones. Lin Fei's God-fiend body was incomparably strong. Cultivating the undying true body was a piece of cake. First, the bones in his limbs began to transform. Then, the bones in his entire body began to transform. At first they were white, then they turned dark gold. Every bone in his body changed according to the cultivation technique. Dark gold body? After checking his body with his divine sense, his entire body turned dark gold, unlike Desolate Son of Heaven's. With a thought from Lin Fei, his dark golden body disappeared and turned into the god-demon body. With another thought, he turned into the divine body. He now had 3 divine bodies in one body. If word of this spread, it would be shocking. There's still one last step left. With 3 divine bodies in one body, although he could transform them at will with a thought, Lin Fei still wasn't satisfied. If he encountered a powerful opponent, this instant was enough to suppress the transformation of the divine body. It's best if I fuse the three divine bodies together and form a new divine body. Lin Fei's gaze was resolute. I have the God Fiend body as a foundation. It's easy for me to cultivate all sorts of divine bodies. In that case, why don't I cultivate a divine body that belongs to me and walk a different path? 3 divine bodies fuse for me. At this moment, Lin Fei took a step that belonged to him. In the great Emperor's Senfu. Black Fei blinked, revealing a look of pleasant surprise. Impressive. I'm going to create a unique divine body. In the future, as long as I keep fusing various divine bodies, the divine body I create will be the strongest divine body in the world. Even if my strength is inferior, outsiders will be helpless. Unless I suppress it. The 3 divine bodies coexisted in one body. Now that they were about to fuse together, a huge battle erupted. Wah, wah, wah. Lin Fei's flesh and blood were lacerated, constantly exploding and collapsing before recovering. Sometimes, it was the God Fiend body, sometimes it was the undying true body, and sometimes it was the saint body. The battle didn't stop. The current Lin Fei was resolute. He gritted his teeth and allowed the 3 divine bodies to fight. 1 hour. 2 hours. Lin Fei was covered in blood. There wasn't a single part of his body that was unharmed. Fuse. After the 3 divine bodies clashed, the impact began to weaken. A smile finally appeared on Lin Fei's determined face. At this moment in Lin Fei's Dantian, there was a boundless immortal sea. Surging immortal power slapped the shore loudly. In the sky above the immortal sea there was a huge black bell. The surface of the bell was inlaid with runes. One was the God Fiend body, one was the undying true body, and one was the saint body. At this moment they became a part of the surface of the bell. The more divine bodies fused, the stronger this divine body would be. Lin Fei stood up and let out a long breath. With a thought, the injuries on his body instantly healed. I really didn't expect that because of the undying true body, I would have the chance to create a divine body that belongs to me. Lin Fei was filled with emotion. Although this divine body is just in its infancy, I feel that it is even stronger than the previous God Fiend body. As long as I continue to fuse various divine bodies into it, my divine body will definitely reach an unimaginable height. In the future, it won't be impossible for it to be unprecedented. Chapter 949. P.S. Thanks to Sky Snow Doe Emperor for the tip. Invincible Golden Body, a good name. Kid Lin, you have taken a big step forward. Hearing Senior Black Demon's voice, Lin Fei was stunned for a moment, then returned to normal. Senior Black Demon. Don't call me Senior, it sounds bad. Call me Big Brother Black. Lin Fei was not a pretentious person. Big Brother Black, what do you think of my divine body? After creating this divine body, Lin Fei was still in a daze. He had to rely on his feelings whether it was good or bad. He was not confident. You have done very well, Black Demon said with a smile. Black Demon smiled. Walking the path of the predecessors can save you a lot of time. However, it's not your own. Only the things you create belong to you and are suitable for you. Your invincible golden body God body lacks nothing more than the body refining technique. You have to constantly supplement it to reach the grand completion stage. I will walk my own path, I will persevere. After the 3 divine bodies merged into one, there was no more stagnation between them. They had completely become one. Master's treasure is about to be opened, and all the geniuses will come out. Your chance to perfect your technique is here, if you miss this chance you will not have another chance like this. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Yes, a genius from Heaven Wasteland World has the invincible true body. What about the other geniuses? The invincible true body is nothing. In the hands of the other geniuses, even the local geniuses, there will be many body refinement techniques. Isn't my chance here? The invincible golden body had just been created, so Lin Fei needed time to perfect it. The various body refinement techniques were the key. Apart from their divine bodies, the various bloodlines and physiques are also one of the ways to perfect your technique. Since Black Demon had taken the initiative to show his goodwill, he did not mind giving Lin Fei some pointers as a favor. Bloodline divine body? It was not the first time he had heard of it. The Purgatory Patriarch seemed to have thought that he had a special bloodline. Seems like you know about the bloodline divine body. Black Demon smiled and explained, there are all kinds of bloodlines in the boundless thousand world. The children of high-grade bloodlines will have cultivation talents that far surpass their parents. Some of the special bloodlines will give birth to powerful and indestructible bodies. They are very terrifying. Back then, I followed my master to battle and saw many terrifying divine bodies. They are 100 times more powerful than your invincible golden godly body. If you can study their bloodlines, you understand what I'm saying, right? Lin Fei was enlightened. So that was how it was. Thank you for your reminder, Brother He. I know what to do now. Lin Fei licked his lips. I have another target to fight against. A bloodline that is 100 times stronger than mine. It seems that I have to work harder. After spending a few days, Lin Fei consolidated his invincible golden godly body. Only then did he finish his cultivation and set his goal for the future. Congratulations to Master for making great progress. The moment Lin Fei came out, Hairball immediately flattered him. With a wave of his hand, Lin Fei put away his avatar and said with a smile, "Oh you. When I was cultivating, was there any commotion outside?" Master, after you started cultivating, many people came outside. Every one of them was very powerful. They were shouting to capture Master. Hairball said, "At that time I really wanted to eat them. They seemed to have guessed something." Lin Fei rubbed his chin. "This place isn't dangerous enough. If I go to a more dangerous place, I'll make sure to make you suffer." Lin Fei took out the map he obtained from killing people and quickly found his location. He was already at the periphery. This is the ruins of the heavenly courts? The central heavenly courts of the past? Seeing the name marked on the map, Lin Fei recalled something. The central heavenly courts was recorded in history books. Back then, the great celestial world was a world with a centralized authority. The heavenly court's lord presided over it and controlled the entire great celestial world. The central heavenly courts was the Holy Land at that time. Later on, for some reason, the central heavenly courts lost its lord. The vassals rebelled against the heavenly courts. After 1,000 years of war, they overthrew the heavenly courts, and from then on, there were the 4 regions today. The central sacred region became a ruin. That place had experienced 1,000 years of war, and all kinds of big shots had fallen. Thus, it became the largest training ground in the great celestial world. I unknowingly approached the central sacred region. The ruins of the heavenly courts are said to be more dangerous than the northern underworld chaos sky region. The will of the strong turned into demons, and energy left behind from the battle. There's no better place to kill people there. Hairball looked at the side. She rolled her eyes. Master, what bad ideas are you thinking of now? I wonder who is going to suffer. Let's go. Lin Fei put away the array, left his nest, and headed straight for the central sacred region. After a few million miles, Hairball on his shoulder called out, "Master, there are people looking for you in front. Why don't we eat them?" Looking for him? It was better to say that they were looking for the great emperor's key. All right. On a mountain in front of him. That bastard said that Lin Fei would appear in this area? I've been looking for him for 3 days, but I haven't seen a single shadow. I was almost robbed. A burly man carrying a Xianhua axe scolded a few of his subordinates with a straight face. "Big brother, that's what everyone said. It shouldn't be wrong." One of the subordinates said carefully, "To hell with it. Lin Fei would appear in a place like this? I don't believe that not only did we not find him, but we also troubled a few of our brothers." The burly man had a bad temper. He sent a slap flying over and slapped that person into the rock. Boom. A giant hand slapped down from the sky. The 5 fingers were as heavy as Mount Tai. The entire mountain was slapped down. With a loud rumble, rocks flew everywhere. The mountain was crushed into flat ground. The immortal on the mountain exploded on the spot. Cough, cough, cough. That bastard, the tall and sturdy man cried out loudly. Seeing that all of his subordinates had died, he pulled himself away and left. Another hand appeared from the void, crushing down and grabbing his neck, making it hard for him to breathe. Soon after, a young man walked out, carrying a little brat on his shoulder. "You are Lin Fei." The burly man was scared out of his wits. "Soul search." Lin Fei reached out and pointed. Jingguang entered the burly man's mind. After a moment of struggle, he was dumbfounded. Hairball rushed up, opened its mouth and ate him. The person who came out was Lin Fei. After digesting the news, he couldn't help but frown. The treasure of the eternal emperor. I didn't expect so many people to covet it. It's a mess outside. Lin Fei used an evil method to check the memories of the burly man. Luckily, I didn't return to the Sacred Heavens Academy. Otherwise, those immortal kings might have threatened to hand me over. So it turned out that after his identity was exposed, the Sacred Heavens Academy was surrounded by people. There was a restriction laid down by the Eternal Emperor. No one dared to force their way in, forcing them to hand him over. 10 Emperor keys appeared one after another. All the geniuses of the various worlds came. Agutai, the Yinyang immortal king, all of them are extremely powerful. When they arrived at the great celestial realm, they defeated many local geniuses and shook the entire heaven realm. The inheritors of the eternal emperor also appeared. Among them there are 3 strong ones. They are Hai Buodong from the sea god realm, who is at the mid-phase of the earth realm, Lan Xian from the ice-snow realm, who is at the early phase of the earth realm, and the last one Zhan Tian. His origin is unknown, his strength is unknown, but he killed 10 human-stage immortal kings in a single move. After checking the memories, Lin Fei was secretly shocked. The strength of the geniuses from the various worlds was extraordinary. The moment they appeared, they turned the great celestial realm upside down. Even the inheritors of the eternal emperor had appeared. This Zhan Tian, his origin is unknown, his strength is unknown. Maybe he will be a powerful opponent. Lin Fei drew in a deep breath. Other than them, many other major powers have arranged for experts to come here. Once I encounter those powerful existences, I'm sure I won't be able to stand up to them. I have to increase my strength and perfect my divine body before I have the qualifications to contend against them. The strength of an Earth-stage immortal king was already terrifying enough. If a Heaven-stage immortal king acted, Lin Fei knew that he wouldn't be a match for them for the time being. After all, Heaven-stage immortal kings controlled a trace of the power of the Great Tao. After digesting this information, Lin Fei felt an immense pressure. The true danger had arrived. At the same time, if he could grow stronger in this era, he would definitely have a place for himself in the great celestial realm in the future. Lin Fei flashed like the wind, using the sacred dragon steps to the limit as he headed towards the central Saint region. After the news of the Fufeng immortal king spread out, the various powers in this area arranged for scouts to search for Lin Fei's whereabouts. However, they still couldn't find him. Today, a few scouts from one of the major powers were searching for danger zones when they saw a figure flying over. With a single glance, they were filled with joy. Quickly look, that's Lin Fei, the fellow who obtained the key to the immortal emperor. Stop him. Lin Fei was no longer sneaking around. Instead, he was charging straight at them in broad daylight. Without waiting for them to act, Lin Fei flicked his finger. A gust of wind gusted and blasted the scouts into pieces. Quickly send out the news. That scout who was slower to react stared at Lin Fei leaving. His face was filled with excitement. He finally discovered Lin Fei's whereabouts. Quickly inform the people in front to stop Lin Fei. Don't let others beat us to it. This news was sent out by the scouts, causing a huge commotion. More than 20 million miles ahead, a sect called the Mountains and Rivers sect gathered a group of subordinates and was searching. Suddenly, one of the middle-aged men was stunned. Then his face lit up with joy. Great Elder, there's news. The scouts have sent news that Lin Fei is heading in our direction. The Great Elder of the Mountains and Rivers sect, Qin Yuan, was an immortal at the peak of the early stage of the Earth stage. He belonged to a major power. When he heard the news, he was overjoyed. Set up the formation immediately and seal off this area. Our chance to make a contribution has come. Qin Yuan stroked his white beard. As long as our Mountains and Rivers sect catches Lin Fei, it will definitely be a great contribution. The reward will be ours. Chapter 950. He's here. Lin Fei is here. A beam of light flew over at high speed, causing the air to tremble as if it was about to be flipped over. The members of the Mountain River sect were very excited to see it. Array open. Boom, boom. As Lin Fei charged into the area, a formation flag flew out from all directions and locked the space in place. It was a formation used to trap people. Lin Fei, there's nowhere for you to run. You'd better surrender. The Mountain River sect's Grand Elder, Qin Yuan, took out an ancient bronze mirror. It was a divine artifact and green light shone on Lin Fei's body. The light corroded his divine body. It was extremely vicious. Hairball, eat it. Lin Fei's body shook, and the divine power runes exploded. The light that corroded his divine body was shattered into pieces when it met the divine power. It could not harm his divine body. The 3 divine bodies had fused to create the golden indestructible divine body. The divine light attack was like a tickle to him. Clang, 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 Lin Fei took out the heaven-shaking bell and activated it with his immortal power. Clang, clang, clang. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of the bell became a sound wave attack, catching them off guard. The disciples of the Mountain River sect bled from their 7 orifices. They hugged each other's heads and struggled, but their bodies exploded. Grand Elder Qin Yuan gritted his teeth and watched as his disciples died. These were the elite disciples of the Mountain River sect. Elders, let's attack together and suppress him. The remaining elders were all furious. Lin Fei was so arrogant even at death's door. You should be killed. Suppress me? You don't have the ability. Lin Fei's eyes were cold. He dashed to the nearest elder and raised his head. Sword chi filled the sky. He held the judgment staff in his hand and smashed the elder into pieces. Lin Fei, how can he be so powerful? All the elders were shocked. The information recorded did not match. Lin Fei rushed towards another elder, punching out with his fist. The first stance was the body eruption stance. That elder was merely a human-ranked immortal king. His back instantly bulged out like a rubber ball as a violent surge of energy erupted forth from his body. With his divine power reaching 2 million dragons, Lin Fei could kill people at will, and no one could block a single strike from him. In the blink of an eye, his fists landed on flesh, killing 6 elders. Old thing, it's your turn. Lin Fei punched out more than 100 times, the wind from his punches turning into tornadoes of divine power. The bronze mirror that Qin Yuan took out exploded with a crash, turning into scrap. Bang! A killing fist blasted out from the tornado, blasting apart the saint armor. The saint armor he was wearing was only an ordinary low-grade saint armor. With a single punch, it was blasted apart, instantly killing his opponent. After keeping the interspatial ring, Lin Fei brought Hairball and flew forward once more. The people from the Mountain River sect couldn't even withstand a single strike from Lin Fei. Lin Fei's divine power had increased, and he was on par with Earth-ranked immortal kings. Hairball was a descendant of the primordial evil dragon. Her fleshly body defense was also monstrous. After Lin Fei left, the people chasing after Lin Fei arrived. When they saw the traces of battle, they couldn't help but be dumbfounded. 7 to 8 human-ranked immortal kings and an Earth-ranked immortal king couldn't hold back Lin Fei? Lin Fei was simply too powerful. Wasn't it rumored that Lin Fei was only at the Golden Immortal Realm? This combat prowess? Chase. Lin Fei has appeared. This time he won't be able to escape. There's already an inescapable net in front of him. I don't believe he can break out. The moment Lin Fei appeared, it was unknown how many people's hearts were stirred. Wave after wave of people chased after Lin Fei. What? Lin Fei broke through another blockade? The disciples of the Blazing Flame sect were all wiped out. Even the Grand Elder was slapped into a meat patty? The news that came back one after another caused them to be dumbfounded. They almost suspected that they had heard wrongly. Was Lin Fei really that powerful? Moutai suppression. With a loud rumble, a mountain range below them collapsed. Lin Fei and Furball swept through everything in their path. Very few people could stop them, and almost no one was a match for them. For the Emperor key in my hand, you guys really think highly of me. Immortal kings that I usually don't see have appeared one after another. Lin Fei looked at the mountain range below and spat out a mouthful of turbid air. Earth-class peak early-stage immortal kings are indeed not easy to deal with. They can withstand a blow for 10 breaths of time. Lin Fei's body was covered with wounds. Just now he had encountered an Earth-class peak early-stage immortal king. It took a head-on clash to kill him. He could be considered a difficult opponent. Master, there's a lot of people coming. Hairball turned into human form and licked her lips. She had eaten quite a few people along the way. Since they were all here to kill him, Lin Fei told Hairball to eat as much as she wanted. The Central Saint region is not easy. Lin Fei's eyes were resolute. Even if it's not easy, I have to get through it. Only when I get there will I be like a fish in the water, a tiger in the forest. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, suddenly Lin Fei felt a chill in his heart. Subconsciously, he dodged and a ray of light flew past his cheek. A 10,000 feet tall mountain in front of him exploded. Rocks flew everywhere. It was flattened in front of him. After dodging the first arrow, the dangerous aura didn't diminish. It continued to envelop Lin Fei. Each arrow was stronger than the one before. A soft cry came from afar. Invincible golden body. Lin Fei used the saintly dragon step and his divine body shone brightly. He dodged one after another. The last arrow hit Lin Fei's arm, and the vicious energy exploded. One of his arms exploded into powder, along with half of his body. The remaining vicious energy attacked his internal organs instead. He had met a master. What domineering archery! It can even injure my invincible golden body. Lin Fei didn't want to fight. It was rare to see someone who could use archery to this level. Apart from Tai of the monster race, no one else had such a dangerous aura. He stopped Hairball and dashed into the depths of the void. Whoosh, in the clouds in the sky, an enormous violet bird could be seen. It was at least 3,000 meters long and it blotted out the sun. Lightning crackled around it, and arcs of electricity covered its body. As the violet bird moved, arcs of light flashed, exploding through space. This was the famous lightning bird, and it excelled in speed. There were a few youths standing on the purple bird. In the center, a black-clothed youth put away the purple bough in his hand and clasped his hands behind his back. This Lin Fei is quite capable to be able to resist my star-chasing arrow. It looks like the rumors are true, that he has cultivated an incredible divine body. Ordinary people would have died to my arrow. Senior brother Lin Fei's reputation is only a rumor. How can he be compared to senior brother Chu? I thought Lin Fei was very powerful. Senior brother, you injured him with one move. He couldn't even withstand one blow. Senior brother Lin Fei took a star-chasing arrow and his divine body is injured. We should capture him quickly to prevent others from beating us to him. Chapter 951. On the way to the central Saint ruins. A black-robed man moved extremely fast. The left half of his body kept on exploding, and one could see the bones within regenerating and exploding at times. It was a shocking sight. I was too careless. I didn't expect to meet a fellow with unparalleled archery. If I hadn't created the golden body, undying divine body, the situation might have been even worse. After fusing 3 divine bodies, even an earth-ranked immortal king wouldn't be able to break through his defense in a short time. The opponent's archery was terrifying, and he managed to break through his defense. Death energy devour. After being struck by an arrow, the remnant law energy in Lin Fei's body kept invading his flesh and blood, causing the golden body, undying divine body to be unable to recover. This allowed him to see a true expert. Compared to this person, Huang Tianzi and the others were too far apart. At this moment, within Lin Fei's body, the black power of laws contained a vicious aura, continuously destroying the flesh and blood of his divine body, making it impossible for him to recover. Only 70% of the power of death contained the aura of the Great Tao. Even if it was just a trace, it could still suppress the power of laws, devouring them completely. The arm that couldn't recover finally returned to normal. Letting out a turbid breath, Lin Fei relaxed, and a clump of fine threads appeared in his palm. This damnable law energy is really troublesome. The person behind the scenes is probably using this to track my whereabouts. That fine thread of law energy kept on struggling, but it was suppressed by the death energy. This thing came from his body. Lin Fei never thought of himself as invincible. In this world there would always be people stronger than him. He wasn't surprised at all. That person's archery is unparalleled and his law energy is strange. It can destroy the recovery of a divine body. Lin Fei frowned. If I want to kill this person, I have to suppress him and be faster than him. Before exchanging blows, Lin Fei could already sense how powerful this person was, as well as the strange law energy. If he fought head-on, even the golden body, undying divine body wouldn't be able to withstand it. The geniuses of the heavens were indeed extraordinary. It doesn't matter. I'll go to the central sanctuary first. Lin Fei exerted some force in his hand and the power of the laws exploded and dissipated into thin air. When the power of laws exploded, the purple-haired young man on the back of the lightning bird revealed a strange expression. This Lin Fei can break through my 9 netherworld energy and escape my pursuit? Do you think you can get rid of me like this? Crash! The lightning bird below him let out a long cry and spread its wings. Lightning flashed and thunder roared as it turned into a bolt of lightning. Its speed reached its limit and everyone only saw a bolt of lightning flash by. After breaking free from the law energy, Lin Fei's sacred dragon steps reached its limit, and his speed surpassed that of the lightning bird. Whoosh! Millions and millions of miles later, accompanied by the shout, a black pagoda suddenly pressed down from the sky in front of Lin Fei. It grew to a height of 10,000 meters and shone with a resplendent holy light. It pressed down on Lin Fei's head. Bang! This black pagoda was incomparably heavy. When it landed on Lin Fei's body, he had to use both hands to support himself. Even with his invincible golden body, divine body, he found it strenuous. His entire body was pressed into the ground, and with a loud rumble, mountains collapsed and the earth split. Junior sister, is this the Lin Fei you were talking about? I don't think he's much. A red-haired young man walked out with a group of people behind him. It was Xinyuan Wuxia of the Divine Palace. Senior brother Xinyuan is right. Lin Fei is too weak. Senior sister suppressed him with one move. And here I thought he had 3 heads and 6 arms. Crack, 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 crack. Before the people behind him could finish speaking, the 30,000-meter-tall pagoda on the mountain range rumbled and moved, shaking the earth veins. Earth fire swarmed out, and the area below was instantly turned into a sea of fire. Fair you, it's not good for you to sneak attack people like this. If it weren't for my sturdy body, I would have been suppressed by you. Under the 30,000-meter-tall pagoda, a giant kept growing taller. The 30,000-meter-tall pagoda was on the verge of collapse, unable to suppress him. Lin Fei's laughter came from under the pagoda, and suddenly the pagoda shook up and down. Brat, you dare to be rude to senior sister? Eat my sword. In the sky above the clouds, a sword light slashed down. It turned out to be a disciple of the divine palace who had always regarded senior sister Yu as a goddess. How could she tolerate a brat's nonsense? She took out a green light sword and slashed down, wanting to teach Lin Fei a lesson. This sword was majestic, and it was also a low-grade holy weapon. The sword slashed down with extraordinary power, and it slashed down on Lin Fei's body. In the time it took for a spark to fly off of flint, metal and iron collided. You're fine? Yu Linglong saw that the situation was not good. Junior brother, save your holy sword. Aha, I've taken a fancy to this thing. Laughter came from below. The crowd saw Lin Fei stretch out his hand, and the holy sword fell into his hand. With a pft, the disciple who was controlling the holy sword coughed up a mouthful of blood. I've lost control of the holy sword. Not good, he's going to escape. Yu Linglong urged the exquisite 9-layer pagoda to suppress Lin Fei again. She was extremely shocked and she clenched her teeth. It's only been a few days, but Lin Fei's strength has increased again. In the end, he must have eaten a miraculous pill to be able to resist my exquisite 9-layer pagoda. Damn, this woman is like a ghost that won't go away. Lin Fei's divine body was resisting the 30,000-meter-tall pagoda, and his qi and blood were surging. It was not good. Lin Fei, you killed a disciple of the divine palace. Today you must pay with blood. Xianyuan Wuqing waved his sleeve, and his words were righteous, as if he was judging evil with justice. 10 Supreme Swordplay. Xianyuan Wuqing unsheathed his sword. It was a blood-red sword covered with immortal runes, like a blazing sun. It was as if it wasn't a holy sword, but a blazing sun. Whoosh, 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 rays of sword light, like the blazing sun, collided with Lin Fei's body, and exploded one after another. The sword energy exploded, cutting Lin Fei's divine body, and instantly turning him into a bloody mess. Xianyuan Wuqing's strength was indeed not ordinary. Lin Fei, just admit defeat. Xianyuan Wuqing laughed. Lin Fei was a nobody, and yet he dared to act so lawlessly. Did he really think that he was invincible? Aha, who do you think you are? You just want my sovereign key. Lin Fei's body suddenly expanded, and a majestic divine power exploded, sending the 10,000 zhang tall tower flying. He was like a god walking over. You talk about righteousness, don't you know that I despise people like you the most? Lin Fei rushed in front of Xianyuan Wuqing, and smashed Mao Tai on his head. At this moment, his body was covered with wounds, and he looked like a villain coming into being. Xianyuan Wuqing was indeed a genius. As he retreated, he took out a bronze mirror above his head, and it shone brightly. The light contained a strange power, and it offset part of the power. Bang! An attack hit the bronze mirror, but it only made Xianyuan Wuqing step back, and his qi and blood tumbled. This mirror is a treasure. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. He reached out and cut off the connection, and the bronze mirror fell into his hand, struggling everywhere. My green destiny mirror. Xianyuan Wuqing shouted. Stinking brat, how dare you snatch it in front of me? A cold snort rang out from behind Lin Fei. A middle-aged man pointed his finger at Lin Fei. Boom, boom, boom. Earth Stage Celestial King. Lin Fei's mind popped up, and he turned back to meet the attack with his palm. I will snatch it, what can you do to me? Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you are old. The finger and the palm collided, and the surging power exploded upon contact, and the violent power spread in all directions. I'm not playing with you anymore, I will leave first, haha. Lin Fei took the opportunity to keep the bronze mirror, and his figure appeared a million li away, and then disappeared without a trace. The people of God Palace had ugly expressions, especially Xianyuan Wuqing, who had lost the green destiny mirror. It was found in a secret realm, and it could defend against attacks. He had always treated it as a treasure, and in the blink of an eye, it had become someone else's possession. We still underestimated Lin Fei. To be able to withstand my palm, his strength is already at the Earth Stage Celestial King stage. The middle-aged elder's expression was cold. What, he has the strength of an Earth Stage Celestial King? Xianyuan Wuqing's expression turned even uglier. How is this possible, isn't he a golden immortal? Yu Linglong kept the exquisite pagoda. Idiot, Do you think a golden immortal brat can withstand the Elder's finger? Damn it, looks like we have to inform the sect leader and rearrange our forces to deal with Lin Fei, the Elder said. We have missed this opportunity, next time we have to go all out. Whoosh, the clouds in the sky parted. Between heaven and earth, a lightning bolt flashed and the void exploded. Lin Fei, you can't escape, take my star-chasing arrow. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the sun, moon and stars fell and the starry sky collapsed. The arrow flashed in front of them, and the terrifying aura caused them to feel fear. The person who shot the arrow. I finally understand why Lin Fei didn't dare to continue fighting with me. So the person who shot the arrow is chasing after Lin Fei, Yu Linglong thought and came to a sudden realization. Chase, we must not let the person who shot the arrow beat us to it. Elder Qing's expression was solemn, and with a wave of his hand he swept them up and like a huge bird they flew out. Lin Fei didn't expect that the other party would catch up so quickly, and in the blink of an eye they arrived. It must be that lightning bolt. Master, that's a lightning bird that contains an ancient blood seed, it can release lightning, and it's even more proficient in speed. Hairball was drooling, it tastes very good, eating it is equivalent to eating a few meals. Lightning bird? No wonder. Just as Lin Fei finished speaking, the arrow light shot over, a total of 9 arrows, sealing everything in the world, more domineering than the previous arrows, firmly locked onto him. I have to kill this guy. Lin Fei's Jingguang was flourishing, and his sword intent surged, trying to divert part of the power, but the effect was minimal. Hairball, can you scare that lightning bird? Hairball patted her chest. This is no problem, my bloodline is nobler than his. As long as I release my aura, I guarantee that lightning bird will be scared witless. Lin Fei had an idea. Listen to my orders. Go go. Chapter 952. Lin Fei had just shaken off the group of people from the Divine Palace, but Chu Yun immediately caught up with him. With his bow in hand he shot 9 arrows at Lin Fei, shaking the sun, moon and stars. Haha, let's see where you can run to. On the lightning bird, Chu Yun stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His eyes were full of disdain. You used a divine artifact to break my star-chasing arrow. Do you think you can block it? You don't know what's good for you. Chu Yun smiled faintly. To be honest, he was shocked. Chu Yun had seen people use sacred artifacts to block his arrows before. Most people would not be able to bring out several sacred artifacts in one go. Bang! The sun, moon and stars fell. Lin Fei used the divine artifact he had stolen to block the first attack. Ordinary low-grade divine artifacts were not worthy of Lin Fei's attention. His opponent's divine arrow attack contained horrifying and troublesome power of laws. Lin Fei did not block it head-on. He used the divine artifact to block it head-on. He did not feel the pain of losing it. Bang, bang, bang. 1 arrow and 2 arrows collided with the divine artifact. They cancelled each other out and were completely destroyed. Lin Fei used the divine artifact to block part of the attack. He rushed hundreds of thousands of miles away. The lightning bird flashed, turning the area into a lightning hell. Explode. Runes filled the sky, densely packed together, turning into a wall of divine power, blocking the remaining sun, moon and stars in a single breath. Purple-haired guy, how dare you sneak attack me in the dark? No matter where you come from, I will beat you up today. Lin Fei used his invincible golden body. He was not affected by the sun, moon and stars. 3 heads and 6 arms appeared behind him. His 6 arms rushed above the lightning bird. Lightning exploded and slammed down. Go! Chu Yun did not think much of it. He raised his hand and shot out with his bow, destroying one of Lin Fei's arms. Then he raised his bow and shot out arrows, destroying Lin Fei's arms. In the blink of an eye there was only 1 arm left. Lin Fei, you should not have rushed up. You shouldn't have rushed up. Everyone knows that I, Chu Yun, have a godly archery technique that is unparalleled in this world. Within 100,000 miles I am invincible. Chu Yun shook his head. You are not my opponent. Sun as the bow, moon as the arrow, sun and moon divine arrow. Chu Yun put away his bow, and a bright moon rushed out from behind him. The moonlight was pure and bright, illuminating the sky and a blazing sun. The two were compatible, not repelling each other. The bright moon landed in Chu Yun's hand, turning into an arrow. The blazing sun turned into a golden bow. Before it was knocked, a terrifying aura locked onto Lin Fei. You are fortunate enough to die under my burning sun saint bow. You can rest in peace. Chu Yun laughed. You talk too much. Hairball, do it. In the blink of an eye Lin Fei was only 10,000 zhang away. The lightning exploded on Lin Fei's body, tearing his flesh. Hairball roared. The aura of the primordial evil dragon was like rolling dark clouds that shrouded the sky above the Thunder Light domain. It was just as Chu Yun had said. The Thunder Bird contained a trace of the primordial evil dragon's bloodline, but how could it contend against Hairball? The moment the primordial evil dragon's aura appeared, it scared Lei Guangfei so much that the lightning on his body exploded. He fell from the sky and crashed into a mountain. What's going on? What's wrong with the Thunder Bird? The people on the flying beasts were caught off guard. When the lightning exploded, their faces were covered in dust. They all revealed surprised expressions. Clang, 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 Lin Fei took out the sky-shaking bell. The sound of the bell reverberated in the sky. The disciples who shot the arrows all vomited blood. Hairball took the opportunity to rush down and swallow them. Lin Fei, you're courting death. Chu Yun flew into a rage. With the golden divine bow in hand, he shot an arrow at Furball. The starry sky collapsed, leaving behind a long tail. But what was Furball? It was a spatial beast. With a whoosh, it drilled into the void, causing the arrow to miss and flatten a mountain range. Suppress. The sky-shaking bell flew to the sky above Chu Yun. The sound waves continued to reverberate. Lin Fei dashed to Chu Yun's left. His fingers formed a powerful eagle claw and he used the third move, Divine Strength 100 Tremors, to snatch away a large piece of Chu Yun's flesh. Arg! I'll kill you. Chu Yun hadn't expected that he would lose the initiative and the best opportunity to attack. With the bow in his hand, a terrifying divine power exploded in his body. Starting from his head, it exploded all the way to his lower body. His flesh and blood completely collapsed. His arms and thighs were all blown to pieces. Lin Fei's Divine Strength 100 Tremors was a move that specialized in breaking the flesh. He had calculated that his opponent's flesh was not as strong as his. Otherwise, he would not have ambushed him from hundreds of thousands of miles away. After 100 tremors, the genius Chu Yun was only left with a golden bow and a silver-white arrow. They floated in the sky. Lin Fei grabbed them. What a treasure. A high-grade sage artifact. It's a good thing I didn't attack. I had the upper hand. On the other side, after Harry Ball dodged the arrow, it rushed forward, its aura crushing the lightning bird. It opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the giant creature, letting out a satisfied burp. Master, this guy is too delicious. Hairball looked satisfied. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. Of course the lightning bird with the ancient bloodline tasted good. I wanted to refine it into a divine strength pill, but you beat me to it. Even though he thought this, if not for Hairball frightening the lightning bird, he would not have had the chance to attack. Instead, he would have had to take on the attack of the golden bow. Let's go. He collected the rest of the storage rings, including the Origin Immortal Stone, and threw them all into the Heaven and Earth Furnace. They turned into boundless immortal power to recover the immortal power he had lost. Chu Yun's arm had exploded, and he had used up a lot of immortal power. You still dare to chase me? Lin Fei was a few million li away when the people from Shen Palace caught up. Lin Fei, you can't run. The central sanctuary is in front of us. There are countless disciples training there and experts are everywhere. Do you think you can escape if you go there? They were indeed people from Shen Palace. When they saw the battle below, they were dumbfounded. They were instantly filled with fear for Lin Fei. In such a short time, Lin Fei killed the person who shot the death arrow? How was that possible? That was a long-range attack expert. Even they had to be careful. Lin Fei rolled his eyes and slowed down. What do you think I should do? Elder Qing, that fellow Lin Fei is most definitely injured. As long as we close the distance between them and have Elder Qing activate the treasure, we will be able to suppress him in one fell swoop. Our disciples in the vicinity of the central sanctuary will immediately arrive, Yu Linglong said through voice transmission. Lin Fei must be injured. I can feel his qi and blood churning. He must have paid a great price to kill the person who shot the death arrow. Elder Qing nodded. As long as we close the distance and use our treasure, we can definitely suppress him. Wuqing, don't do anything rash. Don't waste your time. Xinyuan Wuqing wanted to take revenge. He didn't dare to underestimate Lin Fei. Elder, don't worry. I won't do anything rash. Lin Fei, you and I are both from the 4 academies. As long as you hand over the Great Emperor's key, we can let bygones be bygones and allow you to leave, Yu Linglong said. Really? Lin Fei's speed slowed down again. The distance between them was hundreds of thousands of li. In less than a breath's time, they could close it to 500,000 li, of course. Do you think we're joking? Fairy Yu, do you think I'll believe that you'll sneak attack me from behind? Lin Fei suddenly grinned. Eat my arrow. Swish, swish, swish. A golden bow appeared in Lin Fei's hand. Swish, swish. He shot out a dozen arrows. They turned into blazing suns and covered the distance of 600,000 li in the blink of an eye. Not good. Dodge. Elder Qing's expression changed. She used her treasure to block the arrow. However, the person behind her wasn't so lucky. Under the overbearing attack of the golden holy bow, his body exploded. He couldn't even block a single arrow. Chapter 953. Lin Fei, you're so shameless. Yu Linglong, who usually didn't get angry, was furious this time. Her hurried breathing caused her chest to tremble. Even she didn't know that she had lost her composure. Likewise. This is called reciprocity. There's no need to thank me too much. Let's meet again next time. Wrong, it's best if we don't meet. I'm afraid that you'll sneak attack me again. It's better if we don't meet. Lin Fei threw out these words and ran away like a wisp of smoke. What a joke. Waiting for them to fly into a rage was not a good thing. Damn, this golden Saint Bao is really awesome. It's just that it consumes too much immortal energy. Lin Fei, who was running away, couldn't bear to part with this golden Saint Bao. Its might was too tyrannical. Lin Fei was still brooding over Yu Linglong's sneak attack. He wanted to use the golden Saint Bao to sneak attack them when they were close. The only thing he didn't expect was that the golden Saint Bao was so tyrannical. It killed half of them in one breath. Of course, the immortal energy consumption was also very terrifying. This kind of consumption was nothing to Lin Fei. Killing people and robbing them would give him a lot of great Luo immortal stones. He didn't need to worry about not being able to replenish them. At this moment, Lin Fei rejoiced that Hairball's timely attack gave him a chance to kill the guy who shot the godly archer. Otherwise he would definitely be delayed. With the addition of the people from God Palace, he would be in danger. Lin Fei, I won't let you off. Yu Linglong was infuriated. She had been defeated by Lin Fei once again. Lin Fei's shot killed 8 junior apprentice brothers. His archery was incomparably tyrannical. The scorching sun melted them. Once they came in contact with it, they didn't have time to save them. Their bodies either exploded or melted. Lin Fei is really not a good thing. So sinister. He tricked us. Violet smoke flew up. She was in a somewhat sorry state. She hated Lin Fei to the core. She had almost died to the arrows herself. If I'm not wrong, he should have killed Chu Yun, the godly shooter. Yu Linglong calmed down. I heard that Chu Yun has a Saint Bao called the Golden Great Bao. It's unparalleled and is the treasure that made Chu Yun famous. With one arrow, a blazing sun appears. Lin Fei must have obtained the Golden Great Bao. That's why he dares to be so unbridled. Even though Lin Fei's aim wasn't very good, he still managed to put them at a huge disadvantage. After all, the Golden Bao was forged from sun gold stone. Once it was unleashed with immortal energy, it was incomparably domineering. It should be the Gold Great Bao. Elder Qing's expression was very ugly. I didn't expect him to kill Chu Yun, who was a godly archer, and steal his famous sacred tool. If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have given him the chance to attack. Elder Qing, I remember that godly archer is outside the central sacred region. There's a sect encampment there. Send a message and try to stop Lin Fei. Chu Yun is one of the genius disciples of godly archer. Now that he lost the Gold Great Bao, godly archer might not be able to tolerate this. Xinyuan Wuqing was also in a sorry state. His eyes were filled with resentment. He had been played by Lin Fei over and over again. He hated Lin Fei to the bone. That's the only way, Elder Qing said. We're almost at the central sacred region. Let's quickly send a message to the encampment and have them stop Lin Fei. We can't let him enter the central sacred region ruins. After Lin Fei killed Chu Yun, he had a long-range attack sacred tool. It saved him a lot of trouble along the way. Anyone who dared to attack was killed with a single arrow. Lin Fei wasn't proficient in archery, but he could roughly grasp the position. His immortal energy could withstand the consumption, so he could naturally kill people. Anyone who chased after him was killed. This chase lasted for 2 days. I've arrived at the periphery of the central sacred region. After 2 days and 2 nights of pursuit, Lin Fei finally arrived at the periphery of the central sacred region ruins. It was boundlessly vast. What entered his vision was a deathly stillness, a true deathly stillness. Millions of li away from Lin Fei was a stretch of light pillars. It was unknown how many of them were erected, but the light pillars propped up a heavenly barrier. Inside this light pillar barrier was a black, deathly still ruin. It stretched for billions of miles and the ruins could be vaguely seen. Before Lin Fei arrived, an ancient aura reverberated within the barrier, crashing into the light pillar. This is the area of the central heavenly court in the past? Lin Fei could feel the terror within. It seemed that there was a terrifying and unknown danger in the depths of the central heavenly court. His heart trembled. The light pillars outside should have been arranged by the immortal emperor to prevent the aura left behind from spreading out. Lin Fei had some guesses. If the aura is allowed to spread out, this area will truly become a deathly stillness. Without the light barrier, the aura of the deathly stillness world would definitely rush out like a ferocious beast. Even Lin Fei himself would feel his scalp going numb. Resist? Nonsense. Even the immortal emperor couldn't erase the existence within, let alone him. Lin Fei knew very well that the central heavenly court had been one of the main battlefields in the past. Countless immortals, powerful immortal kings and immortal emperors had fallen here, all of whom had comprehended the Tao. Xiao xiao xiao, the moment Lin Fei appeared, beams of light shot towards him, covering the sky. Each arrow was no weaker than an earth-ranked immortal king. They were even more terrifying than Chu Yun. Lin Fei, you killed my godly archer. Do you really think that none of us can suppress you? A cold voice exploded in the sky above Lin Fei. Without saying a word, Lin Fei held the golden bow in his hand and activated his immortal force, turning it into a sky full of divine arrows that shot towards the arrow lights. He himself rushed towards the central sacred region. He was depressed. How could there be a godly archer in the central sacred region? Unbeknownst to him, the central sacred region was the battleground of the past. It contained the aura of the great Tao left behind by the immortal emperors and all kinds of treasures. It had always been a training ground for disciples. Usually, many factions or sects would set up a station near the central sacred region. After a long time, it gradually became a trading ground. No matter who went to the central sacred region and obtained all kinds of treasures, they could sell them at the trading ground. Bang 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 bang, the arrow lights exploded one after another. Elder, that's junior brother Chu Yun's golden bow. The arrow lights dispersed and a group of people rushed out. The leader was an old man, but if anyone really thought so, they would be gravely mistaken. Chase after him. He killed our godly archer. He won't be able to escape death even if he runs to the ends of the earth, the old man said coldly. The old man said coldly, the Holy Heaven Academy behind him won't dare to stop us from chasing after Chu Yun. We'll definitely retrieve junior brother Chu Yun's golden bow and the great emperor's key. As Lin Fei flew, he activated the golden bow and suppressed the people behind him. However, the Earth-rank immortal king behind him was terrifyingly strong. He was suspected to be at the mid-rank Earth-rank. Rumble, the commotion spread throughout the trading ground. Lin Fei, hand over the great emperor's key. A 5-elemental mountain pressed down from the sky. It was a treasure refined from the 5 elements trying to suppress Lin Fei. Explode. Lin Fei raised his hand and fired an arrow. The resplendent blazing sun blasted apart the 5-element mountain, and a figure fell from the sky. Lin Fei raised his hand and fired another arrow, killing that person. Not good, there are too many people. Lin Fei's immortal energy was dense, and under the continuous activation the consumption was very fast. There were countless people surrounding him and he didn't know how many of them he killed. Waves of tyrannical energy enveloped over, all of them trying to snatch the great emperor's key from Lin Fei. At this moment he was like a pile of minced meat, very popular. Amitabha benefactor, listen to this old monk. Hand over the great emperor's key, and this old monk can guarantee your life. Another monk walked out from the sky. He was wearing a kasaya, and a lotus flower bloomed beneath him, turning into a lotus path that led to a place tens of thousands of miles away from Lin Fei. Damn monk, scram to the side. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, Lin Fei didn't hold back, he raised his hand and shot a few arrows. This lowly monk also came to interfere? Did he really think that he was an idiot? Guarantee my life? Damn it, who do you think you are? Most importantly, I'm not interested in monks. All of them are people with lotus blossoming tongues, able to turn death into life. This monk had a fat head and big ears and a kind face, neither sad nor happy. The arrow light that could kill an immortal king was destroyed when it reached a few thousand meters away. Damn. Lin Fei was astonished. This monk was too strong. Just by relying on his Buddhist light, he was able to neutralize his attack. Killing is the original sin. The monk continued, Benefactor, put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. You are fated with my Buddhist sect, so let this old monk help you become a Buddha. In the future you will definitely become a victorious fighting Buddha, and your name will spread throughout the Buddhist sect. Amitabha, excellent, excellent. Everyone looked at the bald monk in the sky and they were all surprised. The compassionate monk of the Buddhist sect is here. It's over. Rumor has it that the compassionate monk of the Buddhist sect has boundless dharma. He has cultivated for 3 lives and each life is stronger than the last. If he really purifies Lin Fei, the Buddhist sect will have another expert. Last time, a genius disciple of a certain sect met the compassionate monk. With just a few words he was purified and converted to Buddhism. They fought for a long time. After recognizing the compassionate monk, many people were quite fearful and didn't dare to make a move. This Buddhist immortal king was famous, and his strength was terrifying. Old bald donkey, I can purify Lin Fei, but the prerequisite is to hand over the great emperor's key. Do you want to keep it for yourself? Finally, a peak early-stage Earth Realm immortal king couldn't take it anymore, and rushed out from below, glaring at the compassionate monk. Benefactor, you've gone too far. The compassionate monk clasped his hands together, then stretched out his hand and pointed. You have committed grave sins. Repent and become a Buddha. Death is the best ending for you. Why don't you quickly end your life and free yourself? That immortal king's expression changed. He knelt in the air, exuding an incomparably holy aura as he mumbled, I've sinned, 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 I've sinned. Damn, he's dead? Lin Fei drew in a breath of cold air. This monk was so powerful. With a single sentence, he caused a peak-stage Earth-ranked immortal king to disintegrate. This monk was 100 times more tyrannical than that formless immortal king. Everyone held their breath. Lin Fei quickly convert to Buddhism. The great monk of mercy took a step forward and pointed at Lin Fei. Damn monk, I don't want to be a monk. Chapter 954. Central Sanctuary, the trading ground in the periphery. Lin Fei's appearance caused a huge uproar. Recently the most discussed topic was Lin Fei. He had snatched the great emperor's key from the Prince of Hell. He now had 3 great emperor's keys to himself. Any great emperor's key would allow one to enter the eternal emperor's treasure trove. Lin Fei on the other hand had 3 great emperor's keys. Wasn't he purposely slapping their faces? They prepared to snatch the great emperor's key from Lin Fei's hands. This scene was not surprising. Damn monk, I don't want to be a monk. The compassionate monk pointed with his finger. It was an ordinary action as if he was doing it casually. In that instant Lin Fei felt an immense pressure. An incomparably mystical power was like the Sanskrit chanting from the 9 heavens, constantly chanting in his ears. The Sanskrit chanting manifested Buddhas in every inch of his flesh and blood. He was momentarily dazed. Divine strength 100 tremors. Lin Fei was fearful. He activated his divine strength, turning it into a divine strength river that washed over the Buddhas in his body. If this continued, he would be purified and lose himself. Peng peng peng, the divine strength river crushed down, blasting the Buddhas one after another. The divine strength runes outside his body also exploded, isolating him and barely suppressing the Buddhist chants. Old bald donkey, there seems to be a problem with your purification. It seems like your Buddhist monk doesn't want me to join the Buddhist sect. If that's the case, don't force it. While Lin Fei spoke casually, his heart was not at ease. This Buddhist expert was stronger than him, and before he could even make a move, he had nearly succeeded in converting him. Without saying a word, Lin Fei immediately ran toward the central sage domain. That Lin Fei blocked the compassionate monk's purification? How is that possible? Many people were shocked. Lin Fei had blocked the compassionate monk's purification. There might not be a second person in the same realm as him. If they were in his shoes, they might not end up better than Lin Fei. The compassionate monk had a peaceful expression on his face. He waved his hand again and summoned a 5 elements mountain. Of course, this was not the 5 elements mountain from before. With this, the 5 elements mountain grew with the wind and became a towering mountain. On top of the mountain, Buddhas sat and chanted. Behind them, a Vairocana vaguely appeared. His eyes were like torches, piercing through the endless void. Crack 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 crack, as the 5 elements mountain pressed down, a large area of the void collapsed on the spot. This is the Buddhist divine ability 5 elements mountain. It's extremely terrifying, and rumor has it that only a few people can successfully cultivate it. I didn't expect the great monk of mercy to have mastered it. The perfected golden immortals and immortal kings present sucked in a mouthful of cold air when they saw the great monk compassionate benevolence's attack. The Buddhist world was indeed worthy of being a place that produced experts. Multi-suppression. At the critical moment of danger, Lin Fei struck out with his palm, and his divine power transformed into a huge mountain. This was the second move of the attack, and it collided head-on with the 5 elements mountain to buy time for himself. He rushed towards the sacred region ruins at an even faster speed. Your efforts are futile. The two mountains collided with a boom. In just a breath's time, the divine power mountain was covered with cracks and shattered into pieces. The great monk Compassionate Benevolence caught up. Lin Fei, you and the Buddha are fated. Converting to the Buddha is the best way out for you. Rumble, the five elements mountain pressed down again, covering the entire sky and the sun. Damn, this damned monk must be at the peak of the earth rank. His strength is much more terrifying than my divine power. Lin Fei looked back and saw the divine power mountain exploding. He estimated the strength of an earth rank immortal king. My Mount Tai suppression is not as good as his. You want to suppress me? No way. 3 heads and 6 arms, hold on. The Saint Dragon Step reached its limit. The great monk Compassionate Benevolence's 5 elements mountain surpassed the Saint Dragon Step and pressed down on Lin Fei's head. The space twisted and turned into an impenetrable wall. Lin Fei transformed into 3 heads and 6 arms. His 6 arms pushed up, his feet stepped on the ground, his body reached the sky, and he held the 5 elements mountain. In just a breath's time, Lin Fei spat out a mouthful of blood. The 5 elements mountain was too heavy. Its strength exceeded 2 million divine dragon power. The pressure made his blood and chi churn, and he kept pressing down. This Lin Fei is so terrifying. Even the 5 elements mountain held, but he met the great monk Compassionate Benevolence. Little did he know that at this moment, the great monk Compassionate Benevolence was also extremely shocked. I heard that Lin Fei was just a vile person intoxicated by success. But today it seems that the rumors were wrong. Lin Fei can be considered a cultivation genius. The 5 elements mountain is a Buddhist divine ability that can subdue demons and exterminate devils. Instead he held on. If he was given more time to cultivate, I'm afraid the 5 elements mountain wouldn't be able to suppress him today. F***ck, I won't end up like the monkey son and be suppressed under the 5 elements mountain, right? Lin Fei tried to calm himself down. The central sanctuary is right in front of me. I can't accept this, I really can't. The 5 element mountain's Buddhist sect's great magic skill was horrifying. Lin Fei found it very taxing to block it. The surrounding distorted space constantly tried to tear his body to shreds. There must be a way. Lin Fei was unwilling to fall into the hands of a Buddhist expert just like that. Don't struggle. No one can break this old monk's 5 elements mountain divine ability. The great monk Compassionate Benevolence took a step forward and sat on the 5 elements mountain with a lotus throne in full bloom. The great monk Compassionate Benevolence suppressed Lin Fei. Although many people were unhappy, they didn't dare to make a move. Elder, what should we do? Let the Buddhist expert take Lin Fei away? The group of elders who were shooting the arrows looked at each other and didn't know what to do. The situation on the battlefield was clear. Lin Fei had lost and it was difficult for him to turn the tables. Wait. That's right, we're waiting. An elder said, Lin Fei has the great emperor's key, which was left by the eternal emperor to help him become a god. The major forces won't let the great monk Compassionate Benevolence take him away. Another group of people, including Elder Qing from the Divine Palace, also arrived. We're one step too late. Lin Fei is still suppressed. Elder Qing sighed. The great monk Compassionate Benevolence has cultivated for 3 lives. His strength isn't comparable to an ordinary Earth-stage immortal king. Although the Divine Palace was strong, it was still inferior to the Buddhist world. When Lin Fei was suppressed by the Buddhist expert, some people were naturally happy. Xinyuan Wuqing was one of them. His face was expressionless, but he was secretly laughing. Good suppression. You deserve this. After suffering losses one after another, Xinyuan Wuqing had long hated Lin Fei. When he saw this scene, his thoughts were incomparably smooth. Lin Fei seems to have run out of strength. That goes without saying. Rumble. On the ground of the central holy region, a towering mountain kept shrinking until it was only 1,000 feet tall. It suppressed Lin Fei in one fell swoop. The sky was filled with Buddhas chanting scriptures. The great monk Compassionate Benevolence waved his hand. The Buddhist divine ability, the sleeve world, unfolded and was about to collect the 5 elements mountain. At this moment, a sword light appeared in the void. It was vast and mighty. Everyone felt their eyes light up. The sword in the void had broken the great monk Compassionate Benevolence's palm world. Chapter 955. The great monk of mercy suppressed Lin Fei and wanted to take him away as soon as possible. However, he did not expect that someone would make a move and break the Buddhist divine art with a sword. It's you? Sky Sword Immortal King, no wonder you could break this old monk's sleeve world. The benevolent monk no longer acted. His gaze landed on the person who walked out from the void. Everyone didn't regard him as an outsider. But when they heard the name they were filled with respect. In the void, a middle-aged man slowly walked out. He had a scholarly appearance, but it was a pity that he couldn't hide the sharp sword chi in his eyes. This was no longer a human but a heavenly sword. When the sword was drawn, heads would fall. The Sky Sword Immortal King, a powerful sword king of the great metropolis world. That's right, it's me. The Sky Sword Immortal King calmly spoke. The benevolent monk came from afar. Logically speaking, I wouldn't dare to stop you. However, this brat Lin Fei killed a disciple of my Myriad Swords Mountain Manor. This brat shall be handed over to my Myriad Swords Mountain Manor to deal with. The Sky Sword Immortal King broke the benevolent monk's technique with a single sword strike. His reason was that he had the upper hand and was righteous. Wrong. The benevolent monk spoke. There's a saying in the Buddhists, put down the butcher's knife and immediately become a Buddha. Lin Fei has already put down the butcher's knife and is naturally a disciple of our Buddhist sect. This old monk will not allow you to bring any of our disciples away. Shameless. The Sky Sword Immortal King cursed in his heart. The people of the Buddhist sect were all the same. Put down the butcher's knife? Why don't you say that you suppressed Lin Fei instead? Damn monk, this daddy doesn't want to be a monk. Everyone outside, listen up. Whoever can kill this old monk, this daddy will give him the great emperor's key without any hesitation. People of the Buddhist sect, what capabilities do you have? Even if the great emperor's key is to be distributed, it should belong to the people of the great metropolis world. Below the five-element mountain, Lin Fei's enticing voice resounded through the air. If you want the great emperor's key, I'll let you guys fight to the death first. Below the five-element mountain, Lin Fei was suppressed. He coldly laughed and continued to think of ideas. At that time, I'll make you guys waste your efforts. Ah. Lin Fei's words were indeed very tempting. Reverend Compassion, you've already heard Lin Fei's words. If you insist on going about things the wrong way, the experts of our great metropolis Immortal King. The Sky Sword Immortal King's eyes gleamed as he stared at the Reverend Compassion. Subconsciously, these words were a threat to the great monk of mercy. If he did not hand over Lin Fei, it would be difficult to guarantee that he would not be ganged up on. Yes, that's what it meant. The Sky Sword Immortal King is truly shameless. There's also that brat Lin Fei. The great monk merciful cursed in his heart. It was not easy to catch Lin Fei. In the end, after struggling for a long time and planning to harvest the fruit, Lin Fei came knocking on his door. Magic bean soldiers. The great monk of mercy did not say a word. He muttered something and waved his sleeve. The Buddha's light was like a bean, and heavenly soldiers and generals jumped out of the void. There were no less than 1,000 of them, and their killing intent was cold. Kill? The heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals were clad in armor and wielding weapons. They rode on clouds and charged toward the group of people below. Ha, great monk merciful, I knew that you would act. The Sky Sword Immortal King laughed uproariously. He unsheathed his sword and stabbed it at the great monk merciful. The sword light was like a shooting star, as expected of a sword king. The great monk merciful's kasaya glowed with Buddha light. So it turned out that this was an impressive holy robe. A string of Buddha beads appeared in his hands and he waved them at the Sky Sword Immortal King, transforming into a gigantic Buddha god that blasted out with a palm strike. They finally started fighting. The Five Elements Mountain was suppressing Lin Fei. The people above could clearly see the situation. The Sky Sword Immortal King's sword arts were outstanding and he fought to a draw with his opponent. The entire scene was in chaos. The more chaotic their battle is, the better I can break this damnable Five Elements Mountain. Lin Fei knew that he didn't have much time left. If more experts came, it wouldn't be so easy for him to leave. What I'm thinking about now is how should I break this Five Elements Mountain? Lin Fei supported the Five Elements Mountain. If he erupted forth with his god force, he might be able to break the Five Elements Mountain. But if he still couldn't escape, that would be a problem. The Five Elements Mountain was an innate art. Lin Fei vaguely remembered that there was a talisman suppressing the Five Elements Mountain. The talisman had the power to suppress him, affecting the surrounding space, causing the five elements to be in chaos. If I want to leave this place, I have to break free from the suppression of the Five Elements Mountain. This Five Elements Mountain is formed purely from an innate art. My god force isn't able to break it apart. This has become the greatest problem. Lin Fei frowned. The Five Elements Mountain wasn't easy to deal with. Hairball. At this moment, Hairball appeared from the distorted space. Lin Fei was overjoyed. You are unaffected by the spatial distortions? When the great monk merciful acted, Lin Fei got Hairball to flee so that she wouldn't fall into their hands. Master, there are many experts outside. Hairball rushed in and reported the situation. I think we should hurry and escape. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. Do you think I can escape like this? Oh right, can you enter this innate art? Let me try. The 5 Elements mountain was suppressing him. Even 2 million dragon god force couldn't hold up a mountain. This innate art was definitely not simple. Lin Fei got Hairball to try. Hairball entered the 5 Elements mountain without any obstruction. After a while Hairball came out. Master, I saw a talisman with Sanskrit chants on it. Is this thing suppressing you? Lin Fei's eyes lit up. The Buddhist world's foundation is really deep. A talisman turned into the 5 Elements mountain and suppressed me. What if I get this talisman? Hairball, try and see if you can eat the talisman. Lin Fei was suppressed by the 5 Elements mountain. He couldn't do anything else. He could only rely on Hairball to think of a way. Furball slipped away and returned to the 5 Elements mountain. Lin Fei was worried that he wouldn't be able to succeed, but he was also afraid that something might happen. Something that could suppress him with a talisman was naturally not ordinary. At this time, the sky above the 5 Elements mountain was in chaos. Many immortal kings fought to be the first to attack. The area within 100,000 li became a forbidden area. The battle between immortal kings caused shockwaves. Mountains were destroyed. The remnant power of laws shrouded the sky. If one was not careful, they would die. The battle above was a mess. There were many people who wanted to fish in troubled waters. As a result, when they approached the 5 Elements mountain, their bodies exploded on the spot. Only then did they know how terrifying the 5 Elements mountain was. Master, it's done. When Hairball came back, she bit a talisman in her mouth. Hairball's speed was very slow. It seemed like she would fall at any time. Lin Fei reached out and grabbed. The talisman landed on one of his arms. An unexpected force pressed down. Fortunately, he used his divine power and barely managed to take it. What a terrifying talisman. Lin Fei took a deep breath. The pressure on his body immediately lightened. This 5 Elements mountain's divine power is probably due to this talisman. I'm afraid that monk didn't expect that I had Hairball. I can break through the restrictions and take the talisman out. Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh. This is a treasure. I really want to doze off. Someone sent me a pillow. Big brother, hey, do you think this talisman can be refined into a treasure if it fuses with the black stone coffin? Lin Fei tried to communicate with Big brother He Yao. Your luck isn't bad. This is a gravity talisman refined by an expert from the Buddhist world. It augments it with the powers of the 5 Elements, making it extraordinary, said He Yao with a smile. That black stone coffin is also an impressive item. By fusing the two together, you will have a powerful treasure in your hands. It can reach the level of a supreme-grade sage artifact. A supreme-grade sage artifact. Lin Fei's eyes lit up once again. Can Big brother He refine it? Lin Fei was at a loss when it came to refining artifacts. I don't, but you can. You have a unique divine fire that can smelt the black stone coffin. When the time comes, I will guide you and you will definitely be able to refine a supreme-grade sage artifact. With that said, Lin Fei thought about it. The black stone coffin's weight was in no way inferior to the talisman. To refine it, there was probably no one other than his heaven-earth divine fire. Retrieve. Lin Fei put away the talisman. A heavy force pressed down on him, making it difficult for him to move an inch. It was as though he was carrying a mountain. When I escape, I must refine it. Lin Fei made up his mind. Hairball, take me away. The battle above was a mess. Lin Fei didn't dare to show himself. He was afraid that if he went out, he would become the target of a group of people. Now he could only rely on Hairball to escape. Hairball opened her mouth and swallowed Lin Fei. She traveled through the void underground, heading straight for the central sacred region ruins. Everyone stop. If you continue fighting, it's hard to guarantee that someone won't pick it up. Since the Sky Sword Immortal King made his move, more than 10 Immortal Kings had intervened in a short period of time. They almost destroyed the Sky Dome. It was not easy for them to stop after a few words. Even so, they were still on guard against each other. This group of Immortal Kings were all Earth Immortal Kings. Many of them were famous experts. It was not easy for them to kill each other. If there was a good solution, they naturally hoped that there would be a good solution. This old monk heard that each great emperor's key can bring 10 people in. Lin Fei has 3 great emperor's keys, which is equivalent to bringing 30 people in. Since there are 30 slots, why should we fight to the death? In the end, it'll only benefit others. This seat has also heard of this matter. It is indeed so. 30 slots, There is indeed no need for us to fight to the death. After saying this, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. If they joined forces, it would be a good idea. They would not have to start a massacre. Great monk benevolence, we will split the 30 slots equally. Release Lin Fei. The Sky Sword Immortal King said anxiously. In reality, the others were more or less the same. Great monk benevolence had no choice but to withdraw the 5 Elements Mountain. If they continued fighting, it would be hard for him to guarantee his own death. It was better to split the 30 slots equally. The 5 Elements Mountain flew up and a huge pit appeared below. However, the person they expected did not appear. Where is he? All the immortal kings were dumbfounded. How did he disappear? God damn it, this old monk's 5 elements gravity talisman has disappeared. A wail came from the great monk benevolence. Lin Fei, you bastard. You will die a horrible death. Quickly return this old monk's 5 elements gravity talisman. Chapter 956. While the immortal kings were doubting, the compassionate monk's wailing scared them. They weren't angry yet, so what was there to wail about? It's not like his wife was stolen. Wrong, monks don't have wives. One of the immortal kings said softly, you don't know, the 5 elements mountain that the compassionate monk used just now is a talisman. It's incomparably precious, and rumor has it that it was refined by the holy Buddha. Now that it's gone, don't you feel heartache? Swoosh swoosh, the compassionate monk's eyes flashed with cold killing intent. The immortal king was silent, but he was secretly laughing in his heart. Even you have this day. Not good, quickly block the entrance of the sacred region ruins. Lin Fei wants to run into the central sacred region. The Sky Sword Immortal King was the first to react, and the group of immortal kings suddenly realized. The battle ended with the disappearance of Lin Fei. It made people sigh. Just what was Lin Fei's background? How did he manage to escape from the hands of the compassionate monk? He even managed to steal one of the Buddhist monk's treasures. The entrance of the central sacred region. The immortal kings and Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals who were stationed here thought that something big had happened. Who went in just now? The immortal kings who were stationed here shook their heads. One of them gathered his courage and said, reporting to the immortal kings, no one went in just now. Not even a mosquito? The compassionate monk asked. No, absolutely not. Since the end of the war, the central sacred region turned into ruins. The immortal emperors worked together and spent a lot of materials to set up a formation. Since then, the ruins became a place for disciples to explore and train. Later, some powerful forces united many forces and listed the central sacred region as a forbidden area. They set up guards, and anyone who entered had to pay a certain fee before they were allowed to enter. If they forced their way in, they would become the enemy of the major forces here, and they would join forces to hunt them down until they were killed. Boom. At this moment, in the central sacred region, there was a huge tremor, and then it returned to normal. It's him. It must be Lin Fei. I don't know what kind of treasure he used to escape from me. He stole the holy talisman and even tried to force his way into the central sanctuary. The compassionate monk was neither sad nor happy. He could hardly conceal the anger in his tone. I used my divine sense to search, but I can't find Lin Fei's whereabouts. If nothing unexpected happens, he must have escaped into the central sacred region ruins, a celestial king said. It's obvious why Lin Fei came here. But he doesn't know anything about the central sanctuary. Back then, the Grand Emperor set up a grand spell formation to prevent his aura from leaking out. There's a portion of it that has spatial turbulence set up. If an ordinary person were to enter, they would have to hold a guide token in their hands in order to avoid the danger. The disturbance just now must have been caused by Lin Fei. He must have been seriously injured by the spatial turbulence and won't be able to recover in a short time. Everyone chase him. The last sentence struck a chord in everyone's heart. Now that Lin Fei was injured, their hope had come. Whoever was lucky would be qualified. Chase. A group of celestial kings took the guide token and rushed into the passage, afraid of falling behind others. In the blink of an eye, a group of celestial kings entered, leaving behind a group of people. Let's go into. Lin Fei encountered the spatial turbulence and must have been seriously injured. It depends on who's lucky. No one could resist the temptation of the Grand Emperor's key. Under the spatial turbulence, Lin Fei would inevitably be injured and would be teleported to one of the places in the central sacred region. If they were lucky? How could they miss such a great opportunity? Get out of the way. A group of people rushed up from behind, murderous. They took out their guide tokens and rushed in one by one. Don't offend the people who are good at shooting. Those who were good at shooting, except for the last few people, all stayed outside. Immediately send a message and inform the sect elders to arrange for disciples to encircle Lin Fei. This person was hit by the spatial turbulence and must have been seriously injured. Our chance to shoot is here. News spread from the outside of the central sanctuary. *CK your sister, you can't cheat people like this. In a certain place in the central sacred region ruins. It was a dark place as if it was covered by a layer of black clouds. It could be said that one could not see their fingers in front of them, and basically lost the ability to see. On a large pile of rocks, a young man lay, his skin and flesh were torn apart, revealing his white bones. A tyrannical and terrifying power continuously corroded the young man's flesh and blood, and in the blink of an eye, only a dark golden skeleton was left. It was very horrifying. The person on this pile of rocks was none other than Lin Fei. When he passed through the barrier, he encountered a terrifying power that bounced him out of the space, and the invincible golden body completely collapsed under the spatial turbulence. I didn't expect to be seriously injured in a moment of carelessness. Lin Fei used his divine sense to check, and his injuries were very serious. If not for the invincible golden body which changed his bones, he would have long been a pile of mud. I don't know where I am now. He tried to release his divine sense, but it was suppressed, limited to a few dozen miles. Within a radius of several dozen miles, there were corpses and bones everywhere, forming a path of white bones. There was no doubt that this was once a battlefield. It seems that I am in one of the battlefields? Woo 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 woo, in the darkness clusters of green appeared, and the number kept increasing, densely packed. Lin Fei's scalp went numb and he had no idea what they were. Swish swish swish, those clusters of green light continued to get closer, and only after a few dozen miles did Lin Fei see clearly. Wraiths, these are wraiths, wraiths formed after death. Wraiths, formed by the resentment of experts after death, were very fierce. What's going on? Why are there so many wraiths in this area? After looking around, Lin Fei gasped. There were no less than millions of wraiths and they could completely drown him. If his divine body was not injured and unable to recover, Lin Fei would not be afraid of these wraiths. At this moment, roar roar, the clusters of green light made a path and monsters with crossed tridents rushed over. After seeing this, Lin Fei's heart sank again. Yaksha, it's an Azura Yaksha, it's over. If the wraiths advanced, they would become Yaksha and then Azura Yaksha, and their strength would also increase. Swish swish swish, the Azura Yaksha waved its trident, and a large number of wraiths rushed towards Lin Fei like meteors. After being seriously injured by the turbulence, his divine power was almost depleted, and so was the immortal power in his body. There was no time for him to recover. Was he really going to die here? Black stone coffin. Just as he was about to drown, Lin Fei used the last of his strength, and took out the black stone coffin. With a rumble, the ground shook and a large number of rocks exploded. Chapter 957. Whoosh 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 whoosh, too fast. Lin Fei flashed into the black stone coffin, and countless specters swarmed in. Bang bang bang, many of the specters couldn't bear the weight of the coffin and exploded, turning into dust. He let out a sigh of relief. Absolute immortal stone, true spirit, burn. Lin Fei's bones turned dark gold as he withstood the pressure of the black coffin. A volcano erupted, and large amounts of absolute immortal stone and true spirit entered the heaven and earth furnace, turning into pure immortal energy. Whoosh, Lin Fei recovered some of his flesh, but the terrifying power in his bones didn't disappear. His efforts were in vain. How could this be? The problem was serious. His body recovered, but he couldn't recover his ability to protect himself. Master, I'm so pitiful. At this time, Hairball slipped in from outside. She was white and plump, but she was also stained with blood. Scram scram. Hairball's body was covered with specters, trying to burrow into her body. This angered Hairball. She slapped the specters to pieces and finally rushed in. It's good that you're fine. Lin Fei let out a sigh of relief. He was really worried that something had happened to Hairball. Master, we encountered space-time turbulence just now. Hairball was very ashamed. Space-time turbulence? I seem to have encountered it before and it didn't seem to be this dangerous. What's going on? Lin Fei frowned. So this power was space-time turbulence. Thinking back to that scene, Lin Fei's heart palpitated. He was almost done for. What Master encountered before should have been ordinary space-time turbulence. What we encountered before should have been set up by an expert. Hairball's face was full of fear when she mentioned this. A space-time turbulence that even Hairball was afraid of. One didn't even need to think to know what was going on. Not easy to deal with. Hairball, can you still travel? There were countless spirits outside, including yakshas and shura yakshas. Lin Fei didn't want to stay here. After all, this wasn't a safe place. Hairball shook her head with a bitter look on her face. Master, the space-time turbulence is too powerful. I'm injured now and the space has collapsed. I need time to recover. So serious? Yes, yes. Can the ghosts outside nourish me greatly after eating them? No. Lin Fei was disappointed again. Too many specters was not a solution. Lying in the black stone coffin, Lin Fei clearly saw a large number of specters rush in and explode. However, this could not hide the vast army of specters. What should we do? The remnant space-time turbulence in his body prevented him from recovering his flesh body. Over time it would be a problem. The spirits outside were so interested in his skeleton. By the way, why are you interested in me? Lin Fei had a flash of inspiration. Specters liked flesh and blood, but he was a skeleton. There's a problem, there's a problem. Master, look, there's something floating there. Hairball shouted, pointing at something not far away. This is? Lin Fei was moved. This is the power of death. Are these wandering souls formed from the power of death? So many ghosts, are they formed from the power of death? The black stone coffin itself was extraordinary. Lin Fei remembered clearly how it suppressed the power of laws. If one's body wasn't strong enough, once they fell in, their body wouldn't be able to withstand it and would self-destruct. Lin Fei saw clearly that after the ghosts died, they left behind the power of death. Could it be formed after a powerful person died? An unimaginable result appeared in Lin Fei's mind, and he couldn't stop it. Other than this explanation, other explanations don't work. It must be the power of death in my body that triggered the reaction. Lin Fei pondered, increasingly convinced that his guess was correct. The specters outside were attracted by the power of his laws. Lin Fei couldn't imagine that this place had been left behind by an expert who cultivated the power of death. After his death, the power of death hadn't disappeared. Instead, it had turned into specters, yakshas and Azura yakshas that guarded this area. Hua hua hua, the ghosts surged in like a tide, and so did the yakshas. Not good, the yakshas can withstand the power of the black stone coffin. Lin Fei was moved again. Although he didn't know what the yakshas could do to him, it wasn't anything good. I have to stop it. Oh. Lin Fei couldn't think of a solution. At this time, a fingernail-sized ball of death energy floated over. As it approached, Lin Fei was shocked to discover that the sky above the skeleton had turned into a black vortex that devoured the ball of death energy. Lin Fei was stunned. He felt a fluctuation. His power of death had refined a small part of the power of death. Devoured them? By the way, I refined the Celestial Devil Emperor's death force. That's a terrifying existence that cultivates the Tao. Therefore, my death force contains the existence of the Tao. That's why it attracted the death force left by the previous expert. In an instant, Lin Fei came to a sudden realization. So that's what happened. My skeleton contains the power of space-time turbulence. I can only recover after I get rid of it. If I want to resist, I must have the power to resist. I can't count on divine power for now. It seems that I can only rely on the power of death. Lin Fei made up his mind. Come out. Lin Fei had 70% of the power of laws, containing the aura of Tao. He flew out of the dark golden skeleton and turned into a black-clothed man. He opened his mouth and swallowed the power of death. It works. The black-clothed man swallowed the power of death and wiped away the traces on it, becoming a part of himself. Heaven and earth furnace refined for me. Lin Fei clenched his teeth, and the heaven and earth furnace turned into a sea of fire. He had thought that it would take some time, but the divine fire of heaven and earth was the bane of ghosts. It exploded with balls of power of death, some large and some small. The black-clothed man sat down cross-legged and began to devour the black power of death. His 70% of the power of laws began to rise. 10%, 20%, 30%, 70%, 80%, 100%, 80% of the power of laws. An hour later, Lin Fei was moved once more. In such a short time, his power of laws had risen from 70% to 80%. Was this too? Could it be that the person who had died here had been an emperor? Otherwise, how could so much power of death be gathered here? Continue to devour. Although Lin Fei couldn't activate the heaven and earth furnace, a large number of origin immortal stones had turned it into a large furnace. Whether it was ghosts or yakshas, once they entered, they would be turned into the power of death. The ghosts outside were endless, charging in without any care for their lives. The number of yakshas was also increasing. 80% of the power of laws. 90% of the power of laws. One day later, the black-clothed man with 70% of the power of death broke through the shackles and transformed into a whole body. Apart from being unconscious, it was practically a single person. Lin Fei hadn't expected this. I can actually control it? Lin Fei tested it and realized that he could control it. He couldn't help but think, isn't this equivalent to an incarnation? Death incarnation. At this time the Azura Yiksha outside roared. A large number of ghosts exploded, and the power of death entered the Azura Yiksha's body. An Azura Yiksha charged in from outside. Whoosh! The Azura Yiksha charged in, and the power of death turned into a death scythe. Without a word, it attacked the incarnation of death that had just become an incarnation. As expected, it hadn't been easy for Lin Fei to create an incarnation of the power of death. How could he let it die? That would be a pity. Go. The heaven and earth furnace didn't refine the ghosts anymore. It pressed down on the Azura Yiksha's body, pouring down divine fire. If even Yikshas could be refined, how could an Azura Yiksha? The Azura Yiksha was also afraid of the divine fire. The power of death turned into a circle of black runes, blocking a portion of the divine fire. However, it also made the Azura Yiksha furious. It wanted to break free, but it was powerless. It was constantly being suppressed by the divine fire. Exhaust you to death. Lin Fei didn't have any methods to deal with the newly formed incarnation of the power of death. He also didn't dare to take the risk and use the heaven and earth furnace to exhaust the Azura Yiksha. This Azura Yiksha was extremely strong. The power of death surged as it struggled, trying to break out of the mountain. However, it was constantly suppressed. After refining for a full 2 hours, the Azura Yiksha was finally refined to death. Devour. As soon as the Azura Yiksha died, it was refined by the heaven and earth divine flame, and a ball of death energy exploded out. This ball of death energy was extremely dense, far surpassing the previous one. It was the size of a fist, and there were runes flashing on its surface. Lin Fei lunged forward and swallowed the ball of death energy in one gulp. Hong, the moment he swallowed it, the world seemed to explode. Who dares to touch my power? Who dares to touch my power? Who dares to touch my power? In the air, an illusory existence roared. After which, a palm pressed down towards Lin Fei. A dangerous aura instantly enveloped Lin Fei's body. Go all out. You've been dead for so long. Now that I've met you, all your power belongs to me. Lin Fei wasn't someone who would resign himself to fate. When this palm pressed down, only a giant black hand was left in the world. His entire consciousness started to collapse. Once it did, he would be finished. God Emperor pressure suppressed the consciousness. At the critical moment, a ball of light appeared in his consciousness, shining brightly. The originally dark and gloomy consciousness was replaced by the radiance of Jianghu. It was as if the sky had cleared up after the rain. A divine light giant walked out from within. Blasphemy, blasphemy, kill. The divine light giant stepped out and appeared below the giant hand. It opened its mouth and swallowed. The supreme power dissipated like smoke. After which, the consciousness returned to normal and the divine light giant disappeared. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. At least it was settled. Chapter 958. Central Sanctuary. Where the heavenly court used to be, it was now a wasteland, a training ground. After Lin Fei forced his way in and stirred up the space-time turbulence, the forces of the great metropolis world set their sights on the Central Sanctuary at the same time. Usually, waves of experts entered the Central Sanctuary in search of Lin Fei's whereabouts. As the one being searched for, Lin Fei was currently receiving a large amount of information. So this place is the burial place of a heaven-rank immortal king. After his death, his resentment didn't dissipate, and it evolved into a land of death. After a long time, Lin Fei opened his eyes, and a flash of understanding flashed through them. Fortunately, I'm different. Otherwise, if I landed in this land of death, I would definitely die. After heaving a sigh of relief, Lin Fei understood all the secrets of this place. The mass of death energy contained some information, and he roughly understood everything. This place was a dangerous place formed by the essence, chi, and soul of a heaven-rank immortal king that died in the war. Any living person entering was equivalent to offending this heaven-rank immortal king. Devour mountains and rivers. Lin Fei's death incarnation opened its mouth and inhaled. The wandering souls swarmed over, and before they could reach it, they exploded, turning into pure death energy that continuously fell on the death incarnation. One day later, the land of death formed by the death of a heaven-rank immortal king returned to normal. I finally got rid of the space-time turbulence. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. His flesh and blood body had recovered, and his divine power was also starting to recover. It wouldn't be long before his divine power returned to normal. I didn't expect an accident to happen. My death energy reached the grand completion stage and I transformed into a death incarnation. This death incarnation is equivalent to an Earth-rank immortal king. Lin Fei's complexion was a little pale, but when he saw the death incarnation standing next to him, he still looked very excited. I'm afraid they didn't expect that a small accident would help me. An Earth-rank death incarnation. From digesting the power of death, Lin Fei obtained an ultimate technique from this celestial king, the 13 Blades of Death. Back then, this celestial king had been an assassin in the dark. After refining the power of death, it was the same as grasping it completely. With a thought, Lin Fei's death incarnation merged into the void, not revealing any information at all. What a marvelous concealment technique. After trying to search with his divine sense, he still couldn't find anything. The death incarnation seemed to have disappeared, no longer existing. If not for the connection between them, Lin Fei would not have believed that there was a death incarnation lurking around him that could deal a fatal blow at the critical moment. With a thought, Lin Fei put away his death incarnation. Brother He, I want to forge a sacred artifact. Although his injuries had mostly recovered, the place left behind by a heaven-ranked immortal king had almost killed him. There was no need to talk about other places. Hence, Lin Fei decided to increase his strength first. After triggering the space-time turbulence, Lin Fei believed that those people would rush in to kill him. With an additional treasure in hand, it would be able to increase his combat strength. With regards to forging, Lin Fei only had a smattering of knowledge. He believed that Brother He Yao would be able to help him. He wanted to forge a sacred artifact as soon as possible. With regards to forging, I don't know much. However, I have a refining technique of the great emperor back then. It's called the 13 Transformations of Heavenly Stars. It's a refining technique. A new technique appeared in Lin Fei's mind. It was extremely profound, and he had the thought of reading the wordless heavenly book. Thankfully, He Yao kept explaining, so Lin Fei wasn't confused. This 13 Transformations of Heavenly Stars is a powerful technique. Once you grasp it, it should be more or less done. He Yao said. If you want to fuse that God talisman, you have to refine this technique to the 5th transformation. The 5th transformation? Lin Fei didn't waste any time. He found a place, took out the heaven and earth furnace and started to cultivate this refining technique. The 13 Transformations of Heavenly Stars was complex and profound. In one transformation, there were dozens or even hundreds of transformations. It was extremely difficult to improve in a short period of time. The first step of forging was naturally to smelt the embryo and remove the impurities. Lin Fei had many materials on him. He didn't lack materials to practice. In the blink of an eye, he had a perfect embryo. Even if He Yao saw it, he wouldn't say that this divine fire was unique in the world. Bang! In terms of technique, Lin Fei was a little rusty. It exploded on his first try. *CK I failed? Lin Fei didn't believe it and continued. With a lot of materials, Lin Fei was determined to master the 13 Transformations of Heavenly Stars. 1 day later, Heavenly Star 1 became. 2 days later, Heavenly Star 2 became. He mastered 1 transformation in a day. On the 5th day, Lin Fei finally mastered the 5th transformation and could forge an ordinary divine-grade immortal treasure. You really are a refining genius. You reached the 5th transformation in such a short time. He Yao thought that Lin Fei would need at least a few months, or even a year or two to master the 5th transformation. But he succeeded in 5 days. Lin Fei chuckled. It's all right. I've mastered the 5 transformations of Heavenly Stars. Can we start? Just barely. Most people would have a 90% chance of success. However, you're different. You have a unique God flame. Not even my master was able to reach your level. If you don't make any mistakes during the concocting process, you should have a 70% chance of success. Meng Hao said. Only 70%? He Yao rolled his eyes. 70%? You should be satisfied. Back to the topic, Lin Fei took out the black stone coffin. With a boom, the earth shook like a mountain. Fire come. Aren't you going to take out some of the saint tools? No. Since I'm going to forge them, I might as well forge them together. Lin Fei didn't want to waste time. He wanted to forge the saint tool first. He believed that it would be a tyrannical saint tool. Bolt. The divine fire of heaven and earth poured down on the black stone coffin, turning it into a blazing volcano. An hour later, the black stone coffin started to melt. Holy shit, what kind of material is this? It can resist the divine fire for an hour. This is a rare earth magnet. It's used to suppress the body. So this is a earth magnet? The plentiful treasure's immortal king is amazing to forge a black stone coffin to store his sovereign key. Lin Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. The divine fire burned the black stone coffin. The huge black stone coffin turned into molten iron and began to melt. Half a day later, almost everything inside and out had melted. Even though it had only been half a day, Lin Fei's face showed signs of fatigue. Chapter 959. There were very few people like Lin Fei who could refine artifacts. At the very least, there were not many of them. If a real weapon refining grandmaster were to see this, he would definitely shout out the word freak. It was almost rare to see someone master a set of complicated refining techniques in less than 6 days. Normally, a refiner would practice day and night to master it. They wouldn't be in a hurry to refine a divine tool. A divine tool involved many aspects. It wasn't easy to refine. Most importantly, it required materials of this level. Failure was equivalent to losing cultivation resources. Unless one was in a hurry, they wouldn't refine it blindly. But Lin Fei had the guts to do it. Lin Fei, have you thought about it? What kind of divine tool do you want to refine? If you want the shape, use the embryo. Follow your thoughts. Black Demon had a certain understanding of refining, so he spoke unhurriedly. Yes. The fiery red ball refined by the divine fire gradually changed shape under Lin Fei's control. It turned into a square object. It looked like a seal from afar. That's it. Of course. Do I still need to decorate it? Lin Fei replied. Alright, can I fuse the divine talisman into it now? This was Lin Fei's first time refining an artifact. It was impossible for him to make exquisite carvings. What kind of joke was this? Saint artifacts were used to fight, not to be used as art. Why did they need to be so exquisite? Remember that you have gravity. Now that your divine power is complete, it won't be of much use. You can fuse it into the seal. With that, the gravity he refined in the 9 secluded secret realm could be put to good use. He cut it off without hesitation and sent it into the seal. All the gravity was cut off. Take out the divine talisman. Lin Fei carefully took out the Buddhist talisman. Once it landed in his hand, the gravity pressed down. He had to use his divine power to resist it. Go! A force flew out from the Emperor's Senfu and suppressed the divine talisman. It moved into the seal. The seal that Lin Fei controlled immediately became different. Quick! Unleash the 13 transformations of the heavenly star and fuse with the divine talisman. Lin Fei also knew that his big brother Black Demon had helped him greatly. He collected his thoughts and formed seals one after another. His hands danced like butterflies. It was pleasing to the eye, and even he himself did not notice it. The process was very long. Lin Fei continued to fuse the seal. He could clearly see that after the dermic seal entered the seal was clearly changing, gradually changing in his direction. 1 hour, 2 hours, 6 hours, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days later, Lin Fei exhaled deeply and stood up. There was a look of excitement on his face as he looked at the large seal hovering in the air. This was his first sacred artifact. The seal shone with a resplendent holy light, meeting the standard of a holy artifact. The black stone coffin was no ordinary item. After refining it, its quality would not be low. It would definitely be able to refine a holy artifact. I'm finally done. Refining a sacred tool is really not a joke. I'm exhausted. Lin Fei sighed with emotion. Hurry up and refine the seal with your blood. Imbue it with your divine sense and make it your sacred tool. Lin Fei took a deep breath and sent out his divine sense to completely refine the seal. Only then did he stop. With a thought, the seal turned into 100 zhang tall mountain and smashed into a nearby ruin. With a loud rumble, a bottomless pit appeared. What a domineering attack. Lin Fei's mouth was wide open. If it smashed down on a person, wouldn't that person be smashed into a meat patty? This casual attack was no weaker than an Earth Stage Celestial King's attack, and its power was even stronger. Amazing. This is your first time refining and you have such achievements. Even Master was not as good as you back then. Black Demon congratulated. This seal is refined from geomagnetic iron, and you added in your gravity and precious Buddhist treasures. Just this seal alone can be big or small. Even an Earth Stage Celestial King would not dare to face it head-on. Come back. A small seal flew back and landed in Lin Fei's hand. Its weight was astonishing and he could not bear to part with it. If anyone dares disobey me, I'll throw a seal at them and make them unable to move. Lin Fei played with it. If I meet that Buddhist monk again, I'll teach him a lesson. The seal can be big or small. I'll call it Fantion Seal. Good name. Black Demon praised. Your heaven-flipping seal is a top-grade sacred tool. In the future, It won't be a problem to refine it into an immortal tool. After refining the Fantian seal, Lin Fei did not immediately leave. Instead, he spent several days recovering his god force and immortal energy. With the addition of the Fantian seal and the Death Incarnation, his strength had greatly increased in a short time. Time for revenge. After the spacetime turbulence, Lin Fei had used up most of his origin immortal stone and true spirit. He had to go out and replenish them, and the people chasing him were undoubtedly the best choice. The central sacred region was vast and boundless, with no end in sight. In the War of the Heavenly Court, there had been countless casualties. Specters could be found everywhere. Yakshas and Azura Yakshas were not among them. Whenever they appeared, there would be a vast group, numbering in the millions. Not long after Lin Fei came out, he encountered several waves of specters. At first, there were 100,000 specters, which was easy for him to exterminate. But later he encountered 1,000,000 or even several million and he lost interest. After wandering aimlessly for a while and encountering danger several times, Lin Fei began to be careful, afraid that he would enter a place he should not go. As for people, he did not see or encounter a single one. Lin Fei suspected that he was in the center of the central sacred region. Otherwise, there would not be a death zone formed by the death of a heaven-step immortal king. If he had landed somewhere else, the situation would be hard to say. I can't go on like this. I should at least find someone and get a map to get a general understanding. Lin Fei thought as he carefully flew. Swish, 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 an air-piercing sound rang out as several killing intents locked onto Lin Fei. It was the ancient sword technique, Sunrise Slash. Lin Fei used his hand as a sword and used the ancient sword technique to deflect the attack. A muffled groan came from the void, indicating that he had been injured. Enemy attack. Sonic booms rang out in the surroundings as 10 odd people appeared one after another, surrounding Lin Fei and eyeing him covetously. So, it's a little golden immortal. How dare you attack the people of the Channy Pavilion? An arrogant young man wielded a sharp sword radiance that contained the power of metal. His swordsmanship was outstanding and he attacked Lin Fei from the top, middle and bottom. Lin Fei could use this opportunity to learn more about the situation. Swish, 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 Lin Fei used his hand as a sword again and pointed at the sword radiance. The sword radiance refracted, dodged the sword radiance and charged at the young man, catching him off guard. He hurriedly dove down to block the sword radiance, but he was still embarrassed. When he was about to attack again, someone rushed out from the side and said, "Senior Brother Lei, calm down. Brother Lei, don't be angry. He is a friend of mine. It must have been a misunderstanding just now. I apologize on his behalf." The one who came out was a young man dressed in beast skin. Half of his body was naked, and a horned dragon was tied up. He carried a large bow on his back and his body was filled with explosive power. When this man came out, Lin Fei was shocked. He saw the large bow on his back and a familiar face emerged. Tai. This man with a large bow looked like Tai who had ascended. Lin Fei. The young man turned around and smiled. Ever since he came up from the lower realm, he had not heard any news about the people who had come up from the lower realm. He did not expect to meet them here. Senior Brother Lei looked very cold. After looking at Tai, he looked at the young man and waved at the others. Oh, so it's Tai's friend. It just so happens that no discord leads to friendship. There must have been a mistake just now. Everyone disperse. Tai lowered his head and said, "Thank you, Senior Brother Lei." Seeing this, Lin Fei's expression changed slightly, but he quickly returned to normal. After saying a few words, Tai flew over. He was a little excited. He stopped on a nearby ruin and said, "I didn't expect to meet you again. Congratulations on ascending and reaching the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm so quickly," Lin Fei said with a smile. "You are indeed the #1 young hero back then." "Aha, I don't like what you said." Tai was as forthright as before. "How am I the #1 hero? Don't be fooled by your Golden Immortal Realm. I'm afraid your combat power has reached the Golden Immortal Realm. Don't think I don't know that you were amazing back then." The two of them had not seen each other for a long time, so they started chatting. In a mountain valley not far away. "Senior Brother Lei, that kid is just a little golden immortal. He's just relying on ancient sword techniques. Why don't you kill him?" One of Lei's trusted disciples said discontentedly. "Tai is nothing. So what if he's talented?" "Senior Brother Lei still has him under control," another subordinate said. Lei Ming, a disciple of the Channy Pavilion, had reached the early stage of the human rank. He had a certain reputation in the Channy Pavilion. Since he was the son of an elder, he naturally had a large group of followers. "Rice buckets, you're all a bunch of rice buckets. Don't forget that we're here for a divine implement. If we want a divine implement, it will be very dangerous. Do you know why I let Tai come out? He'll be very useful. He'll be our friend and he can help us explore the way. Why not? Lei Ming snorted and set up a formation around them. He was not worried about eavesdropping on their conversation. Quiet, you guys. Lei Ming's eyes flashed with killing intent. Senior brother Lei, you're so smart. I'm sure you can get that divine artifact this time and kill that bastard Tai. Lei Ming was quite proud of himself. Of course. Tai dared to steal the daughter of the sect master from me. Of course I have to give him face. Haha, I've been preparing for a long time to deal with him. I can't let it be ruined because of a trivial matter. Having one more kid or one less person makes no difference. It's better to have a companion before I die. Ha ha ha. Chapter 960. Lin Fei was very happy to meet Tai in the great metropolis Celestial. When he was in the lower realm, he fought his way up and did not have many friends. Tai was one of Lin Fei's friends. After listening to what Tai had to say, Lin Fei finally understood what had happened after Tai had come up. After ascending, Tai's luck was much better than Lin Fei's. He was not chased and ascended to an ascension point of the demon race. Plus, his talent was good, so he joined the Sky Gate Pavilion. The Sky Gate Pavilion was a sect of the demon race with many experts. It was one of the overlords of the southern region. Lin Fei was happy that Tai had joined a sect with a strong foundation. He told Tai about his situation, including the fact that he had been chased by someone else and had kept the Emperor key. By the way, did you come here to train alone? Tai asked. I was originally with my senior brothers, but then I encountered an Azura Yaksha. Lin Fei laughed and made up a lie. Tai did not suspect anything. He thought about it and said, if you have nowhere to go, why don't you come with me? The ruins are dangerous. If you fall into a dangerous place created by experts, your life will be in danger. We have an accurate route, so it's not easy for us to run into danger. Once we complete the mission, we can go out and train. No. Lin Fei shook his head. He did not want to cause Tai trouble. If those people found out, they would definitely come after him. That would only bring trouble to Tai. You just need to give me the map of the central sacred zone. Plus, your senior brothers are not friendly to me. If they join us, it will make things difficult for you. Tai snorted coldly. They are a bunch of trash. They wasted their time training. Don't mention it. If you want a map, I have it. I'll make a copy for you. Lin Fei could tell that Tai was not friendly to his fellow disciples. He did not ask further. Every family had their own problems. It was not appropriate for him to get involved. Junior brother Tai, your friend is alone, right? Lei Ming brought a group of people over. My friend was just separated from the sect. Senior brother Lei, why are you asking this? Tai asked, staring at Lei Ming. Tai, how can you talk to brother Lei like that? Lei Ming glared at his confidant. What nonsense are you spouting? You have no respect for your elders. Junior brother Tai, it's like this. Your friend's swordsmanship is pretty good. When we go to that place, we just happen to need a sword expert. Originally I was enough, but it's not enough. Your friend has comprehended the primordial sword will. If your friend joins us, our mission will be twice the result with half the effort. Senior brother Lei, my friend has some matters to attend to and is about to leave. I'm afraid he won't be able to help you, Tai said. Junior brother Tai, that's not very kind of you. You two are friends and you should help each other out. Don't tell me you can't even do me a small favor? Lei Ming looked at Lin Fei. Don't you think so, my friend? Tai Yi's tone was heavy. He knew that Lei Ming was not a good person. If it were not for the fact that Lei Ming was stronger than him, he would not have been so restrained. Brother Lei, don't push me too far. Haha, you can't say such nonsense. Could it be that I'm bullying the weak? Lei Ming laughed. Ask everyone who saw it. No. Senior brother Lei is a good person. Why would he bully the weak? Junior brother Tai, you must have seen wrong. Our senior brother Lei is a good person. The disciples behind him all chimed in shamelessly. I'm going to help. Is there a treasure to be taken? Lin Fei understood everything in the blink of an eye. He did not know why they were targeting him. They were clearly trying to stop him. If they were not for the fact that they were Tai Yi's senior brothers and were from the same sect, he would have taught them a lesson long ago. If you're of great help, there will definitely be a treasure, Lei Ming said with a smile. I just don't know if you're willing to help. I'm Tai Yi's friend. As long as I can help, everything is negotiable, Lin Fei said with a chuckle. It won't take too long, right? Of course not. Why would I? Lei Ming laughed happily. Then it's settled. We'll rest for another hour and then we'll depart. We'll need your help then, brother. As soon as they left, Tai Yi looked apologetic. Why did you agree to help them? It's all my fault. I dragged you into this. It's fine. Don't you know that I've always been a kind-hearted person? Lin Fei could tell. If they're sincere in asking me for help, then it's fine. If they're harboring evil intentions, then I'll make them regret it. When the time comes, you and I will be together. No matter what he wants to do, he won't dare to do anything rash. Tai Yi's tone was still serious. Lei Ming was a mortal rank immortal king. He was improving rapidly, but there was still a long way to go. After resting for an hour, the group set off again. On the way, Lin Fei learned from Tai Yi that they were going to a battlefield of elites. There had been treasures left there. Be careful, everyone. We're here. Several hours later, they appeared in a desolate mountain range. Why was it called desolate? In reality, the mountain range had lost all signs of life. The spirit veins were gone. It was barren and filled with a deathly stillness. Whoosh, 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 a large number of spirits flew out like a tidal wave, surging endlessly. Hundreds of thousands of spirits surged toward them. Kill them. Let's go in. Lei Ming calmly dealt with the situation, commanding everyone to kill the specters, slaughtering their way in. These spirits aren't that impressive. The disciples of the Tianyi Pavilion had at least a low-grade sacred artifact. They were fully armed with sacred armor, so killing the spirits was a piece of cake. There are yiksha ahead. Be careful, everyone. After killing the spirits, hundreds of yiksha appeared in front of them. They had green faces and sharp fangs. They were terrifying. Tai Yi, shoot them. Tai Yi didn't like Lei Ming. However, he still took out his bow and shot at the yiksha. Soon the yiksha died one after another. Among them, Tai Yi was the one who contributed the most. Tai Yi, your archery has improved a lot, Lei Ming said with a smile after killing the yiksha. After killing the yiksha, Lei Ming chuckled. He seemed to be praising Meng Hao, but the jealousy in his eyes betrayed him. He hit it well and no one saw it. The thing is just ahead. Be careful, everyone. After killing the yiksha, there was a faint aura of sacred light coming from the deathly stillness ahead. They could vaguely sense that there was a sacred artifact not far ahead. Soon after, a lake appeared in the mountain range. It was rippling with dark green water. Look! A disciple of the Tianyi Pavilion pointed at the center of the lake. The sacred light was flashing. Lin Fei, be careful. It's too quiet here. There might be yiksha lurking around. Tai Yi reminded Lin Fei through voice transmission. Got it? Lei Ming was very excited. He had put in a lot of effort to get this treasure. Now he was only one step away. Chapter 961. A lake in the mountains. Perhaps it wouldn't have been so out of place if it had been somewhere else, but the words Central Sanctuary Ruins had a completely different effect. A mysterious and dangerous aura enveloped the lake. The island at the center of the lake glowed like fireflies, a sign that the lake was a remnant of a great battle all those years ago. Junior brother Tai, the treasure is on the island. I'll head to the island with my junior brothers later, and you'll be in charge of guarding this place, lest the spirits and yiksha return to stop us from taking the treasure. When we get the treasure, you'll definitely get your share. Tai and Lei Ming's relationship had never been good, and it was rather cold. He wanted him to guard this place? Tai suspected that he'd misheard. Would Lei Ming be so kind? Since senior brother Lei has said so, I'll definitely guard this place dutifully. Tai didn't want to go to the island with them. Staying by the lake was a good idea. Did I guess wrong? When he heard that, Lin Fei's expression was almost the same as Tai Yi's. Stay outside? The spirits and yiksha had been dealt with, so there shouldn't be any danger for a while. Instead, he wanted them to stay here? No conspiracy? Lin Fei didn't quite believe it. I won't forget you when I take out the treasure. Lei Ming sneered inwardly. You'll suffer later. As for your friend, it's the same. As for Lin Fei, Lei Ming ignored him on the spot. A golden immortal wasn't worth his attention. Lei Ming summoned a small boat and called his junior brothers aboard, heading for the island. It seemed like nothing had happened. At the bow of the ship, Lei Ming took out a jade bottle and poured its contents into the lake. A pungent smell spread out. When the black water reached the surface of the lake, it quickly turned into a puff of green smoke. The lake water seemed to be boiling as it kept bubbling non-stop. Waves surged on the surface of the lake and a gale blew. Green smoke curled up and water splashed everywhere, producing a piercing sound of corrosion when it landed on the ground. A behemoth at least 3,000 meters long rushed out of the lake. Its flesh was constantly melting and its bones were visible. Not good, it's a tentacle dragon. Tai was very knowledgeable and immediately recognized it. Thunder, that bastard. He's trying to use us as sacrifices. The sky above the lake had already lost track of Lei Ming's whereabouts. It seemed like he had arrived at the island and was taking the opportunity to plunder the treasures. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the tentacle dragon was like a mountain, trembling slightly as it coiled up in the lake. Its flesh and blood were being corroded, and its enormous tentacles were like mountains as they shot out of the lake, taking root in the mountain range and emerging from the lake. Roar, that tentacle dragon beast would usually just sleep. It had never encountered such a calamity before. Its body was badly mutilated and it instantly stared at Tai and Lin Fei. Over 100 tentacles lashed out, each of them as tall as a towering mountain. The power of over 100 tentacles wasn't inferior to an Earth-ranked immortal king's attack, extremely terrifying. Senior Brother Lei, how did you know that there are tentacle dragons down there? The disciples of the Qianni Pavilion who were hiding on the boat gasped when they saw the terrifying tentacle dragon beast. They would have died if they had encountered it. This is the only time I had a chance to see it, Lei Ming said proudly. We're lucky. A group of human-ranked immortal kings found this place by chance. When they got on the island, they woke up the tentacle dragon beast and were all killed. Tai is strong and can be used as a sacrifice. As for his friends, they're just incidental. Alright, let's get on the island. Lei Ming had planned for a long time for this day. Finally, he could obtain the divine artifact left by the immortal king on the island. Lin Fei, run. This tentacle dragon beast is in a rage. Lei Ming poisoned it and it's completely out of control. Tai's expression was unprecedentedly serious. The big bow on his back fell into his hand and shot at the hundreds of tentacles. At the same time he shouted at Lin Fei. The tentacle dragon beast was quiet by nature, but once it was enraged, it would instantly go berserk. It was so ferocious that even an immortal king would have to give way to it. Tai didn't understand why Lei Ming brought Tai along when he came to the central holy region for the adventure. Now he realized that Lei Ming was vicious and wanted to kill him. The only thing Tai didn't want was for Lin Fei to die here. If he had known this would happen, Tai would never have let Lin Fei come. He would have just turned against Lei Ming. Tai's attacks were nothing compared to the tentacle dragon beast. The hundreds of tentacles were destroyed on the spot. The sky began to collapse and the earth began to crack. Tai, who had a strong body, was facing the terrifying power. Blood spurted out from his body as if he would explode at any moment. Lin Fei didn't panic in the face of the tentacle dragon beast's attack. Don't worry, Tai. That Lei Ming kid will not have a good ending. No one who dares to set us up will have a good ending. Go. Lin Fei raised his left hand and a huge seal flew up. It grew with the wind and broke through the hundreds of tentacles. It turned into a towering mountain and smashed onto the tentacle dragon beast. Boom. The tentacle dragon beast's huge body tried to push itself up, but the Fantion seal pressed down. There was a huge rumble and the earth cracked. The cracks in the sky were like bottomless chasms. You knocked the tentacle dragon beast down? Tai blinked. He was stunned. He thought that his eyes were playing tricks on him. Lin Fei threw something out and suppressed the tentacle dragon beast. This is too inconceivable. That was a ferocious beast of the immortal king level. It's just a tentacle dragon beast. You don't have to look at me like that, do you? Lin Fei chuckled. Freak. Tai spat. His expression was the same as when Lin Fei killed the divine king of the foreign tribes all those years ago. I thought my powers had improved by leaps and bounds. I didn't expect you to be even more freakish than me. Hairball, come out and eat. Lin Fei let Hairball out and put away the Fantion seal. He had just smashed the tentacle dragon beast into the ground. He was very satisfied with the power of the attack. If anyone was displeased, he could just give them a taste of his own medicine. There's food there? Hairball had been injured in the space-time turbulence. When she came out and saw Tai, her eyes lit up. Master, you're too good to me. Although this doesn't have much meat, it's okay. With that, she opened her mouth to eat Tai. Bastard, who told you to eat anything? Lin Fei quickly stopped her and pointed ahead. That's what you should eat. The tentacle dragon beast was in a berserk state. After the Fantion seal suppressed it, he saw stars and was furious again. He wanted to eat everything. When he rushed out, he saw a tiny thing. He was confused, but a terrifying aura enveloped him and he fell back down. His hundreds of tentacles became weak. *CK, you almost scared me to death. Tai had seen many monsters, but that aura had scared him. When he saw that thing fly up, the tentacle dragon beast's aura had disappeared. Like person, like pet. Lin Fei chuckled. That's Hairball. She's a natural foodie. Aside from eating, there's nothing else she can do. Actually, Tai could see that the tentacle dragon beast's aura had disappeared. It must have been eaten. To be able to eat something as large as the tentacle dragon beast, the creature's appetite was extraordinary. Master, if a few more of these fellows come, I'll be able to recover from my injuries in no time. After eating the titanosaur, Furball had recovered quite a bit, and he was now blinking at Lin Fei. Lin Fei spread his hands. Be content. Eat more when you have more. Hairball looked at Tai. Master, it's not a bad idea to eat him. Tai's hair stood on end when he saw the look in Hairball's eyes. He had never felt so scared before. Don't eat me. If you really want to eat me, I'll have someone to feed you later. They're all demons in human form. Where? Where? Hairball was excited. Lin Fei comforted Hairball. What's the rush? You'll get something to eat later. He turned to Tai and said, those guys must have been at odds with you for a long time. Given your temperament, why didn't you kill them? That's not how you used to be. From the beginning, Lin Fei knew something was wrong. He didn't expect them to have ulterior motives. They wanted to use the two of them as sacrificial lambs for the tentacle dragon beast. Tai smiled bitterly. My temperament is not as good as yours. I didn't have a high position in my clan after I ascended. I was lucky enough to join the Tianyi Pavilion. Lei Ming is the son of an elder. He always targets me. If it weren't for that, I would have taught him a lesson long ago. An idea came to Lin Fei's mind. I have something that should be suitable for you. You can kill Lei Ming if you encounter him. A golden bow appeared in his hand, emitting holy light. This is the scorching sun holy bow. You won't kill one of them, will you? Tai was startled when he saw the golden bow. What do you think? Lin Fei said, that brat sneaked up on me. I killed him when I got angry. The bow you have is not as good as this one. If you have this, your strength will be comparable to a human stage immortal king. No, this is too valuable. I can't take it. Don't tell me you're afraid. Who said that? I'm a natural-born godly archer. It's just something that can shoot. What's there to be afraid of? Tai was not a timid person. There were many restrictions in the Tianyi Pavilion. He had been suppressing his temper. Since you're not afraid, then take it. Lin Fei said, you're a man. Don't be so wishy-washy. Lei Ming is coming out soon. I owe you one. Tai took the scorching sun holy bow and quickly refined it with Yi Futian's help. With this scorching sun holy bow, my archery skills will reach a new level. Once that bastard Lei Ming comes out, I'm 100% sure I can kill him with one shot. He deserves to die for plotting against us. This time Tai was really angry. He would kill Yi Futian regardless of whether he had an elder behind him. Chapter 962. Senior brother Lei, you really are a genius. You got a treasure without any effort. If Tai knew about this, he would probably die with regrets. What is Tai? So what if he's talented? Senior brother Lei still got the upper hand. He used his own body to exchange for senior brother Lei's treasure. That's a great achievement. A group of people surrounded a young man and flew out of the island. The young man was in high spirits and seemed to be enjoying himself. This group was Lei Ming's group, who had gone to the island in search of treasures. They seemed to have found something and were all smiling. Lei Ming, you finally came out. I thought you died in there and didn't want to come out. A cold voice came from the other side of the lake, making their hearts tremble. Lei Ming had obtained a saint artifact treasure inside, and after going back to refine it, his strength had increased by several times. He was enjoying the flattery of his junior brothers, but this sudden voice had caught him off guard. You're not dead. On the other side of the lake, Tai's body was as large as a mountain. Lei Ming's group was sure that Tai had become food under the attack of the tentacled dragon. There was no way he could have survived. What the hell? He was sure that the dead didn't die? What kind of thing was that? What a joke. If someone like you didn't die, how could I die before you? Tai spat out angry sparks as he stared at Lei Ming in the sky. Lei Ming couldn't figure out how Tai could survive. After being insulted like that, his eyes flashed with murderous intent. He threw his head back and laughed. Junior brother Tai, I have to say that you're lucky. You didn't die even under the attack of the tentacled dragon. But you shouldn't have stayed. Are you trying to kill me? Lei Ming had nothing to say since he had failed to ambush Tai. At worst, he would attack again and kill him. In a place like the central sacred area, no one would know if he destroyed the corpse. Lei Ming, I tolerated you in every way. I didn't want to be your enemy. I didn't expect you to be such a despicable person. I'm afraid this training was a trap for me, wasn't it? Tai shouted. Otherwise, how could this have happened to me? There's no such good thing in the world. In any case, they had already shed all pretense of cordiality, so Lei Ming didn't care much about it. You're pretty smart. You've guessed correctly. Who asked you to like the sect master's daughter? Someone from a low-grade race like you has the qualifications to pursue the sect master's daughter? Lei Ming laughed heartily. It just so happens that the sect master's daughter has a favorable impression of you. What? Your status is inferior to mine, your strength is inferior to mine, and your clan's influence is inferior to mine. Today I'll destroy you and let you know the consequences of offending me. That's why you're targeting me, isn't it? I understand now. If that's the case, you can die now. Tai Yi let out a long sigh and looked up again. His eyes shone with cold, murderous intent. Phew! The scorching sun bow flashed with light and appeared in Tai Yi's hand. A dangerous and terrifying aura burst from his body as if it was going to break through the clouds. Tai Yi, you sure hit it well. You actually possess a precious sacred artifact. Lei Ming looked at the blazing sun Saint Bao with greed in his eyes. With his experience he could recognize it at a glance. Do you think that you can contend against me with just a saint weapon? Grand Palm of Nirvana. Lei Ming roared. His boundless power of laws transformed into a giant palm. With a condescending look he mocked, I'm an immortal king. I can take your life with one palm. The giant palm of the power of laws was thousands of zhang wide and contained a terrifying aura. The complete power of laws cut through the void. Wush Tai Yi's eyes were sharp and unmoved. He stared at Lei Ming. Lei Ming, you don't know that my strongest skill is godly archery. I'll shoot you to death. He drew the bow and loaded the arrows in one go. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, 9 stars shooting the sun. At this moment Tai Yi displayed his exquisite godly archery. 9 divine arrows, 9 stars. Like meteors from outer space they left a long trail in the air. As expected, the scorching sun Saint Bao is the most useful on Tai Yi. Lin Fei, who was standing next to Tai Yi, was secretly shocked. He used the bow blindly because he couldn't activate the true power of the bow. Tai Yi, on the other hand, almost merged the bow into one in a short period of time. That's 9 stars shooting the sun. How did you learn it? The disciples of the Tianyi Pavilion behind Lei Ming were dumbfounded. The stars crashed into them and drowned them. They lost all signs of life. No. Run. We've been tricked. The remaining disciples of the Tianyi Pavilion were so scared that their limbs turned to jelly. They ran for their lives. They didn't expect that Tai Yi, who was as powerful as them, had hidden his strength so well. In the blink of an eye, all the disciples of the Tianyi Pavilion were dead except for Lei Ming. Lei Ming was not in a good state. His grand palm of nirvana could not do anything to Tai Yi. Instead he was in big trouble. He put up many treasures in front of him trying to fend off the attack. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. A sense of death was rising from his chest. Tai Yi, the elders of the sect will not let you get away with this if you kill me. I'll admit defeat if you let me go. The arrow from the scorching sun divine Bao frightened Lei Ming out of his wits. The arrow was so overbearing that it had completely locked onto him. Tai Yi, who had never looked him in the eye, had unleashed unprecedented strength with the help of a sacred bow. Let me go? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid? I'll let you attack me again. Swoosh. Lei Ming, who was under the protection of the sacred artifact, spat out a mouthful of blood. He stared at his chest with widened eyes. There was a gaping wound on his chest that was big enough to fit a fist. You even cultivated, mind arrow? Before he could finish his sentence, Lei Ming fell from the sky and fell into the lake, drowning in the poisonous water. Cough, cough, cough. After killing Lei Ming, Tai Yi spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. His face was pale. He had used up a lot of celestial power. Are you all right? Tai Yi waved his hand. I'm fine. It's just that it's my first time using the secret art. I didn't control my strength well. An immortal king is not easy to deal with. Tai Yi was able to kill Lei Ming with a raw bow. If the Tianyi Pavilion knew about this, it would cause a stir. Soon Tai Yi returned to normal. Good job, Tai Yi. Even the sect master's daughter likes you. What do you plan to do next? Lin Fei asked. Chapter 963. Are there really the hell beasts you speak of in this bottomless abyss? Lin Fei and Tai Yi appeared above a boundless expanse of yellow sand in the central sacred region. The power of laws in the sky howled like wind blades as they weaved together to form an inescapable net. Lin Fei relied on his invincible golden body to allow the power of laws to cut his body, leaving only faint white lines. As for Tai Yi, his body was not weak either, but it was not as overbearing as Lin Fei's. He had to summon a sacred armor to block it. Whoosh, whoosh. They were not far away, but they were actually hundreds of thousands of miles away. For people at their level, this distance was nothing. They could cover it in a breath's time. An open sinkhole, like the entrance to hell, appeared in front of the two. After Tai killed Lei Ming, Lin Fei had planned to go their separate ways. He did not want to bring trouble to him. In the end, Tai had asked him about a mysterious place. The abyss of hell. That was not the main point. There were many hell beasts in the abyss. This agitated Lin Fei. Look, the hell beasts are coming out. Tai retracted his aura and pointed at the nearby entrance to the abyss. Following his line of sight, Lin Fei saw a large group of black ferocious beasts at the entrance of the infernal abyss. They were enormous, at least 300 meters long. They were like mammoths magnified countless times. Dwarves sat atop the ferocious beasts, their gazes sharp and their hands wielding spears. Those are hell beast soldiers. Each of them has the power of a zenith heaven golden immortal, Tai said through his divine sense. Back in the day during the Central Celestial Court's war, the master of the Celestial Court invited a great emperor from the Hell world to open a passageway to Hell and send out the Hell army. Later the Celestial Court was defeated. The passageway could not be sealed, so they could only seal this generation and not allow anything from the Hell world to come out. Along the way Lin Fei had heard a little. After seeing it with his own eyes, he knew there was such a place in the Central Sanctuary. After the Hell Beast soldiers came out, they split into several teams. Each team had about a dozen Hell Beast soldiers and they flew in 4 directions. Where are they? Patrolling. This area has become the Hell Clan's territory. Anyone who trespasses will be killed without mercy. Didn't the great emperor destroy them back then? Let them stay here? Lin Fei was quite curious. The heavenly court's side had been defeated. Logically speaking, they should have closed the passage to the Hell realm and killed everyone they could. Who knows? Tai shook his head. Unless we reach that realm, this matter is too far away from us. Lin Fei thought about it and realized that this was indeed the case. It's connected to Hell's passageway down there. Are there a lot of Hell Beast soldiers? Countless. Tai Yi's expression was solemn. There are plenty of valuable items on Hell Beasts. That's why many disciples who want to train will form teams to hunt Hell Beasts. Similarly, it's very dangerous down there. I'm never afraid of danger. All right, let's go down then, Tai Yi said with a smile. Whoosh, they flew down from the abyss of the infernal realm. Strong turbulence constantly blew at them. Those with weaker bodies would be blown to death in a few breaths. 20 breaths later, they arrived at the bottom. I smell the scent of humans. Kill them. As soon as Lin Fei and Tai Yi descended, they appeared on a hillside that had been flattened by a sword. As soon as they appeared, the nearby Hell Beast soldiers charged at them with murderous intent. Watch out. A Hell Beast soldier charged at them, the ground shaking with every step it took. 2 black horns that were at least 30 meters long swiped at Lin Fei. What a domineering Hell Beast soldier. That swipe has 70 to 80% of the strength of a great overarching golden immortal. Lin Fei glanced at it and immediately had an impression of it. He circulated his invincible golden body divine body and dashed forward. Then he reached out with both hands and grabbed the 2 horns. What power! That swipe and strike has the strength of 500,000 dragons. It's stronger than many of the human experts. Lin Fei couldn't help but be shocked when he touched it. The strength of the infernal realm was too strong. A Hell Beast soldier's strike had the strength of 500,000 dragons. Even though that was nothing to Lin Fei, it was terrifying enough for the human race. Once the Hell Beast soldier was grabbed, it was not difficult for it to move. The dwarf on its back flew into a rage. He thrust his spear at Lin Fei's chest, and the sound of metal clashing rang out. Go! Lin Fei exerted strength in his hands and lifted the Hell Beast soldier with both hands, then slammed it down on the ground. The ground cracked open. Lin Fei strode forward and punched the Hell Beast soldier's head. The Hell Beast soldier screamed and died. So there won. Lin Fei's punch had the strength of 2 million dragons, and it killed the Hell Beast soldier. Freak! On the other side, Tai held his bow and attacked from afar. When he saw Lin Fei kill the Hell Beast soldier with just a few punches, he thought, Freak, how did you cultivate? Lin Fei tossed the Hell Beast soldier's corpse into the heaven and earth furnace and refined it into a black divine power pill. He swallowed it and turned it into divine power. 10,000 dragons? He felt the divine power in his body increase by 10,000. Good place. A divine power pill refined by a Hell Beast soldier could increase his divine power by 10,000 dragons. That was beyond Lin Fei's expectations. This is great. Luckily I met Tai. That's why I could come to this place. Those earth-ranked immortal kings all unleashed their god force at least 1 million divine dragons. My 2 million divine dragons are nothing. Again? Lin Fei strode up to the other Hell Beast soldier. His fists were like mountains as he punched down, and the powerful Hell Beast soldier fell to the ground with a bang. Instant kill. There were only 8 Hell Beast soldiers at the entrance. Lin Fei's fists were like mountains and he killed them in one move. Tai killed 2 of them and the remaining 6 were all killed. You're inhuman. Tai wiped his sweat. Even the god of strength of the Tianyi Pavilion wasn't as domineering as you. Is your divine power more than 1,000,000 dragons? 2,000,000 dragons. Freak. Tai was agitated. His divine power was only 300,000 dragons, and he couldn't fight the Hell Beast soldiers head-on. He buried his head in collecting the materials from the Hell Beast soldiers. Soon Tai was done, leaving behind a pile of corpses. This is yours. Lin Fei shook his head. You can have these. I don't need them. Just give me the corpses. Lin Fei didn't care about the materials but the corpses. Tai was embarrassed. How can I do that? I'm not doing nothing. Who said that? You lure the monsters and I'll kill them. We'll work together. Isn't that great? Lin Fei tried his best to persuade Tai before he finally agreed. Just as he said, Tai's long-range attacks were suitable for luring the monsters, while Lin Fei killed the monsters himself. The two worked well together and killed one Hell Beast soldier after another. They had a great harvest along the way. Tai was grinning from ear to ear. All the materials went to him. Lin Fei was also grinning. In the blink of an eye, he killed 83 Hell Beast soldiers and gained 830,000 dragons' divine power. His total divine power had increased to 3,000,000 dragons' divine power. And this was just the beginning. Tai said that this was only the periphery, not the core. The Hell Beast soldiers were scattered all over the place. The number of Hell Beast soldiers would increase once they reached the core. The two advanced cautiously. Suddenly, a loud roar came from ahead. Oh no, there must be Hell Cavalry up ahead. Tai was startled and looked ahead. Hell Cavalry? Are they scarier than the Hell Beast soldiers? Lin Fei raised an eyebrow. There was no fear on his face. Tai took a deep breath. Lin Fei, there's something you don't know. In Hell, the weakest ones are the Hell Beasts, followed by the Hell Cavalry. Every Hell Cavalry is accompanied by at least 50 Hell Beasts. The Hell Clan usually relies on divine power, not the power of laws. Even an immortal king would die with a grievance if an army of thousands were to charge at them. I like that. Let's go. The Hell Beast soldiers only had 500,000 divine power. The stronger ones could reach 600,000 divine power. To Lin Fei, they were so weak that they couldn't withstand a single blow. One Hell Cavalry had 56 subordinates. Lin Fei searched for a long time. They were scattered all over the place and he was unhappy. A while later, they found a place. Dozens of Hell soldiers were attacking 3 people on a small plain. There were 2 men and 1 woman and they were leaning against each other. They attacked from 3 sides and even so they were all injured. Not too far away from them was a tall, black horse with flames burning on its back. There was a knight in black armor sitting on the back of the horse. It's them? Tai couldn't recognize them. You know them? I do. That woman is the Sky Fox Holy Lady. She's from the Sky Fox clan. As for the 2 men, the tall one is Shi Tianchong from the Lion King clan. The short one is Black Crow from the Divine Rat clan. Tai frowned. But it's strange. Why are they together? And why are they being attacked by the Hell Cavalry? The Sky Fox clan? Hearing that name, Lin Fei couldn't help but think of Big Sister whom he'd brought out. He wondered how she was doing and Big Brother Crab. The situation on the battlefield kept changing. The Hell Cavalry on the hill moved. A burning black spear appeared in its right hand. The horse beneath it neighed and charged at the 3. Oh no, the Hell Cavalry is attacking. They're in danger. The 3 surrounded took out a round shield and kept opening it. At the same time, they attacked in one direction, trying to break out of the encirclement. Boom, the Hell Knight swung its spear, which transformed into a black vortex. It didn't contain any power of laws, but it stabbed into the round shield, piercing through it. The Heavenly Fox Holy Maiden coughed up a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. You're all going to die today. Chapter 964. Black Crow, you bastard. I believe you. The sun is rising from the west. The Heavenly Fox Holy Maiden's robes were dyed red with fresh blood, looking like plum blossoms. Once again she took out a sage weapon and clashed with the Hell Knight's spear. Then she glared at the Black Crow Immortal King. The Black Crow Immortal King blocked the Hell Beast soldier's attack with embarrassment. Holy Lady, I really didn't know that there would be an Hell Knight guarding that place. I was tricked. You can't blame me. Clang, the Hell Knight charged in from the outside and flicked his spear forward, sending the white ribbon that the Heavenly Fox Holy Maiden had conjured flying away. The tip of the spear glowed with starlight as it pierced towards the space between her eyebrows, intending to destroy a flower. Holy Lady! Shi Tianchong roared and returned to his original form. He spat out a mouthful of fire that turned into a wall of air, trying to stop the spear. The Hell Knight didn't cultivate laws. He walked the path of strength. With a casual strike, the wall of fire was blasted away. The fire was blasted away. This spear couldn't stop the Hell Knight from killing the Holy Lady. There was despair in the Holy Lady's eyes. She was already injured after being surrounded by a Hell Beast soldier. She didn't have her divine weapon, and the Hell Knight was overbearing. Am I really going to die here? An aura of death came from the Holy Lady. The Hell Knight's strength was too terrifying. His divine power was earth-shattering. He could easily defeat the three of them. Don't you think it's rude to destroy a flower? Just as the heavenly fox Holy Maiden thought that she was done for, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her. He was dressed in black and his face could not be seen clearly. However, he grabbed the spear of the Hell Cavalier with one hand, and like a mountain he blocked the spear. Bang bang bang, this spear contained an unparalleled divine power. Lin Fei's back exploded, and his flesh became a bloody mess. Fresh blood gushed out. Holy Lady, run! At this time another person came. He waved his hand and shot out 9 suns, moons and stars. He saved the Holy Lady. It's Tai. Shi Tianchong and the Black Crow Immortal King were very tired. They were happy to see someone save them. When they recognized Tai, their faces darkened. Let's go. Tai Yi's scalp was numb as well. He was facing more than 40 Hell Beast soldiers at once, so he did not dare to be careless. He shot out divine arrows one after another, blocking the wave of attacks and giving Shi Tianchong and the Black Crow deity some time to catch their breath. Once he interfered, the three of them instantly had time to drag the Hell Soldier away. At such a crucial moment, they did not expect that Tai would come to their rescue. It was truly unbelievable. Tai, what about your friend? Once they escaped, fear lingered in their hearts. When they turned their heads around, they saw that the 40 or so Hell Soldiers had stopped moving for some reason. Only the Hell Knights were safe. My friend naturally has a way to escape. Even though Tai said that, he was worried deep down. Those were Hell Riders after all. They had godly powers and any one of them could kill them. The Sky Fox Holy Maiden's face paled. She was frightened out of her wits. She looked at him worriedly and her heart sank. Her eyes widened. Your friend is a golden immortal? Damn. He really is a gold immortal. He blocked the Hell Knight's spear. Shi Tianchong and the Black Crow Immortal King looked at Tai, completely shocked. Even they were at a disadvantage against the Hell Knight in less than a round, and the Holy Maiden had almost died. Right now, it's more than 3 million dragon divine power. It has to be at least 4 million dragon divine power to injure me. Lin Fei had blocked the Hell Knight's spear, and the matchless divine power had injured him. This was the first time he had encountered a divine power expert with more than 3 million dragon divine power. The Hell Knight was clearly stunned. Layers of divine power burst forth, surging towards Lin Fei like electricity. His control over divine power had clearly reached a perfect level. Just in time. Lin Fei had never encountered someone with this level of divine power. The Hell Soldiers around him were suppressed and he could fight it out. Without a word, Lin Fei met the Hell Knight head-on. His fists were like sledgehammers and the area around them exploded. The Hell Soldiers that were prostrating themselves were blasted into a bloody mess, but they did not dare to make a sound. The Hell Knight was very strong. His divine power was about 4 million dragon divine power, and his spear technique was excellent. Lin Fei's divine power was only 3 million dragon divine power. His body was strong and he had a movement technique. He attacked left and right, and his 3 million dragon divine power was not concealed at all. Hundreds of thousands of miles away, the Sky Fox Holy Maiden and the others were dumbfounded. A golden immortal was fighting the Hell Knight head-on, and even though it looked like he was at a disadvantage, the Hell Knight could not do anything to him. When did such a freak appear? Brother Tai, what race is your friend from? He's even stronger than us Lion Kings. Shi Tianchong was a mortal king, and he had never seen such a race. Haha, he's human. Tai looked very proud. It was rare for Shi Tianchong to call him Brother Tai. What? Human? The Black Crow Immortal King yelled out, impossible. How could the human race possess such godly power? Look at your friend's godly power. He's definitely at least 2 million dragon god power. But if this goes on, your friend won't be a match for the Hell Knight. After a round of fighting, Lin Fei could not do anything to the Hell Knight. 3 heads, 6 arms. Lin Fei changed his form. He did not want to waste time lest he attracted the Hell Knight. His divine power instinctively reached 600 dragon divine power. This was the power of the mystic art. Go! His 8 arms attacked the Hell Knight from above. 8 arms attacked at the same time. That was a total of 48 million dragon divine power, completely crushing the Hell Knight's divine power. Lin Fei's divine power was practically invincible on the plains where the Hell World had opened. Bang! 48 million dragon divine power blasted down, and the Hell Cavalier's body was smashed into the ground. The Inferno Warhorse roared as it burned with black flames. Lin Fei jumped off, and with his 3 heads and 6 arms, he charged down with boundless divine power. He only stopped after 10 or so breaths. Whoosh! Lin Fei rushed out again and practically killed the Hell Beast soldiers with each punch. In just a few breaths, more than 40 Hell Beast soldiers died on the plains. Too violent. Yes, a humanoid Tyrannosaurus. Is he the illegitimate son of the Dragon Clan? Brother Tai, you're really awesome to have a friend like this. You must introduce him to us later. The demon race worshipped strength. Lin Fei was only a golden immortal, but his divine power was beyond their reach. To put it bluntly, he could kill them as easily as drinking water. Only a fool would not ask to know such an expert. Chapter 965. The Infernal Knight's divine power was strong, but it was completely defeated by Lin Fei. After using 6 heads and 6 arms, it was killed in the blink of an eye. It was a violent kill. You can come down now. Lin Fei killed the Infernal Knight, and his immortal power healed his body. He was back to normal in an instant. An Infernal Knight's divine power is almost 4 million dragon divine power. I have to work harder. Hell Plains will be a good place for me to improve my divine power. Lin Fei made up his mind. Lin Fei, you were so overbearing just now. That was an Infernal Knight, one of the strongest existences in the Hell Army. You killed it in the blink of an eye. Tai flew down and looked at the Infernal Knight. His huge heart couldn't help but be shocked. Thank you, Brother Lin, for saving us. I am Shi Tianchong. Shi Tianchong flew down and said gratefully, Brother Lin, you were really a god. Even the Infernal Knight was killed by you. Black Crow Immortal King walked up. If it wasn't for this young man who was about the same age as them, they really didn't know how they would have ended up. Little sister thanks Brother Lin for helping. Sky Fox Holy Lady was very polite. She looked at Lin Fei curiously. They actually didn't know such a person. It was not that the fiend race did not have people who walked the path of strength. However, people like Lin Fei were truly rare. Lin Fei chuckled, it was nothing. You guys didn't have to do this. He made it sound easy, but the 3 of them still had lingering fears. They had almost died on this Hell Plains and they were extremely grateful to Lin Fei. The 3 of them felt very comfortable when they heard this. At least this person wasn't someone those arrogant people could compare to. Even though he was only a golden immortal, they didn't dare to look down on him. He was an expert stronger than them. Everyone, please collect the materials in case you attract others. An Infernal Knight, more than 40 Infernal Beast soldiers and a huge pile of materials. They collected the materials. In the end, it was all given to Tai. Brother Lin, you need these materials? Seeing that Lin Fei didn't want them, they couldn't help but be curious. Tai said, you guys don't know. He doesn't want materials, he only wants corpses. What a strange person. A thought popped up in their minds. There were practically no ores in the Hell Plains. The Hell Beast soldiers had many materials that could be used to exchange for true spirits. Because they were difficult to kill, they usually had to be hunted in teams. Lin Fei collected the corpses and refined them into God Force pills. 43 Hell soldiers gave him 430,000 God Force points, and the Hell Cavalry gave him 100,000 God Force points. 3,600,000 godly power points. An Infernal Knight that had increased his divine power by 100,000 was indeed more promising than an Infernal soldier. After collecting everything, Tai fought with them. After all, they knew each other in the past and this time they were closer to each other. What do you 3 plan to do next? In truth, the 3 of them really wanted to join in. They were all at the mortal realm. If it wasn't for the fact that they encountered the Hell Knight, they wouldn't be in such a sorry state. Brother Lin, I wonder if you're still lacking people? Black Crow Immortal King asked tentatively. If you're lacking people, can we join in? I heard from Brother Tai that Brother Lin needs a large number of corpses. I don't have any other abilities, but I can sense that there are Hell Beast soldiers there. Tai added, Brother Lin, Black Crow does have this ability. If we have them, we won't have to wander around like this. Lin Fei smiled. No problem. You guys can discuss how to distribute the materials. That's great. The 3 of them were very happy. With a fierce person like Lin Fei holding the fort, their trip wouldn't be in vain. At least on the Hell Plains they would have a certain degree of safety. They wouldn't have to encounter an infernal knight and almost die under its spear. Let's go. It had to be said that Black Crow had talent in this area. He didn't even need to do anything, but he could already detect the Hell Beast soldiers in front of them. The 5 of them quickly cooperated well. Tai was in charge of pulling the monsters. The Sky Fox Holy Lady had nothing else but the power of laws that slowed down their movements and affected the Hell Beast soldiers. Otherwise they would have died long ago. Black Crow wasn't very strong. Shi Tianchong and Lin Fei were the only ones who could fight head-on. At first there were more than 10 of them, but they were dealt with in a short while. After that, the number of Hell Beast soldiers increased to 40 to 50. It was a record that they had never challenged before. Usually they would run when they saw them, but with a fierce person like Lin Fei behind them, they were successful in every endeavor. With the Black Crow Immortal King leading the way, Lin Fei's improvement kept increasing. In just 2 days, his divine power soared from 3,600,000 dragons to 9 million dragons. It was an increase of 6 million dragons. Those Hell Beast soldiers and infernal knights were like vegetables to him. There was no need to worry about them at all. Another 3 days passed. What's going on? Why are all the Hell Beast soldiers gone? As they ventured deeper into the Hell Plains, none of the Hell Beast soldiers they encountered were spared. All of them became their spoils of war. The Black Crow Immortal King returned to his body with a frown. He hadn't encountered a single Hell Beast soldier since the morning. He couldn't help but feel surprised. This didn't seem to fit the situation. Could they have been hunted by someone? Lin Fei also did not understand. In the next few days, Lin Fei's divine power broke through 10 million dragons, reaching 18 million dragons. He was only a step away from the 3rd bloodline awakening, which was more than 30 million dragons' divine power. Impossible. There are Hell Beast soldiers patrolling the Hell Plains at all times. It doesn't make sense for them to disappear. Shi Tianchong frowned and rejected the idea. Black Crow, use your divine power to take a look. The Hell Beast soldiers have disappeared. Did something happen? All right. The Black Crow nodded. A vertical eye appeared on his forehead. A sky screen appeared in front of him. He could see the situation on the Hell Plains. The scene inside was constantly changing. This is the divine power of the other half of his bloodline. The Sky Fox Holy Lady explained. All-seeing eye. So it's the all-seeing eye. After a while, the Black Crow's vertical eye disappeared. He looked tired but excited. Big Brother Lin, guess what I saw? After a few days of tacit cooperation, Lin Fei had unknowingly become the leader. It seemed that with Lin Fei in the team, they would be united and not be afraid of hardships. Lin Fei really wanted to know. He asked casually, what did you see? Did you see Hell Cavalry? A Hell Cavalry had 100,000 divine power. Lin Fei couldn't wait for more of them to appear. Big Brother Lin, you're wrong. I guarantee you won't expect it. We're so lucky. Although the Black Crow was tired, he was excited. I saw an army camp thousands of miles ahead. There were more than 100,000 Hell Beast soldiers and thousands of Hell Cavalry. I even saw the commander of Hell. Hiss, everyone sucked in a cold breath. Usually they could only deal with dozens of Hell Beast soldiers. Now there were more than 100,000 Hell Beast soldiers. They were like a steel flood that could crush them into pieces. You brat, what nonsense are you talking about? If there are more than 100,000 Hell Beast soldiers, you won't be able to survive even if you have 100 lives. The Sky Fox Holy Lady rolled her eyes. You must be crazy. Among everyone present, Lin Fei was probably the most excited. More than 100,000 Hell Beast soldiers. What if he refined all of them? Would the people chasing him in the outside world dare to attack him? He would kill anyone he didn't like. Just thinking about it made him excited. I'm not finished. The Black Crow hurriedly said. Of course we can't defeat hundreds of thousands of Hell Beast soldiers. But do you know what I'm going to say? I saw them welcoming a group of people. That group of people is of high status. They sent the commander of Hell to welcome them on his knees. I saw one person. It was the Prince of Hell. The Prince of Hell? Lin Fei's heart stirred. He got angry at the mention of this name. If this brat hadn't revealed his identity, he wouldn't have been chased. Why would he come here? There was something strange about this. Shi Tianchong's group had been in the central sanctuary for a long time. They didn't know what was happening outside. They didn't know that the Prince of Hell had the Great Emperor's key. What does the Prince of Hell have to do with us? Tai was puzzled. The Sky Fox Holy Lady's eyes lit up. You're saying that when the Prince of Hell comes, the army camps will be defenseless. We can go plunder the treasures? That's right. The Hell Plains used to be a battleground. Later on, the master of the Heavenly Court lost. The ruins were connected to the underworld. Their army was stationed here. We can create a diversion. We can plunder the treasures and kill the Hell Beast soldiers at the same time? The Black Crow rolled his eyes. I believe they won't send too many people here. Lin Fei thought it was a good idea. Even though he really wanted to beat up the Prince of Hell at this time, he was protected by hundreds of thousands of Hell Beast soldiers, Hell Knights, and Hell Commanders. It wouldn't be easy to deal with him. Alright, let's do it. Lin Fei thought it was a good idea. Creating a diversion. There must be something good left behind in the camp on the Hell Plains. They couldn't miss this opportunity. Especially since he was curious why the Prince of Hell would come here. After the war, why would he leave an army here? He wanted to know all these things. The group got to work. They left the Prince of Hell and searched for the right camp to attack. In the depths of the Hell Plains. In the center of a huge circular altar, hundreds of thousands of Hell Beast soldiers were prostrating. It was a dark mass, solemn and sacred. Greetings, Your Highness. Greetings, Your Highness. The Prince of Hell was dressed in a brocade robe. He had an arrogant expression. Commander Darim, you may rise. Thank you, Your Highness. Darim was one of the commanders on the plains. There were thousands of commanders like him. He stood up, trembling as he tried to guess why His Majesty had come. Dismiss your subordinates. Have them wait outside. Come with me. The Prince of Hell waved his hand. He turned and walked towards a warship in the sky. It was his Hell warship. Dismiss. Martial law. The dark mass of Hell Beast soldiers and Hell Knights left in an orderly manner. They surrounded the camp. Inside the Hell warship. Chapter 966. Hell Plains. It was a boundless dark sky with no end in sight. Somewhere on the plains was a pile of black rubble. A squad of Hell soldiers was patrolling the area. The rubble shook and fell. You finally made it? You can go back to the Hell realm now, one of the Hell soldiers said enviously. I can finally go back. I've been here for 300,000 years. This is a godforsaken place. I really don't know why the higher-ups want us to guard this place. Who knows? I'll be able to return to the Hell realm in another 10 years. Hell soldiers were the largest of all the Hell legions. No matter where they were, if they ran into an innumerable number of Hell Beast soldiers, they would have to be extremely wary. Swish. A long arrow shot through the air and hit one of the Hell Beast soldiers, blasting it away on the spot. Enemy attack. Whoosh. Suddenly, a person burst out of the ground and struck out with both hands. The enormous Hell Beast soldier was sent flying, its organs shattered, and it died on the spot. Before long, the patrolling Hell Beast soldiers were all killed. The group approached again and saw a military camp in front of them. There were hundreds of Hell soldiers on guard outside the camp. Several powerful forces were emanating from the camp. Kill our way in. The deep voice was accompanied by rare excitement. This military camp was just one of the smaller camps of the Hell Legion. Normally, there would be 4,000 to 5,000 Hell soldiers and 10 Hell cavalrymen in one camp. They could guard an area of 1,000,000 miles. It was a terrifying force. Even a mortal-ranked immortal king would have a headache dealing with 40 to 50 Hell soldiers, let alone 4,000 to 5,000 Hell soldiers. They were like a torrent of steel that swept through everything. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Hell soldiers rushed out of the military camp. The leader of the group was like a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus. He rushed forward with large strides. His 6 arms were like mountains, and with a single palm strike, the Hell soldier lay there motionless. He was incomparably domineering, sweeping through everything. The Hell cavalryman in the military camp wielded a long spear and rushed out. A huge mountain came crashing down, crushing him into a meat patty. It was a terrifying sight. The group of people came quickly and disappeared just as quickly. After that, there were only a few people left in the military camp. That's great. Big Bro Lin robbing the barracks of the Hell Army? This is the first time I've ever done something like this. Feels amazing. I've never heard of anyone in our clan daring to barge into the Hell Legion's barracks. Sure, Tianchong, Tai, and the others looked excited. The barracks of the Hellish Legion were famous, and not even immortal kings would dare to barge into them. If they did, they would be in grave danger. Generally speaking, the organizations behind them would warn them to turn around and leave if they encountered a large number of hellish beasts, lest they die at the hands of the enemy. This was the first time they had barged into a military camp. They were filled with admiration for Lin Fei. Lin Fei was also very satisfied. Let's go to the next barracks and rob as many as we can before they react. Aside from the Hell soldiers in each camp, the treasures they obtained from the humans were also incredibly tempting. For example, origin immortal stones and true essences. The former was piled high in mountains and the latter was also an enormous sum. What Lin Fei didn't know was that robbing the Hell Legion's barracks was an extremely audacious act. Ordinary people wouldn't dare do such a thing. With Black Crow as the vanguard, Lin Fei as the main force and Tai and Shi Tianchong as his assistants, they barged into the barracks and plundered their treasures. The barracks were empty and lacking in strength, so Lin Fei's attack was practically a direct assault. By the time the remaining soldiers in the barracks reacted, Lin Fei's group had long since left, so they could only watch helplessly. Hurry and report this to the commander. One report after another was sent to their superiors. Commander Darim was accompanying the Infernal Crown Prince. When he saw the 10-some Infernal cavalrymen approaching, he scowled and found an excuse to greet them. "My lord, something's happened." "What happened?" Darim glared at them and inwardly cursed. Don't they know that they're accompanying His Highness? Are they courting death by coming up at this time? More than 10 of our barracks have been attacked by humans, and all the treasures inside have been plundered. One of the Infernal cavalrymen gritted his teeth. "You can just send people to hunt them down. Why bother asking me?" Darim glared at them again. "Aren't they just a few humans? Do you think they can overturn the heavens?" The 10-some Infernal cavalrymen scowled. They knew that they had chosen the wrong time, so they hurriedly excused themselves and personally led over 1,000 Infernal Beast soldiers to hunt them down. A bunch of good-for-nothings. A few humans still have to report to me. After scolding them, Darim returned to accompany His Highness. He didn't want to disturb His Highness over such a trivial matter and affect His Highness' impression of him. After a long time, an Infernal cavalryman cautiously approached. "Lord Commander, they're all dead." It was just a few words, but Darim's expression changed. "Tell me the situation. Don't hide anything." The barracks were not far from this infernal plain. Few humans dared to barge in. At most, they would wander around the periphery. Once they entered, they would definitely die. Another Infernal cavalryman came in anxiously. "Lord Commander, another 20 barracks have been broken through. There are countless casualties. Among that group of people, there is one who cultivates divine force. His strength is great and unparalleled. He swept through all of our barracks as easily as crushing dry weeds." At first, Darim thought that it was just a small matter and there was no need to worry about it. It happened often in a year. After sweeping through more than 30 barracks, even he started to feel heartache. This was his own strength. Losing one was equivalent to losing one. "Send out a team of 10,000. We must surround and kill them." "Yes, sir." Outside the barracks, 10,000 Infernal Beast soldiers covered the sky. Under the lead of a group of Infernal cavalrymen, they chased after that group of people. "Darim, what's going on outside?" The Crown Prince of Hell walked out and glanced at Darim. This glance made Darim shiver. His legs trembled as if he was about to kneel down. He lowered his head and touched his scalp. "Your Highness, it's just a small matter. Darim, you're my man. Don't disappoint me." The Crown Prince retracted his gaze. "All right, how are the preparations? I don't have much time." "All right, everything is ready. We're just waiting for your Highness to arrive." The Crown Prince smiled. "That's good. You know the importance of the blood-desolate beast fruit. If anything goes wrong, you can forget about being a commander." "Yes, yes." Darim secretly wiped off his cold sweat and hurriedly chased after him. Chapter 967. Haha, I finally fused the laws together, becoming an immortal king of a generation. A mountain call was filled with the smell of blood. It was obvious that a battle had taken place not long ago. A tall and sturdy man was standing on top of the rubble. The surrounding rocks exploded one after another, turning into fine powder that drifted with the wind. "Congratulations, brother Tai. Hehe, now that you've reached the Celestial King realm, your battle prowess will rise by a great deal again. Coupled with the blazing sun saint bow in your hands, your strength won't be inferior to ours at all. You're practically a freak." Shi Tianchong and Black Crow came up to congratulate him. Tai sighed. "If it weren't for Lin Fei's help and training in life-and-death situations, I wouldn't have been able to break through so quickly and merge the laws of nature into a complete one." Their gazes all fell on Lin Fei, who was sitting cross-legged on a large rock. After this bloody tempering, the few of them reaped great rewards as their strength rose by quite a bit. Shi Tianchong advanced from the mid-phase to the peak of the mortal-ranked Immortal King realm, Black Crow advanced from the early phase to the mid-phase, and as for the Sky Fox Holy Maiden, she advanced from the mid-phase to the peak of the mortal-ranked Immortal King realm. She was just a single step away from the Earth-ranked Immortal King realm. No matter how much they improved, their gazes towards Lin Fei, who was sitting cross-legged on the boulder, were still filled with endless admiration. Do you guys think that Big Brother Lin is about to break through? The Sky Fox Holy Maiden's beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. Over the past few days they had killed Hell Beast soldiers, and they had always thought that the difference between their strength and that of Lin Fei's was not great, but no matter what, once they saw his violent methods, they had to admit that the difference between them was great. They were not on the same level. Yesterday he single-handedly wiped out tens of thousands of Hell Beast soldiers and dozens of Hell cavalrymen. Aside from those who ran away, at least 2,000 Hell Beast soldiers died at his hands. Lin Fei's strength is getting more and more terrifying. Shi Tianchong sighed. Lin Fei, who was sitting cross-legged on the boulder, suddenly stood up, his long hair fluttering in the wind. He looked like a god. Big Brother Lin has broken through to the perfected Golden Immortal realm. They could tell at a glance that Lin Fei had advanced from a Golden Immortal to a perfected Golden Immortal. Don't go there. Just as they were about to go over, Shi Tianchong hurriedly stopped them and pointed to the sky. I feel a terrifying and tyrannical aura. Phew, a gust of wind blew in the dark sky. Bang bang bang, with a single gust of wind, the entire valley was blasted apart and leveled to the ground. Tai and the others were so frightened that they were sent flying millions of kilometers away. Only then did they stop. Their faces were filled with shock. What a terrifying power. Our Golden Lion race has an extremely strong fleshly body. But just now I felt so powerless. If I were to be sucked into it, I would definitely die. Cold sweat appeared on Shi Tianchong's forehead. Tai said anxiously. What's going on? Why is there such a violent force? In the depths of the sky, a beam of multicolored light descended from the sky. The wind stopped and a figure appeared. If it was not Lin Fei, who else could it be? The gale that flattened the call made them feel fear, but they couldn't see anything from Lin Fei. The multicolored light shone brightly on Lin Fei's body. This is the aura of the Dragon Clan. The Sky Fox Holy Maiden sucked in a breath of cold air and pointed at the thick pillar of multicolored light. The aura of the Dragon Clan? Could it be that Lin Fei is from the Dragon Clan? That's right, that must be it. Big Brother Lin's divine power is shocking, and he's a Tyrannosaurus in human form. He might really be from the Dragon Clan. The multicolored light pillar stayed there for the time it took for an incense stick to burn before disappearing. Peace was restored in the distance, but the area had turned into a plain, and it was difficult to see the landscape from before. Finally, the third bloodline activation. Lin Fei was still the same person and no changes could be seen. Only he knew the benefits of the third bloodline activation. If not for a series of coincidences and the fact that I have the Heaven and Earth Furnace, which allows me to refine the unique divine power pill, I would never have been able to activate the third bloodline activation. Lin Fei sighed. He could not help but laugh as he felt the surging divine power in his body. This time I'd like to see who dares to snatch the Great Emperor's key from me. I'll kill whoever dares to make a move. At this moment Lin Fei could finally heave a sigh of relief. The effects of the third bloodline activation were far more shocking than he had imagined, and the benefits were almost unimaginable. His divine power had increased to the power of 90 million dragons in one go. This terrifying number would shock anyone. From now on, Lin Fei did not need to use explosive attacks, and his divine power alone could reach the power of 90 million dragons. This terrifying number was no longer comparable to the measly 2 million dragon divine power he had back then. In other words, with his violent divine power, he could poke someone to death with a single finger, and he would die without a complete corpse. My divine power has increased to the power of 90 million dragons, and I'm about to break through the limit. Lin Fei thought to himself, there's a clear gap in my physical body. If I hadn't fused a body-tempering cultivation technique and created a divine body of my own, I definitely wouldn't have been able to contain the divine power during the bloodline activation. Instead, I would have exploded. The time it took for an incense stick to burn might seem short, but Lin Fei knew very well what that time represented. He was almost done for. My divine power has not only increased, but the system has also been reopened. I'm really looking forward to it. A large number of Hell Beast soldiers finally gave him enough experience to level up from the Golden Immortal Realm to the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm, stimulating the dormant system and reopening it. Boom! A glazed pagoda suddenly appeared in the void and gradually grew with the wind, becoming 1,000 zhang tall, suppressing Lin Fei in one fell swoop, and smashing him into the vast land. Haha, it's easy to get it. Lin Fei, you didn't expect it, did you? An old man walked out of the void, a complete disk of laws behind him, spinning and emitting brilliant light. He was a real immortal king, and his terrifying aura suppressed the void. Not good. How did Big Brother Lin provoke such an enemy? What should we do now? As soon as the old man appeared, the Sky Fox Holy Maiden and the others changed their expressions. This old man was countless times stronger than them, and had stepped into the ranks of Earth-stage immortal kings. The holy light disk was constantly being activated. Old thing, let go of Big Brother Lin, or you'll be going against our Golden Lion clan. The first to react was Shi Tianchong, who flew up and blocked in front of the old man. Suddenly someone appeared, and the old man had a displeased look on his face. After hearing that this was the Golden Lion clan, a hint of fear flashed in his eyes, and he waved his hand, suppressing the void. Little lion, because of what you said, this old man, Sky Eagle Immortal King, will kill you, but since you're from the Golden Lion clan, I'll spare your life. You're Sky Eagle Immortal King. Black Crow was obviously shocked. Sky Eagle Immortal King looked over. So you're the descendant of the celestial god Rat and Black Crow? I didn't expect you to know this old man's name. Sky Eagle Immortal King, you're a famous expert. Why are you going against Big Brother Lin? The Sky Fox Holy Maiden said in a deep voice. If Big Brother Lin has offended you, how about I apologize to you on his behalf? Haha, I didn't expect that the kid Lin Fei would know you people. Sky Eagle Immortal King was of the older generation, and he easily recognized the three of them. Their bloodlines were not simple. However, do you know what kind of person Lin Fei is? He's a person that everyone wants to kill. I've said so much, but you won't understand. This old man's opportunity is with Lin Fei. Ha! Sky Eagle Immortal King suppressed the void and ignored the few little fellows. He reached out and grabbed, and the glazed pagoda shrank, preparing to fly back. After midair, there was a loud rumble, and the glazed pagoda swayed left and right. The body of the pagoda was full of cracks, and with a loud crack, a black-robed man walked out. Ah, my glazed pagoda. Sky Eagle Immortal King was in so much pain that he wanted to die. Lin Fei strode forward, and the nomological power that could suppress Tai and the others was actually unable to suppress it. With a crackling sound, he reached out and grabbed Sky Eagle Immortal King's neck without any obstruction. Old thing, you were the one who suppressed me just now, weren't you? Lin Fei walked forward like a god, and his arms slapped the holy light plate behind Sky Eagle Immortal King. The incomparably hard holy light plate cracked with a whoosh, and was divided into several large pieces, which exploded one by one. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, and dust to dust disappeared. Cough, cough, cough. Sky Eagle Immortal King coughed up blood, and was unable to condense the nomological power in his body. He was extremely shocked. You actually shattered my holy light plate? How is this possible? The holy light plate was abnormally hard, and it was impossible to break it. Lin Fei's casual attack broke the holy light plate in seconds, which was beyond Sky Eagle Immortal King's imagination. When the holy light plate shattered, Tai and the others regained their freedom, and they also looked at each other. I'm not seeing things right? Lin Fei grabbed Sky Eagle Immortal King's neck. This is an Earth-stage Immortal King, not a Hell Beast soldier. With a wave of his hand, Lin Fei grabbed the neck of an Earth-ranked Immortal King. There was no need to mention how exhilarating it was. Without saying anything, he slapped out with his palm. The Sky Eagle Immortal King screamed in agony as his entire body exploded. You want to snatch my things? You're too weak. Lin Fei shook his head. His divine power had truly reached the grand completion, and the Earth-stage Immortal King who was under great pressure in the past was now insignificant. Hairball, time to eat. Whoosh. Hairball rushed out, opened her mouth and swallowed. An Earth-stage Immortal King expert, Sky Eagle Immortal King, didn't even have time to surrender, and became Hairball's food. Big Brother Lin, you just killed an Earth-stage Immortal King? Earth-ranked Immortal Kings were all major characters in any power, exuding boundless glory. The Sky Eagle Immortal King was an extremely famous expert in the demon race, yet he died in just a few moves. The Lin Fei after his breakthrough was simply too terrifying. This kind of trash, no matter how many come, I can kill them all. Lin Fei clapped his hands. Shi Tianchong asked weakly, Big Brother Lin, did you do something big outside that caused the wrath of the heavens and the resentment of the people? They all listened to Sky Eagle Immortal King's words. I didn't do anything that caused the wrath of the heavens and the resentment of the people, but I did snatch the Eternal Emperor's key. There are a total of 10 Eternal Emperor's keys and I got 2. Lin Fei spread his hands. See, they're jealous, you guys understand. Awesome. Chapter 968. After activating his bloodline thrice, Lin Fei reached 90 million dragon divine power in one fell swoop. Coincidentally, he encountered the Sky Eagle Immortal King and suppressed him with a single move. Lin Fei did not mind saying that he had snatched 2 Great Emperor keys. Alright, now that you know, I guess we won't be able to be together anymore. Since the Sky Eagle Immortal King had found his way here, many others were probably here as well. It was hard to say when they would find him. If they encountered him alone, he would not have to worry at all since his strength had improved greatly. But if Tai and the others were here, the situation would be different and they might be distracted. The Sky Fox Holy Maiden and the others felt that it was a pity. Just as they had said, the Sky Eagle Immortal King was afraid of them and did not dare to attack them. At most, he could suppress them. If they encountered someone with a bad temper, they would definitely kill them. Big Brother Lin, it was thanks to your help along the way that we could make it this far. When you get out, you must come to our Golden Lion clan as a guest. Shi Tianchong took out a lion head token and handed it to Lin Fei. Alright. Lin Fei did not refuse and accepted it. Tai, the Sky Fox Holy Maiden, and the others each handed over a token and explained the location in detail before leaving reluctantly. After watching them leave, Lin Fei changed direction and walked in another direction. He had intended to find a place to study the updated system, but he encountered something. The Hell Crown Prince's warship? For some reason, Lin Fei saw the Hell Crown Prince's warship from afar, as well as the vast number of Hell Beast soldiers, which was beyond his expectations. After concealing himself and sealing off all his aura, Lin Fei acted as if he did not exist. After observing for a while, he confirmed that the warship was the Hell Crown Prince's warship. What's going on? Why is the Hell Crown Prince here? I even ran into him. Look at the scale, there are at least 100,000 Hell Beast soldiers. Is he going to do something big? Lin Fei did not have a good impression of the Hell Crown Prince. Now that he had encountered the Crown Prince of Hell, he couldn't hold back anymore. His main body's divine power had reached 90 million Dragon God power points, and he was truly unstoppable. If he were to face the Crown Prince of Hell again, he wouldn't be afraid at all. He would just beat the crap out of him. Just like that, Lin Fei followed behind. After sealing off all of his aura, no one in the huge crowd noticed that there was someone following behind him. Under normal circumstances, no human would dare to chase after 100,000 Hell soldiers to see what was going on. Lin Fei was the only exception. Along the way, Lin Fei followed the Hell warship unhurriedly. As the Hell warship flew forward, there was not a single barracks in sight. It was as if he did not exist. This made Lin Fei even more curious. The Infernal Crown Prince had obtained a Grand Emperor's key, but instead of hiding in the Infernal Realm, he had come to the great metropolis Heaven's central sanctuary ruins. It was obvious that he was not here to search for treasures. Half a day later, a towering mountain appeared between heaven and earth. Black. Everything between heaven and earth, including the towering mountains, was dyed black. The densely packed Hell soldiers were innumerable. In front of this blackness, the previous 100,000 Hell soldiers were like a drop in the ocean, truly insignificant. So many Hell soldiers, no less than 10 million. Lin Fei, who was trailing behind, was shocked. More than 10 million Hell beasts had surrounded the mountain, and the barracks were so tight that not even wind could pass through. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the blackness crawled down. Welcome, Your Highness. Welcome, Your Highness. On the deck of the Hell warship, a person slowly walked out with a domineering aura. It was the Crown Prince of Hell. 3 burly figures flew up and knelt on one knee before the Crown Prince of Hell, saying, "Your subordinates greet Your Highness. Daoan, Human Devil, Kuei Xing, the 3 of you may rise." The Crown Prince of Hell smiled. "Thank you for your grace, Your Highness." The 3 of them stood up, lowered their heads, and did not dare to breathe too loudly. "This is Father's warrant. Please check it." The Crown Prince of Hell took out a warrant. The 3 commanders were visibly shocked and carefully received it. "That's right, this is His Majesty's warrant. Your Highness, we are here." After the 3 of them looked at it, they invited the Crown Prince of Hell in. Hiding in the distance, Lin Fei was puzzled. Does this Crown Prince of Hell have nothing better to do? Why would he come here? Isn't he afraid of encountering an expert? Although 10 million Hell soldiers were nothing, Lin Fei did not dare to act recklessly. He pondered on how to sneak in and take a look. Then, his gaze fell on the towering mountain. What a dense aura of death. It surpasses any other place. With one look, Lin Fei could see that the area around the towering mountain was filled with a large amount of aura of death. "Hairball, go in and take a look." Lin Fei could not enter. Hairball had recovered from her injuries and eaten a large number of Hell soldiers. She was even stronger than before, and she flew in like a wisp of smoke. Fortunately, there was no movement outside. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Hairball returned and spat out a blood-colored fruit. Master, I discovered that inside the mountain, there's a large expanse of open land, and there are plants growing on it. This is the plant and it tastes pretty good. After spitting out the blood-colored fruit, Furball explained the situation. Blood-colored fruit? Lin Fei was even more curious. He looked at the blood-colored fruit in his hand. The fruit was the size of a fist, and it was completely blood-colored. It was crystal clear. He was shocked. Can this be eaten? Lin Fei did not dare to act recklessly with this unknown fruit. It tastes good. Hairball licked the corner of her mouth. The mountain is filled with restrictive spells. Apart from these fruits, there is nothing else. Ding. 100-year-old blood desolate beast fruit has been discovered. Out of nowhere, a notification came from the system. After a moment of shock, Lin Fei received another notification. Blood desolate beast fruit, one of the natural treasures. It contains a powerful transformation ability and can transform any divine body. After reading the notification, Lin Fei finally understood the Crown Prince of Hell's goal. Perhaps it was the blood desolate beast fruit in his hand. Lin Fei ate the blood desolate beast fruit. It melted in his mouth and turned into a mysterious force that transformed his flesh and cells, producing a slight effect. My invincible golden body divine body has improved a little. Lin Fei was shocked by this result. Suddenly Lin Fei let out a cry of surprise. The big bell condensed by the god body showed the fourth god body, the immortal hell god body, which occupied a small part of the bell. Isn't this the invincible infernal divine body that appeared when the expert from hell refined the power of death? It is a powerful divine body in hell. Back when he broke into the central sanctuary, he refined the power of death and cultivated a death incarnation, obtaining a complete power of law. Among them was a divine body refinement skill. So to cultivate the invincible infernal divine body, I need the help of the blood desolate beast fruit. Chapter 969. We're out. We're finally out. Outside the central sacred region. Tai and the others had finally come out of the dangerous central sacred region alive. But when they came out, they found that the situation outside was not right. There was an oppressive atmosphere. First of all, as soon as they came out, streams of divine sense were released and locked onto them. At that moment, it was as if everything was exposed in front of them. The divine sense only stayed for a short time, less than a breath, but it made them feel like they were in an abyss, almost unable to breathe. Secondly, there were not many people outside the central sacred region, usually in groups of 3 or 5. The trading area was deserted, but now there was a sea of people outside. This was something that had never happened before. The 4 immediately thought of Lin Fei's words, and their hearts tightened, afraid that they would expose themselves. There's no need to look. Lin Fei wouldn't dare to come out at this time. That's hard to say. Ever since Lin Fei was injured, people from various forces have gone in, but we haven't seen Lin Fei's shadow. Could he have run away? Damn, who are you trying to fool? Don't forget there are heaven stage immortal kings outside. Lin Fei wouldn't be able to run away even if he had 100 guts. The voices around them made their hearts tremble again. After coming out quietly, they could not help but wipe the cold sweat off their big brother Lin. The legendary heaven stage immortal kings had appeared. They were true peerless experts. What do we do now? They did not dare to speak carelessly in a place like this, for fear of leaking information. Only now did they understand why Lin Fei was in such a hurry to let them leave. All the major forces had gone in, and it was hard to guarantee that they would run into each other. My father is here. Suddenly, a jade talisman appeared in Shi Qianchong's hand, and there was a message. Let's go and check out the situation first. The Sky Fox Holy Maiden was the smartest among them. Will your father come? He won't. Outside the central sacred region in the trading area. Outside a black senfu, Shi Tianchong walked in with the Sky Fox Holy Maiden. Outside the trading area, all the senfu were carried around. It was easy and simple to take it out, and as long as there was an empty space, it would become a house. Young master, why are you so insensible? Is the hell plane something you can barge into? Even the old master is angry. The moment Shi Tianchong entered, an old man who looked like a housekeeper berated him in a low voice. Apologize properly. Your father has been worried for a long time. Thank you, Uncle Xing. The old man was the steward of Shi Tianchong's family. Young master has gone out for a few days and his strength has improved, and he's only a step away from the Earth-rank Immortal King realm. Uncle Xing looked at their backs and couldn't help but be slightly startled. In the living room. A middle-aged man with a golden saber was sitting on a horse. He was expressionless, and the air was emitting an oppressive pressure. "Unfilial son, how dare you come back?" This middle-aged man was the current patriarch of the Golden Clan, Shiba. He roared as soon as he opened his mouth. Upon hearing this voice, the person who came in immediately shivered. "Father, I was wrong." Shi Tianchong was very afraid of his father. His imposing aura made people not dare to look at him. As soon as he entered, he braced himself and immediately admitted his mistake. "The three of you are too bold. Do you think the Hell Plains are somewhere you can go? Any one of the Infernal Knights can kill you, and 20 Infernal Beast soldiers can annihilate you." Shiba was very angry and he berated them, wanting them to remember. As he scolded them, he let out a cry of surprise. "Hey, there's a strong bloody aura on the four of you. The bloody aura is very strong and there's no lack of Infernal Beast soldiers, and the number is not small, also your strength has increased. Strange, why don't you tell me the truth?" Back then, his son went to the Hell Plains without permission. As a father, he immediately arranged for people to find him, but in the end, he lost his shadow. Now that he came back alive, the thick bloody aura on his body couldn't be hidden from them. In such a short time, his strength had increased, and he had to go through a bloody battle. However, with their strength, it was impossible for them to fight continuously. Shiba was an expert of this level and he could recognize him at a glance. "Father is mighty, you even saw through this." Shi Tianchong hurriedly flattered. "Stinking brat, don't flatter me. Your father doesn't fall for it." Shiba glared at him. "Hurry up and explain the situation. Did you meet an expert? As a father, I have to go and thank him." "Father, it's like this. Back then your son and—" Shi Tianchong thought about how to phrase his words and spoke until his mouth was dry. Only then did he stop. "That's what happened. All of them were on tenterhooks. You said you met Lin Fei? He saved you, and then you went to hunt Infernal Beast soldiers. Heavenly Eagle Immortal King was suppressed by him with one hand?" Shiba was expressionless. Even though he knew someone had helped them, he didn't expect it to be Lin Fei. "Elder Xing, bring the three of them to rest first. Son, you stay here. Also, don't say a word about today's matter to anyone." He emphasized the last sentence. Since it involved Lin Fei, Shiba couldn't help but pay attention to it. "This way, please." The butler from before had appeared at some point. After taking the three away, the living room quieted down. Shi Tianchong was nervous, not knowing what his father would say. "You said that Lin Fei is from the dragon race, and that Heavenly Eagle Immortal King couldn't even withstand a single blow from him?" "Father, you don't know. When Heavenly Eagle Immortal King came, he used the glazed pagoda to suppress Big Brother Lin, but Big Brother Lin smashed the pagoda, grabbed Heavenly Eagle Immortal King's neck, and shattered the holy light plate with one punch." Every time he thought of this, Shi Tianchong was filled with excitement. Shiba stood up. Heavenly Eagle Immortal King was at the peak of Earth rank early phase. With his demonic physique, he could fight evenly with a mid-Earth rank Immortal King. Now he was suppressed in one move and even the holy light plate was shattered. Lin Fei's strength has actually reached this level. Rumor has it that Lin Fei's godly strength was shocking, reaching over 1,000,000 dragons and exploding out with over 100 million dragons as well as an awesome physique. In the eyes of ordinary people, this was extremely terrifying, but to someone at Shiba's level, it was insignificant. At his level, he could suppress his opponent with a wave of his hand, and even 100 Lin Fei might not be able to take him seriously. Shiba never doubted his son's words, and was very clear about his son's temperament. Lin Fei was able to suppress Heavenly Eagle Immortal King with one hand, and a veteran Earth rank Immortal King at that. His combat strength was at least at the Earth rank Immortal King level, and his godly strength was at least 10 million dragons. To be able to shatter the holy light plate, his godly strength was at least 30 million dragons. This Lin Fei is really surprising. Shiba, the leader of the Golden Lion tribe, was suddenly interested in this person. "Son, what do you think of Lin Fei?" Shiba sat down again. "Don't be afraid, speak according to your feelings." Looking at his father, Shi Tianchong mustered up his courage. "Father, Brother Lin is a good person. He is the calmest person I have ever seen in my life, and there is almost no arrogance in him. It is all thanks to his help that I can survive, and also increase my cultivation level in the bloody battle. Brother Lin's contribution cannot go unnoticed." "Then do you know what kind of big event this Brother Lin you speak of has caused in Dutian world? Isn't it just 2 great Emperor keys? That's because they are not as good as Brother Lin, and they are disgracing themselves. If you have the ability to fight one-on-one, Brother Lin promises to beat them up until they are looking for their teeth on the ground." This time Shiba actually smiled. Under his pressure, his son rarely worshipped anyone. Lin Fei was someone that he would protect. This was a very rare thing. The Golden Lion tribe had a high status, and they were born experts, so they did not need to worship a person. As a father, Shiba had never seen his son worship a human. "Hehe, you have indeed changed after going out," Shiba said faintly. Shiba said calmly, "You probably don't know about the commotion caused by the big brother Lin you speak of. The Eternal Emperor's treasure has appeared, and he's monopolizing 2 of the keys. Anyone would be tempted. The Skywolf Immortal King is personally overseeing things. Other than him, there are a total of 8 heaven-ranked Immortal Kings guarding the trading area, waiting for Lin Fei to appear." "What 8 Heaven-stage Immortal Kings have appeared?" Earth-stage Immortal Kings in Duqian world could be found with one hand, but those who had advanced to Heaven stage were few and far between. Now that 8 Heaven-stage Immortal Kings had appeared, the situation had changed. "Father, aren't you a Heaven-stage Immortal King? Can you help Brother Lin?" Shi Tianchong did not expect that the situation would be so serious. Heaven-stage Immortal Kings were the strongest experts below the Great Emperor. If the Great Emperor did not appear, who could compete with them? "Go back and have a good rest." "Father," Shi Tianchong turned around unwillingly, a hint of complacency flashing in his eyes. 8 Heaven-stage Immortal Kings, at least Brother Lin can make preparations, lest he dives headfirst into it. "Hell Crown Prince, what a good move, there must be one of the Great Emperor keys in your hands." Shiba pondered. Lin Fei's strength has increased by leaps and bounds, and he even has the support of the Dragon Clan. Is he not human? Or is he a disciple of the Dragon Clan? If so, Shiba's eyes flashed with a hint of fear. Rumor has it that the most talented disciples of the Dragon Clan are placed in a small world to cultivate. When they are young, their strength is not obvious, but once they ascend, their strength will increase by leaps and bounds, to be able to destroy the Heavenly Eagle Immortal King's holy light plate with one punch. Lin Fei might really be a disciple of the Dragon Clan. Rumor has it that Lin Fei loves to kill and advocates violence. This is in line with the characteristics of the Dragon Clan. Regarding the Great Emperor keys, I have to think twice. In the living room, Shiba's figure slowly faded away. "Brother Lin, there's great danger." Coming out of the living room, Shi Tianchong immediately went to find Tai and the others. "What happened? What did Father Lin say?" After arranging the rooms, they gathered together and waited for news. "My father said that Big Brother Lin's situation isn't good. A total of 8 heaven-ranked Immortal Kings have appeared, and one of them is the ferocious Skywolf Immortal King." Shi Tianchong blurted out everything in a single breath. "Ah, so serious?" This news was too shocking. Chapter 970. Hell Plain. So many blood-desolate beast fruits. There was a grotto heaven world within the mountain. The large number of corpses piled up like a mountain, forming a white mountain of corpses. Next to the mountain of corpses, there was a blood-colored plant that looked like a vine wrapped around a towering pillar. A person quietly appeared in this towering mountain. This person was, of course, Lin Fei. He had borrowed Furball's teleportation ability to make it through the daunting experience without any mishaps. There are heavy guards outside. Could it be to protect the blood-desolate beast fruits? Lin Fei pondered. His gaze did not stop as he looked around. The blood-colored vines were rooted in the ground, and the corpses piled up. The ground beneath his feet was black, which made him stand out from the crowd. After some observation, Lin Fei confirmed that the Crown Prince of Hell was here for the blood-desolate beast fruits. The outside was heavily guarded and filled with restrictions. Once the restrictions were triggered, the outside would be heavily guarded, and no one would dare to barge in. Lin Fei himself had relied on Furball's ability to enter without any mishaps. "Crown Prince of Hell, didn't you want the blood-desolate beast fruits? From now on, these blood-desolate beast fruits belong to me." Lin Fei and Hairball took the initiative to collect the blood-desolate beast fruits. Starting from the periphery, the blood-desolate beast fruits were around 20 years old. At the center, they were around 100 years old. As they went deeper, the number of blood-desolate beast fruits gradually decreased. The mountains of corpses were several times larger than the ones outside. 500-year-old blood-desolate beast fruits? The mountain was vast, with a large number of blood-desolate beast vines planted. Lin Fei did not stand on ceremony. After plucking them, he immediately refined them. He did not even consider storing them. On the black bell in his body, the Hell Body refining technique was constantly making breakthroughs. Infernal Immortal Body, first level. Infernal Immortal Body, second level. Infernal Immortal Body, third level. In the blink of an eye, the Infernal Immortal Body had reached the 8th level. There was not a single blood-desolate beast fruit in the huge plantation. At a glance, there was nothing other than the color of blood. Hee, I wonder what kind of expression the Crown Prince of Hell will have when he sees it. I'm really looking forward to it. Lin Fei chuckled, feeling very satisfied. If you dare to be a villain and spread rumors about me, I will dare to rob all of your blood-desolate beast fruits. Master, there's something good ahead. Hairball came back with a large pile of blood-desolate beast fruits. She landed on Xiao Chen's shoulder and ate a blood-desolate beast fruit with a single movement of her hand. She was very happy. If the Crown Prince of Hell saw this, he would definitely curse her. You wastrel, blood-desolate beast fruits are not snacks. Something good. Lin Fei was very interested. He turned into a black shadow and flew forward. What a big pool. After flying for a while, a monstrous stench of blood greeted them. A gigantic blood-colored vine suddenly appeared in Lin Fei's vision. This blood-colored vine was not wrapped around the pillar. Instead, it was completely submerged in the boundless pool of blood. The huge blood pool was bubbling. Who knew how much blood it contained? Even Lin Fei was shocked when he saw it. Master, do you see that? There are a total of 10 blood-desolate beast fruits on that vine. Hairball greedily looked at the blood-desolate beast fruits on the vine. Following her gaze, Lin Fei also saw the blood-desolate beast fruits on the vine. Good stuff. Let me see how old it is. At a glance, the blood-desolate beast fruits on the vine emitted an ancient aura. It was far from being comparable to the blood-desolate beast fruits in front. Sacred blood-desolate fruit, 10,000 years old. After seeing this, Lin Fei took a deep breath. A 10,000 years old sacred blood-desolate fruit. Only 10 sacred blood-desolate fruits remained after 10,000 years. Good stuff, really good stuff. The Crown Prince of Hell must be here for the sacred blood-desolate fruits. Otherwise, he wouldn't have mobilized so many people. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Without saying a word, he rushed towards the vine and reached out to pick the sacred blood-desolate fruits. This kind of great nourishment could not be given to that bastard Crown Prince of Hell. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, Lin Fei charged into the sky above the blood pool. The originally motionless vines seemed to have come to life in an instant. Hundreds of vines flew out from the blood pool. Each vine was as thick as a pillar and whipped at Lin Fei. Although they did not contain the power of law, the power was shocking and caused the void to collapse. What a domineering power. 50 million dragon divine power. After withstanding the attack, Lin Fei was shocked by the huge divine power. If it was not for a coincidence, his main body's divine power would not have reached 90 million dragon divine power. But this vine had 50 million dragon divine power in one attack. It was simply heaven-defying. If it was someone else, they would die under this vine and become nourishment for the other party. Kill? Lin Fei's 3 heads and 6 arms appeared, and he continuously punched out, sending out hundreds of millions of tons of power. He sent the vines flying, and a look of shock appeared on his face. Even with his divine power, he was unable to destroy the vines? He was only sent flying? The boundless world was really full of strange things. Go, go, go! Unable to shatter the tentacle-like vines, Lin Fei did not use force. His priority was to pick the sacred blood-desolate fruits. Nothing else mattered. The blood pool was very, very big. The boiling blood bubbled as countless vines shot out from the blood pool. Each of the vines was akin to an earth-ranked immortal king, terrifying to the extreme. Even Lin Fei himself felt an immense pressure bearing down on him. How could the people of the infernal realm plant such a thing here? If this blood-colored vine developed intelligence, it would most likely become a peerless expert. After the 3rd bloodline stimulation, Lin Fei's sacred dragon step also reached a new level. Every time he sent a vine flying, he advanced a certain distance. Come here. The blood-colored vine was incomparably powerful. After all, it had no intelligence and relied on instinct to attack. Relying on his tyrannical divine power and physical body, Lin Fei finally made it to the core position. The fiend god grabbed something and a sacred blood-desolate fruit appeared in his hand. It shone with a rare holy light, sparkling and translucent. Collect. After taking 1 sacred blood-desolate fruit, Lin Fei rushed to the second one. Soon, all 10 sacred blood-desolate fruits fell into Lin Fei's hands. I finally collected them all. At this moment, the densely packed vines surrounded the blood pool, blotting out the sky. The vine's blood-colored mist descended from the sky and spread out. You can even use this kind of attack? When the blood-colored mist touched his flesh, a force began to corrode it. Lin Fei's divine power shook, shattering that force. The blood-colored mist filled the sky. Chapter 971. Your Highness, the desolate blood fruit is 10,000 years old. It won't be easy to take it. Does your highness have a way? The three great commanders escorted the Crown Prince of Hell out. The three commanders were experts from the empire the Crown Prince of Hell belonged to. They had been guarding this place for 1,000 years. The one speaking was Commander Dwayne. He had the strength of a peak Earth rank mid-phase. His true strength was comparable to a late phase Earth rank. Their eyes flashed with yearning at the mention of the desolate blood fruit. It was a rare fruit in hell. Then they revealed a rare look of fear. The infernal Crown Prince naturally noticed the changes in the trio. That blood vine merely possesses a powerful godly force, so there's no need for the three captains to worry about it. I've obtained permission from my imperial father to bring some treasures that should be enough to deal with the blood vine. Commander Human asked carefully, the treasure your highness is referring to, is it that? Yes. The three commanders let out a sigh of relief. Congratulations, your highness. The Crown Prince waved his sleeves. All right, let's go. Ever since he got the Emperor's key, the Crown Prince of Hell returned to Hell World. He was still brooding over his loss to Lin Fei. Relying on his great contribution, he successfully got Father's permission to come to Hell Plain to take one of the desolate blood fruits. Lin Fei, I don't know if someone killed a street rat like you. It'd be best if you weren't. This Crown Prince will personally kill you. The Crown Prince of Hell looked at the blood-colored mountain. Only 10 desolate blood fruits are produced in 10,000 years. One is enough for my divine body to reach great completion. I'm looking forward to it. The three commanders and 10 odd commanders escorted the Crown Prince of Hell to the front of the blood-colored mountain. Open the seal. The desolate blood fruit was one of the sacred fruits in Hell World. In order to prevent it from being plundered by others, powerful restrictions had been set up in the void around the blood-colored mountain. Anyone who tried to barge in would be killed 100 times over by the incomparably powerful restrictions. Until now, no one had been able to break into the grotto heaven inside. The three commanders each took out an item and merged the 3 items into a sage item. Then they opened the restrictions of the formation. They walked and stopped from time to time. Just opening the restrictions took a long time. Escorted by the Crown Prince of Hell, they walked in from the outside. A sea of blood appeared in front of them. Those foolish humans probably don't know why our Emperor of Hell occupied this place back then. It's because this place contains the blood and chi of experts, and can be used to grow blood vines and blood desolate beast fruits. The Crown Prince of Hell had a look of pride on his face when he saw the huge stretch of blood vines. The blood desolate beast fruit was not very useful to humans, but to the Hell clan, it could help them cultivate a strong divine body. The genius disciples of the Hell realm would consume the blood desolate beast fruit from a young age. By the time they reached adulthood, each of them would possess a tyrannical fleshly body that could completely crush the weak human race. Where's the blood desolate beast fruit? Commander Stalwart Star cried out in alarm. He couldn't see a single blood desolate beast fruit on the blood vine. This was normally impossible. They would feed the blood vines after a certain period of time, so it was impossible for such a situation to occur. Not good, my blood vine also doesn't have a blood desolate beast fruit. Me too. The commanders answered one after another. The three commanders' expressions were extremely unsightly. They flew out and enveloped the area with their powerful divine sense to check the situation of the blood vines. Their faces were pale as a sense of powerlessness spread from their hearts to their bodies. Commanders, what's going on? The Crown Prince of Hell's expression also changed greatly. In the Hell realm, nurturing blood vines to bear blood desolate beast fruits was an important matter for any empire. In order to nurture them, they would consume a large amount of resources. The older the blood desolate beast fruits were, the more expensive they would be. Any empire would place great importance on them. Seeing that the blood desolate beast fruits had disappeared without a trace, the Crown Prince of Hell almost vomited a mouthful of blood. Your Highness, we have no idea. The formation is still intact. It's impossible for anyone to sneak in. Dao En knelt down with cold sweat dripping down his forehead. They were guarding this area. Otherwise, the safety of the blood desolate beast fruits was of the utmost importance. They placed more importance on it than anyone else. At this moment, the blood desolate beast fruits had disappeared. The three commanders were dumbfounded. His Highness' words made them feel like ants on a hot pan. They really didn't know how to explain it. Blood desolate beast fruits. The Crown Prince of Hell cursed inwardly. He turned into a black shadow and rushed into the depths. They're gone. They're all gone. Everywhere he passed, the blood desolate beast fruits were all gone. Not a single one was left. The blood vines were bare. If it wasn't for the mountains of corpses, people would have suspected that the blood vines hadn't borne fruit yet. The expressions of the three commanders behind them were extremely ugly. What should we do now? Who was it that managed to avoid us and sneak into the cultivation ground of the blood-desolate beast fruits? Let's pray that the blood-desolate beast fruits are still here. The loss of the blood-desolate beast fruits was an astronomical loss. As long as the blood vines were intact, they could nurture them again. If the blood-desolate beast fruits were gone, it would be like the sky had collapsed. The value of a blood-desolate beast fruit was immeasurable. That bloodvine king has been devouring demonic blood for millions of years. It has unknowingly become stronger. Even if the three of us joined hands, we still wouldn't be its opponent. It would be extremely difficult to take the blood-desolate beast fruits away. Thinking of this, they secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Goddamn thief. My blood-desolate beast fruits. You bandit. You bandit. Suddenly, a roar came from the depths in front of them. The three commanders felt that the sky had collapsed. The blood-desolate beast fruits were gone. They flew up. The blood-desolate beast fruits are gone. The bloodvine king is gone too. The pool of blood is gone too. The three commanders almost fell from the sky. Their eyes were filled with shock. How could the bloodvine king disappear? Could it be that it had defied the natural order? Looking at the empty blood pool, the three commanders were speechless. When they looked at the crown prince who was not far away, he was completely in a berserk state. The crown prince of hell had come for the blood-desolate beast fruits. He wanted to cultivate his divine body to great completion so that he could amaze the world in the eternal emperor's treasury. At the crucial moment, the blood-desolate beast fruits had disappeared. You said that the bloodvine king went to it. The crown prince of hell was furious. His cold eyes made them feel like they had fallen into hell. The three commanders all knelt down. Your Highness, we really didn't know the situation. His Highness sent us a message. We even personally came to check. Everything was normal. Your Highness, we can use our heads to guarantee that no one has ever escaped from under our watch. The three commanders cursed that little thief countless times in their hearts. He hadn't come earlier or later. Why had he appeared at this time? If this matter were to spread to the empire, they would definitely be punished. Losing the blood-desolate beast fruits and the million-year-old bloodvine king was a serious crime that would not be easily forgiven. The three commanders kneeling on the ground trembled, unable to speak. They had lost the desolate blood-sacred fruits while they were guarding the place. The million-year-old bloodvine king had swept away all the desolate blood-sacred fruits. It was difficult for them to escape responsibility. The crown prince of hell hated that he could not kill the three of them. He had begged for the blood-desolate beast fruits, but he did not even look at them. The blood-desolate beast fruits had disappeared. For the blood-desolate beast fruits, the crown prince of hell had endured and endured. This result was like being slapped in the face. The most helpless thing was that he did not know who had slapped him. He was running around like a headless fly. Anger. Monstrous anger. The crown prince of hell was suppressing his anger. Ha, crown prince of hell, to think that you would have such a day. You lost the blood-desolate beast fruits. Feel good, right? You don't need to thank me. Everyone would do such a good thing. Loud laughter came from the end of the blood pool. A black-robed man walked over with a child, throwing the fruits into his mouth as he walked. Boom. The crown prince of hell's body trembled as if he was struck by lightning. His black hair stood on end as he pointed at the newcomer. You took away all the blood-desolate beast fruits as well as the precious blood-desolate beast fruits. You deserve to die. This crown prince will skin you alive, pull out your tendons and grind your bones to ashes. The crown prince of hell was already on the verge of going berserk, and his rage had already built up to the size of a volcano. When he saw the rat that Lin Fei had called a street rat swaggering around with a condescending attitude, his rage soared to the heavens. He punched out toward Lin Fei and a huge plate of holy light appeared. Aha, the angrier you get, the happier I am. Lin Fei laughed. He was as unmoving as a mountain. He punched out to meet the crown prince's fist. Bang. The two fists collided. Lin Fei's fist suddenly erupted with power, while the crown prince of hell's fist exploded with a loud bang. Its momentum didn't stop there. Everywhere it passed, a large number of blood vines would explode, and the white bone mountain would turn into dust. Lin Fei's attack was too fast, too domineering. He broke through the crown prince's attack with a single punch and arrived in front of him. The crown prince clearly hesitated for a moment. The armor on his body cracked and he swung his arms to block the punch. His entire body was sent flying, crashing into the ground below. Crown Prince of Hell, weren't you very enthusiastic last time? Why didn't you eat today? Lin Fei shook his head and strode forward. It wasn't a day or two since he killed the Crown Prince of Hell. You dare to frame me and make me hate you? What a good idea. Well, the Crown Prince of Hell coughed out a mouthful of blood when he smashed into the ground. His hands were badly mutilated, and the armor on his body was cracked, on the verge of collapse. The blood in his body was churning and he couldn't suppress it. The three of you hurry up and take down Lin Fei. Chapter 972. There was no way Lin Fei would leave. The Crown Prince of Hell had tricked him. If he let him go so easily, he would not be Lin Fei. After taking all the desolate blood fruits, the Blood Vine King did not let the Crown Prince of Hell off. He would not be satisfied until the Crown Prince of Hell knew how painful it was. When the Crown Prince of Hell brought his men in and saw that the desolate blood beast fruits and the desolate blood fruits were gone, he flew into a rage. Everything fell into Lin Fei's vision. Awesome. You be asterisk starred. You killed him with a borrowed knife. You never thought that this day would come. When the Crown Prince of Hell went berserk, Lin Fei showed himself. He casually exchanged a punch with the Crown Prince and injured him. Lin Fei, you be asterisk starred. Not only are you being chased, but you also dare to steal my desolate blood fruit. I will make you spit everything out later. The Crown Prince of Hell roared. The rumbling sound seemed to explode the void. Fantion seal. Lin Fei rushed up and took out the Fantion seal. The Fantion seal gradually grew with the wind and turned into a huge mountain, pressing down on their heads. The three commanders took out 3 plates of holy light. The holy light shone brightly and connected into a mountain and river. Swish, swish, swish. The Fantion seal was a supreme-grade sacred tool. It was fused with a Buddhist treasure, so its power was not ordinary. Bang! The Fantion seal pressed down. The 3 commanders felt a huge force coming at them. They did not know the end of it. They could not resist it with the strength they displayed. The power of law surged. With a rumble, they pressed down on the ground, making them spit blood. You be asterisk starred, how dare you go against my master? I will eat you. Hairball flew up and sat on the Fantion seal, eating the desolate blood beast fruit. The 3 commanders were so angry that they glared at her. Crown Prince of Hell, your subordinates are not good enough. Lin Fei shook his head. This Fantion seal was truly a treasure. Back then, even he could not withstand it. After refining it again, it was able to suppress them as soon as it attacked. It was just as he had imagined. Looking at the 3 struggling cultivators, the Crown Prince of Hell could not help but feel startled. Recalling the treasure he had on him, he immediately felt more confident. Lin Fei, don't think that just because you have a saint artifact, you can defeat this Crown Prince. The Crown Prince of Hell glared at Lin Fei. His hell godly body transformed into a giant. Today I will beat you to death. The Hell Crown Prince did not think that Lin Fei was stronger than him. He activated his Hell God body and wanted to beat Lin Fei to death. Haha, you want to kill me? I'm really looking forward to it. Dong dong dong, the Crown Prince of Hell transformed into a giant with 3 heads and 6 arms, striking out at Lin Fei. He was completely using close-range attacks. With the combat power of the Hell Godly body, he did not believe that Lin Fei would be able to withstand his attack. In 2 breaths, the Crown Prince of Hell punched out more than 100 times, causing a large area of the void to shatter. As for Lin Fei, he stood in the sky, not moving at all, allowing the 100 punches to land on his body with contempt. So comfortable. If only I had more strength, it would be better. The 100 punches were like a storm. The Crown Prince of Hell had never seen such an arrogant person. But after the 100 punches, there was not a single wound on Lin Fei's body. The Crown Prince of Hell was blinded. Again, the Crown Prince of Hell's aura rose again. His punches were like shooting stars, reaching an unbelievable speed. Even if it was an Earth-stage immortal king in front of him, he would still be smashed into pieces. Huff, 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 he should be injured now, right? The people of the Hell world were proficient in close-range attacks. Their physical bodies were strong to begin with, and their strength could be increased in close-range combat. Generally, when they encountered humans, they could kill them in a short distance. Lin Fei, you're asking for it. Do you really think that the geniuses of the Hell world are vegetarians? The Crown Prince of Hell looked over. Lin Fei was standing there confidently with a mocking smile on his face. It was like a slap to his face. Crown Prince of Hell, you're just a piece of trash. How disappointing. Swish. Lin Fei appeared in front of the Crown Prince of Hell in a flash. Laughing loudly, he smashed his fist toward the Crown Prince of Hell's face. I'll let you see what true close-range combat is. The Crown Prince of Hell retreated and raised his hands to block. Lin Fei's fist smashed down, and his hands exploded on the spot. The punch landed on his face, and that eerie yet handsome face exploded, becoming unrecognizable. AI, you're disfigured. Lin Fei's left leg whipped out, sweeping across the Crown Prince of Hell's body. Both his legs exploded again. AI, your body is too weak. The punch landed on his chest, and violent divine power exploded from the inside out. He instantly turned into a pile of mud, floating in the air. I'm so angry. The Crown Prince of Hell cultivated a divine body, and his vitality was strong. However, after this ordeal, his vitality was greatly damaged, and he would need hundreds of years to cultivate back. Deadly golden scissors. The Crown Prince of Hell took out a pair of golden scissors and cut at Lin Fei. Kacha, the void was cut open like a rag. This was a low-grade celestial artifact that the Crown Prince of Hell had sought. It was specially used to subdue the Blood Vine King, and from there he could obtain the desolate blood fruit. This kid is dead for sure. His Highness took out the deadly golden scissors. That's a low-grade celestial artifact, and its celestial might is invincible. No matter how strong that kid's body is in front of the deadly golden scissors, he's as weak as a piece of white paper. He can cut it however he wants. Fantion's seal suppressed the three commanders and they couldn't escape. Seeing that His Highness took out the celestial artifact, he was naturally delighted. Once the celestial artifact was taken out, who could compete with it? Kacha. The blood pool behind Lin Fei was cut into two by the scissors. Accept your fate, Lin Fei. I'm going to cut you into 18 pieces. After taking out the celestial artifact, the Crown Prince of Hell finally revealed a joyful expression, and controlled the deadly golden scissors to attack Lin Fei continuously. Lin Fei chuckled, isn't it just a celestial artifact and a low-grade one at that? It's a pity that you should have taken it out. Now I announce that this thing belongs to me. Swoosh! Lin Fei faced the deadly golden scissors, and one of his hands grabbed at the deadly golden scissors. The Prince of Hell sneered, and the deadly golden scissors immediately turned into two golden dragons, one on the left and one on the right. Wherever they passed, everything was shredded into pieces, and they coiled around Lin Fei's hand, wanting to completely shred it off. The Crown Prince of Hell didn't think that Lin Fei's body could withstand the scissors of the celestial artifact, and it was obvious what would happen next. Seeing the two golden dragons charging at him, Lin Fei was inwardly overjoyed. He waved his hand, and an unparalleled aura burst forth from his hand, knocking the two golden dragons away. After he withdrew his hand, he grabbed the two dragon heads. No matter how hard the golden dragons struggled, they were unable to break free. Lin Fei's eyes widened. Crown Prince of Hell, thank you for giving me a celestial artifact. With this grip, the two golden dragons returned to normal, and became the deadly golden scissors, falling steadily on Lin Fei's hand. No, you're just a body of flesh and blood. How can you withstand the attack of a celestial artifact? It's impossible. The Crown Prince of Hell was completely in despair, and the deadly golden scissors was his final disappointment. Chapter 973. Immortal Tool. You actually have an immortal tool. The Crown Prince of Hell's eyes widened as his gaze fell on Lin Fei's hand. The hand glowed with silver light, and if one did not pay close attention, they would not be able to see any clues. Lin Fei, a person of lower status than him, could have an immortal tool. Could it be that his background was even greater than his? Immortal tool. How did your hand become an immortal tool? The silver hand grasped the deadly golden scissors. The Crown Prince of Hell could say with certainty that Lin Fei had hidden his strength too deeply. He would never have imagined that Lin Fei would have an immortal tool, and his own hand at that. No wonder he dared to resist the deadly golden scissors. No wonder he dared to ignore his immortal tool. All of this was because Lin Fei had his own immortal tool. A person forging an immortal tool was simply unimaginable. In the great metropolis realm, there was probably no one who would believe this to be true. Go! The Crown Prince of Hell was decisive. The immortal tool had fallen into someone else's hands. If he did not act now, it would be too late. Although, at this moment he very much wanted to kill Lin Fei, he could not die here. The Eternal Emperor's treasure was still waiting for him. Want to leave? Do you think you can? The Crown Prince of Hell took out the scroll, opened the door and dived in. Lin Fei's three-headed and six-armed body appeared, and he punched the void repeatedly. It was unknown how many times he punched. The original position had collapsed. Pfft. A figure fell out from the void. It was the Crown Prince of Hell who had used his technique, forcibly beaten out of the void by Lin Fei. You escaped last time, but this time you won't have to. Lin Fei took a step forward, crossing the sky. With a grasp of his 5 fingers, divine power sliced the void apart, and the entire world fell into his control. Facing the monstrous divine power, the crown prince of Hell's hell godly body involuntarily began to crumble. I am a genius of the Hell realm and my father is a heaven stage immortal king. If you dare to kill me, my father will definitely exterminate your entire clan, leaving no one alive. The Hell Crown Prince struggled on the brink of death, but he was unable to move those 5 fingers at all. Those 5 fingers were like mountains, suppressing him to the point where he couldn't move at all. He could only watch helplessly as he was grabbed by the other party like a dead dog. Bang! Lin Fei squeezed with force, and a strong wind whistled as he crushed the Prince of Hell, turning him into a lump of flesh and blood. He struggled endlessly trying to be reborn. He roared and howled, and after the strong wind swept past, he was completely annihilated. Everything became quiet. I finally killed you. Let's see how you're going to use a borrowed knife to kill others in the future. Lin Fei unleashed an attack that was 10 times stronger than before, crushing the Crown Prince of Hell to death. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, he no longer existed. Fumed with a single breath, it was completely gone. The 3 of you can go and follow your highness now. After killing the Hell Crown Prince, the 3 captains did not hold back. They rushed under the Fanteon seal and with a claw, they crushed the head of one of the captains, turning him into a meat patty. The other 2 captains were just struggling on the brink of death. In less than 5 breaths of time, they all died in his hands. An Earth-ranked mid-stage immortal king has a power of about 25 million dragons. Lin Fei put away the Fanteon seal. An Earth-ranked early-stage immortal king has a power of 5 million dragon god force at most. After his god force reached 90 million dragons, Lin Fei had a deeper understanding of the difference in power between Earth-ranked immortal kings. If an Earth-ranked mid-stage immortal king went all out, his power would reach about 30 million dragons. It was truly terrifying. With the death of the 3 captains and the Hell Crown Prince, the remaining captains all fell into Hairball's stomach. The captains were not weak, but when compared to Hairball, the difference was like heaven and earth. This guy really didn't bring the Grand Emperor's key with him. Lin Fei opened the Hell Crown Prince's storage ring and found no Grand Emperor's key. It would be strange if he had it with him. Hell worship? There was a treasure in the storage ring that made Lin Fei's eyes light up. This is good stuff. Back in the dark north turbulent space zone, the Hell worship had displayed its might, shooting down anyone it wanted. It was like the overlord of the world had arrived and everyone submitted to it. Good, Lin Fei finally have a Hell worship. Lin Fei couldn't bear to part with the Hell worship. Hell godly body. Lin Fei found a body refining art in the storage ring. After a brief inspection, it was of an ordinary grade, far inferior to the Hell godly body he cultivated. Quite a few escape scrolls. There were also origin immortal stones and true essences. Among the scrolls that attracted Lin Fei's attention, most of them were spatial scrolls. Last time, when the Hell Crown Prince used a spatial scroll to escape, Lin Fei had been prepared and shattered the passage to force the Hell Crown Prince out. I really don't care about other things, but these spatial scrolls are a must-have when I go out. Spatial scrolls were priceless. In order to buy them, the Hell Crown Prince had spent a great deal of true essences to obtain 10-some spatial scrolls. Unless it was absolutely necessary, the Hell Crown Prince didn't want to use them too much. Using one was equivalent to wasting one. In the end, they all ended up in Lin Fei's pocket. Although there was no Grand Emperor's key, Lin Fei was slightly disappointed. The other things were still a good harvest. Master, where are we going next? Should we eat all the hell beasts outside? Hairball coveted the big guys outside and wanted nothing more than to eat them all. There's movement. Lin Fei frowned and took out an item. It was a golden lion head. He sent his divine sense into it and transmitted some information. Big brother Lin, I'm Skyrush, we're already safely outside. I have some bad news to tell you. There are 8 heaven-ranked immortal kings outside the central ruins. Big brother Lin, don't come out, it's best if you stay in the Hell Plains. After hearing it, Lin Fei smiled. I didn't expect the thing that Shi Tianchong left behind could be used to transmit messages. What a surprise, 8 heaven stage immortal kings. Lin Fei already knew that heaven stage immortal kings would appear, and there were 8 of them. On the surface, he didn't know how many of them were secretly watching him. 8 heaven stage immortal kings, this is a big problem. His divine power increased by leaps and bounds. His main body strength broke through to 90 million dragon divine force. He had yet to experience the power of heaven stage immortal kings, so he didn't know their combat strength. With my 90 million dragon divine force, I should be able to fight against heaven stage immortal kings. Lin Fei's deep eyes revealed a look of determination. So what if there are 8 heaven stage immortal kings? With the Emperor's key in my hands, I don't believe that the academy will sit back and do nothing. At this moment Lin Fei's worries were swept away. Ding, million-year-old Bloodvine King, lacking nourishment. Lacking nourishment. At this moment an urgent notification came from the system. F***ck, there's such a thing. Lin Fei waved his hand and a huge blood-colored cocoon appeared in front of him. It was at least 10 feet tall, and a majestic life force came out from it. The powerful blood energy surged like the ocean. After collecting the desolate blood fruit, Lin Fei didn't want to miss out on this vine. After checking the relevant memories, he used the Insect Queen's ability to hatch an expert. The Insect Queen floated in the universe, and its knowledge far surpassed Lin Fei's. There were many secret techniques that ordinary people couldn't reach. Lin Fei steeled his heart and prepared to nurture an expert. Now there was a lack of nourishment. Could it be that I need a large amount of blood and flesh? The huge blood pool appeared in Lin Fei's vision. Could it be that the nourishment was the blood and flesh? Go. Lin Fei took out a jade bottle that he had refined himself. It could hold a large amount of blood and poured it on the blood-colored cocoon, and it was absorbed in an instant. After collecting the blood, Lin Fei wanted to refine it into a god power pill to increase his god power. 90 million dragon god power was the limit, and with only 10 million left, Lin Fei had to go all out and break through the limit. But now he didn't manage to refine the god power pill, and instead gave it to the other party. After pouring all the blood, the system still issued a warning. F***ck, this is a bottomless pit. Lin Fei couldn't bear to give it up. No matter what, he had to nurture it. The nourishment can only be placed on the Hell Beast soldiers outside. After some thought, distant water couldn't put out a nearby fire. It seemed like the Hell Beast soldiers outside couldn't recover and hatch. Lin Fei reached out and the blood-colored egg landed on his hand. Lin Fei charged out, and his majestic god power surged into the sky, turning into god power giants. There were tens of thousands of them. Go! Lin Fei slammed his hand and with a loud rumble, a huge pit appeared, and the blood-colored cocoon fell into the pit. The god power giants turned into tens of thousands of them, and each one was extremely powerful. They charged into the Hell Beast soldiers' army, and under their violent attacks, they turned into lumps of flesh and blood that flowed into the pit. 100,000 Hell Beast soldiers covered the sky, and they were densely packed. Even though Lin Fei's god power was shocking, and he kept forming god power giants to slaughter the Hell Beast soldiers, Lin Fei sat cross-legged in the sky, and the god power giants kept charging down from the sky. I don't believe that 100,000 Hell Beast soldiers can't hatch this Bloodvine King. Lin Fei didn't attack and let the god power giants do it. The blood turned into a long river that flowed into the pit. The blood-colored cocoon became more and more scarlet, and its life aura kept increasing. After hatching the Bloodvine King, I have another expert by my side. Even if I run into a heaven stage immortal king, I'll give you a headache. At the foot of the towering mountain, blood flowed like a river and it was a scene of slaughter. This battle shook heaven and earth. 80% of the 100,000 Hell Beast soldiers died, and the rest fled when they saw that the situation was bad. As for the Hell Cavalry and their commanders, they were all killed and turned into a part of the Blood River. The Hell Cavalry and their commanders' chi and blood were much stronger than ordinary Hell Beast soldiers. It seems like it's almost done. The blood-colored cocoon shone with boundless blood-colored light, and the blood that had drowned it was instantly absorbed. Hua hua hua, cracks kept appearing on the blood-colored cocoon like flowing water. Chapter 974. What the hell? Where did that bastard Lin Fei hide? Where did he disappear? On the dangerous Hell Plain. A holy sword turned into a beam of light and flew over. Sword chi filled the air and a middle-aged man stood on it. His clothes fluttered in the wind, and a sharp sword will cut through the void. A Hell Beast soldier was shot full of holes. Brother Wu, why are you so angry? It's just a mere Lin Fei. We'll dig him out sooner or later. The one called Brother Wu was a rogue cultivator from the great metropolis world. He was an Earth-rank mid-phase cultivator. Forget it. That bastard Lin Fei wouldn't dare to come to the Hell Plain. One Hell Beast soldier is enough to kill him. Wu Ming shook his head. Does anyone feel that there are fewer Hell Beast soldiers on the Hell Plain? It's not like before. The one who spoke first was also a middle-aged man. Now that you mention it, there are indeed fewer Hell Beast soldiers on the Hell Plain. In the past, when they were in groups, it would take us a lot of effort to kill them. A woman in pink said. I agree with Lan Yu Fairy. Apart from Wu Ming, there were 4 others present. The one in pink was Lan Yu Fairy, the magnificent mountain immortal king, and the last one was Zhu Tianji. The 4 of them were rogue cultivators with their own fortunes. They were all Earth-rank mid-phase cultivators. If they worked together, even an Earth-rank late-phase cultivator would have to be careful. The purpose of this trip was naturally to find Lin Fei and take the Great Emperor's key from him. It wasn't an extravagant dream for them to obtain the treasury of an eternal emperor. Given their strength, one could very well imagine their fates if they were to possess such treasures. If they chose to submit to a major character like a heaven-ranked immortal king, their future accomplishments would definitely be guaranteed. Blood-colored light. Zhu Tianji was a dwarf. He noticed the bloody smell in front of him. What a dense smell. Could it be the blood desolation beast fruit? On the Hell Plane they knew many secrets at their level. The blood desolation beast fruit was one of them. It must be. Such a dense smell of blood, it might be an aged blood desolation beast fruit. After a round of discussion they made up their minds. It was inevitable that they would go and take a look at the abnormal phenomenon. After that, they turned into streams of light and charged over. They were not the only ones on the Hell Plains. Under normal circumstances, very few people would venture into a dangerous place like the Hell Plains. Even if they did, most of them would be in groups or adventure groups. Accidents happen. Due to Lin Fei's appearance and the fact that he had the monarch's key with him, the Hell Flatland, which was rarely visited by people, was now packed with more than 10 times the usual number. In the treacherous Hell Plains there were many celestial kings. It's finally going to be born. In front of the towering mountain, Lin Fei sat cross-legged, staring at the blood-red cocoon, wondering what kind of existence it would hatch into. Looking forward to it. He was really looking forward to it. Hairball, on the other hand, spun around and cursed silently. Master, if only I could swallow such a delicious thing in one gulp. It would definitely be delicious. The million-year-old blood vine king could not be transplanted, which was why it was heavily protected. If the Prince of Hell wanted to obtain the desolate blood fruit, he would have to use the celestial weapon golden scissors. It could be seen how terrifying this million-year-old blood vine king was. Ding. Invasion of danger. Please prepare for battle. Ding. Invasion of danger. Please prepare for battle. Suddenly, a warning came from the system. Damn, after the system update there's such a warning function? Lin Fei was surprised, but he was not surprised by the changes in the system. Ding. Do you want to check? Check. Lin Fei was quite curious about what was added after the system update. Ding. The statistics are as follows. There are 32 people in danger, 18 of them are Earth-grade celestial kings, 14 of them are human-grade celestial kings. This result made Lin Fei's eyes light up. After the system update this function is really good. It can warn me, which saves me a lot of trouble. Lin Fei's eyes landed on the blood-red cocoon again. They must have been attracted by the light that burst out from the blood-red cocoon. 32 celestial kings, Lin Fei really did not put them in his eyes. If it was in the past, after hearing the news, he would take the opportunity to slip away, not daring to fight them head-on. Today was different from the past, he was not a fish on the chopping board to be slaughtered at will. Lin Fei was as motionless as a mountain, sitting cross-legged in the void. On the blood-red cocoon, there were dense cracks, surging vitality, around the blood-red cocoon, evolved into a flourishing celestial sound. What a rich life aura. The first celestial king walked out of the void, his sharp eyes fell on the blood-red cocoon, revealing a greedy look. Good stuff, I want it. As soon as this celestial king appeared, he realized that the blood-red cocoon was extraordinary, twisted in the void, appeared in front of the blood-red cocoon, took out a big cloth bag, opened the mouth and put the blood-red cocoon down. How dare you touch my things? A voice as cold as the underworld descended from the sky. The celestial king saw a Jingguang flash by, and 2 golden dragons, one on the left and one on the right, strangling the big cloth bag into pieces. With a crack, the celestial king cut the bag in 2 with the scissors. This low-grade celestial artifact is really effective. Putting away the golden scissors, Hairball rushed up without being told, and ate the celestial king in 1 bite. The power of the celestial artifact was not something that the Earth-stage celestial king could resist at will. It's coming out. Lin Fei stood up. Pieces of fragments fell from the blood-red cocoon, and a vague figure gradually revealed its appearance. Lin Fei, so you are here. Hundreds of thousands of miles away, a domineering voice was accompanied by a blade light that was tens of thousands of feet long, splitting heaven and earth. A saber celestial king chopped down with his blade, like an antelope hanging its horn, untraceable. Boom! The 10,000 feet tall mountain behind Lin Fei before the blade light arrived, the terrifying blade intent attack caused the whole mountain to split in half, shortening it by a large margin. A blade light burst out with unprecedented offensive power. What a powerful blade intent. It burst out with the power of an Earth-stage celestial king, and its power almost reached 35 million dragon divine power. Before the attack arrived, Lin Fei had figured out the power of the attack. You want to kill me with a blade intent? Lin Fei shouted, ready to smash the blade intent with a punch. How dare you attack my master, get down here. Rumble. Chapter 975. This scene happened too quickly, almost in the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint. Lin Fei was originally prepared to personally attack and kill the person who came, but unexpectedly there was a change. Someone beat him to it, breaking the opponent's attack with one palm, beating him into the ground. Who did it? A roar came from the ground, followed by a muffled groan, a blood-colored shadow rushed up from the ground, and the sound of kacha-kacha was incessant. Let me go, do you know who I am? I will exterminate your 9 generations from top to bottom, not sparing a chicken or a dog. In Lin Fei's vision, a blood-colored giant, a full 10 feet tall, single-handedly carrying a middle-aged man, kneeling in front of him on one knee. Master, this kind of person deserves to die 10,000 times, let me destroy him to vent the anger of Master. From the appearance of the blood-colored figure, Lin Fei actually knew who it was. Between the two of them, the blood-colored giant was the expert hatched by the Blood Vine King. One palm smashed a blade intent. One punch sent the opponent flying. Once hatched, its combat power was at least mid-earth stage strength. Lin Fei, quickly let me go. The middle-aged man's eyes were ferocious, his body extremely powerful. Otherwise, once my people arrive, there will be no way for you to live under the heavens. You dare threaten Master. The blood-colored giant's 5 fingers clawed, piercing the body of the immortal king. There was a wail, and the immortal king's chi and blood weakened. The original appearance of a middle-aged man turned into an old man in the blink of an eye, old and feeble, dying. Large cracks split open from his body, and when the wind blew, it turned into powder. The expert hatched for 1,000,000 years was indeed ferocious and terrifying. Just because of a threat, he was immediately killed. Lin Fei could see at a glance that the blood-colored giant swallowed the immortal king's essence, chi and spirit, turning him into an empty shell, losing the support of power. With one blow, naturally the body no longer existed. Lin Fei was not surprised at the blood-colored giant's actions. In the other's imprint, the master was everything. If anyone dared to disrespect the master, he would attack and kill to maintain his dignity. True Luo immortal king. A cry of alarm came from behind. Shio shio shio, a series of voices pierced through the air with powerful auras. They were like the sun, moon, and stars, incomparably dazzling. Without exception, they were all immortal kings. When they saw this brutal scene, a blood-colored giant killed an immortal king with a wave of his hand. How terrifying was this? You're Lin Fei. What a cruel method. Everyone's gazes fell on the blood-colored giant for a moment, and then fell onto Lin Fei, their eyes filled with excitement. Lin Fei, hand over the monarch key. If you don't hand over the monarch key, this place will be your grave. The immortal kings were full of confidence. Encountering Lin Fei in such a place was indeed a fated chance for them, to soar into the sky. Lin Fei saw their heavy expressions and couldn't help but laugh. You guys are unlucky to have met me. You say this is my burial ground, but it's actually your burial ground. I never tell lies. The fact that Zhang Xian dared to ignore their threats infuriated them. Let's capture you first. Time is money. The immortal kings who appeared together with him chose to attack without hesitation. A bunch of ignorant guys, how dare you disrespect my master? Let me kill you all. The blood-colored giant was aggressive and full of fighting spirit. His tone was full of hostility. With a shake of his body, a huge blood-colored vine rose from the ground. Whoosh whoosh, the sky was filled with blood-colored vines. Each of the vines contained the power of tens of millions of dragons. An immortal king's fleshly body exploded after being struck by one of the vines. He had just recovered his fleshly body when the vines coiled around him, causing him to hang in the air. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free, and his blood and chi were gradually drained away. What a bunch of ignorant people. Lin Fei shook his head. He knew the blood-colored giant's attacking methods very well. He had almost been hit by the blood-colored giant's attack. The immortal kings in front of him were only at the earth stage and human stage. Lin Fei, don't kill us. We don't want the monarch key anymore. Let us go and we'll never cause trouble for you again. Screams and cries of despair kept coming from within. The scarlet giant turned into a blood vine that blotted out the sky, forming a natural cage that trapped them inside. In just a moment, the blood vine devoured all of their essence, chi and spirit, including their chi and blood, cleanly. The blood-colored giant turned into a human and knelt on one knee in front of Lin Fei again. "Master, these are their storage rings. Blood Shadow, you did very well." Lin Fei was quite satisfied with killing 30 immortal kings in a short period of time. "Thank you for giving me a name, Master. From now on I am Blood Shadow." Blood Shadow's blood chi soared to the sky and he looked fierce. Anyone who saw him would know that he was not someone to be trifled with. "Blood Shadow, how strong are you?" "Master, I'm currently at the peak of the Earth stage." Blood Shadow lowered his head and said, "If I return to my original body, I can fight against an early heaven stage immortal king." Lin Fei was quite surprised by this result. He could only fight against a heaven stage immortal king if he returned to his original body? A heaven stage immortal king was indeed not to be underestimated. Lin Fei asked about some other things and gained some understanding of Blood Shadow. He had inherited all the memories of the blood-colored vine king when he hatched. He was an existence that needed to be devoured continuously. No matter what kind of flesh and blood it was, as long as he kept devouring it, he would be able to break through to the next realm. After understanding this, Lin Fei sighed endlessly. He had raised a foodie by his side, and now there was another foodie. He had no taboos. "Blood Shadow, I'm your boss. From now on you're the second. Do you remember? If you can't, be careful that I beat you up. However, if you follow me, your boss, from now on, you'll be able to eat and drink well and enjoy yourself." While Lin Fei was looking at the storage rings, Hairball clearly felt that there was one more competitor. She first threatened and tempted him. The fierce and fiendish Blood Shadow said coldly to Hairball's words, "Master is my boss." Hairball was so angry that she punched out violently. In the end, these attacks were like tickles and she wasn't affected at all. Let's wait and see." Seeing that there was no effect, she could only leave behind some harsh words. This scene caused Lin Fei to not know whether to laugh or cry. This Hairball was really something. She was comparable to a heaven stage immortal king. If he didn't know the news, Lin Fei might have brought Blood Shadow out to meet the experts outside. However, 8 heaven stage immortal kings had appeared, and the pressure was not small. "Blood Shadow, how's your combat strength after advancing to the heaven stage?" Lin Fei couldn't wait to know the answer. It was impossible to rely on others. In a short period of time, Lin Fei's gaze landed on Blood Shadow. Replying to Master, "Once I advance to the heaven stage, my strength will increase by 100 times. Ordinary heaven stage immortal kings won't be able to do anything to me. Only a late stage heaven stage immortal king can injure me, but they won't be able to kill me." This result didn't surprise Lin Fei at all. He had spent a huge price to hatch Blood Shadow, and after a long period of time, being able to hatch Blood Shadow was actually a great bargain. This kind of situation, besides Lin Fei himself, no one else could do it. "Let's go upgrade." There were heaven stage immortal kings outside, so Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to go out. The Hell Plains, with a large number of Hell Beast soldiers, was a good place for Blood Shadow to upgrade. Lin Fei also wanted to break through to 100 million divine power. He had a premonition that once his divine power broke through to 100 million divine power, he might be able to fight against a heaven stage immortal king, or even not lose in front of one. Hairball, Blood Shadow, and the 2 others, Lin Fei killed their way to the next Hell Beast soldier camp. A few days later, Hell Plains, a small camp with 10,000 people. Looking from afar, one could see that the sky above the camp was covered by a blood vine, covering the sky and sun. It was like a cage, turning the area within 10,000 miles into a cage. "Blood Shadow, you bastard, I'm the boss, okay, I'll eat. Gulp, gulp." Blood Shadow transformed into his true form and countless blood vines absorbed essence, chi and blood. His aura was getting stronger and stronger. Up in the sky, Lin Fei looked down at the situation below. Blood Shadow is really terrifying. He took care of a small army camp without any effort. Lin Fei thought that he was terrifying, but compared to Blood Shadow he was obviously inferior. Blood Shadow used the painted ground imprisonment, and no existence could escape from his range. In the end, they would become his nourishment. In the cage, Hairball was reincarnated like a hungry ghost. She kept devouring the Hell Beast soldiers, but her speed was not as fast as Blood Shadow. In just a short while the huge barracks were empty. Lin Fei led them to the next camp. His targets ranged from 10 to 20,000 soldiers to 50,000. During this period of time, Lin Fei broke through a camp and obtained a large number of blood-desolate beast fruits. As he wished, he cultivated the indestructible infernal divine body to great perfection. The bell body gained a fourth cultivation technique and became a part of it. After reaching perfection, Lin Fei could clearly feel that his invincible golden body had a shocking increase in defense. After consuming countless blood-desolate beast fruits, ordinary people wouldn't be able to afford such a large amount of resources. Lin Fei wanted to find something similar to Blood Shadow, but for some reason he couldn't find it. He couldn't help but wonder if Blood Shadow was a mutant. In the entire Hell Plains there was probably only one. After the invincible Hell Divine body reached the Great Circle, Lin Fei started to focus on increasing his divine power. After reaching 900,000 dragons, he refined the divine power pill, which only increased his divine power by 1 or 200. He was very disappointed and stopped refining the divine power pill, letting the two of them continue to devour it. He couldn't increase his divine power at this time, so letting Blood Shadow reach the heaven stage was the key. Blood Shadow's body was like a bottomless pit, and he didn't know how much he had devoured. His aura got thicker and thicker, but he still couldn't break through. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. After destroying one camp, he killed his way to the next one. He didn't believe that Blood Shadow couldn't reach the next stage. If that was really the case, it would be a joke. Chapter 976. Quick Run. The devils are here again. The usually arrogant commanders and Hell Cavalry were no longer as calm as before. In the face of the terrifying devils, they began to forget that they were devils from hell and fled in panic. In the sky above a military camp, there was a cage that blotted out the sun. Blood-colored vines danced in the air. Every time they moved, they would wrap around a Hell Beast soldier and take their lives. In the past, their powerful divine powers were useless. When the blood-colored vines lashed down, they would fall to the ground and twitch. The sounds of despair soon stopped. This military camp had become a land of death. Master, I'm about to advance. This military camp was not a small one. It could be considered a large one, with a total of 150,000 people belonging to another faction. Lin Fei had no interest in which faction he belonged to, since they were going to attack anyway, so what if he offended them? They could not possibly go to the surface on a large scale. With this mentality, Lin Fei was very calm. There was nothing to worry about. Good. Half a month's hard work was not in vain. Hearing Blood Shadow's words, Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. He was afraid that he would not be able to reach the bottleneck. Lin Fei did not even remember how many Hell Beast soldiers Blood Shadow had devoured. In any case, it was an astronomical number, so much so that it was frightening. Of course, Furball had eaten quite a lot as well. In any case, the two of them were gluttons. Since he had reached the bottleneck, there was only one more obstacle left. Let's go somewhere else. Although Blood Shadow mentioned the bottleneck, it was still a huge gap. They had to complete it in one go. It was not a good thing to fail on the verge of success. At the same time, in the depths of Hell's Plains, a black city suddenly appeared on Hell's Plains. Behind the city were 3 towering mountains. Here, it was also a military camp in Hell's world. Outside the city, there was a black mass that covered hundreds of thousands of miles. All of them were Hell Beast soldiers. There were more than 5 million of them. Their terrifying aura gathered into a towering pillar. From time to time, a powerful aura would spread out from the city. Resplendent like the sun, moon, and stars, these massive auras did not encroach on each other. In the center of the city stood a huge palace, majestic and magnificent. Great Commander, you must avenge us. Our subordinates. They were all killed by that human. Not only did they kill all of our subordinates, but they also stole the blood desolation beast fruit and provoked the underworld. They must be punished severely. Inside the palace, 5 or 6 captains were kneeling on the ground, crying to the person on the throne. A handful of snot, not to mention how sad. As a commander, they did not have many subordinates. At most, there were 10 to 20,000 or even 30,000. After all, at least they had subordinates who could manage a region and were happy to be the king of the mountain. Carefree. Now they had encountered a terrifying and savage human brat who had swept through their camp. They had become commanders without an army and could not command anyone. How could they not be miserable? They had agreed to come here together to complain. My lord, no one has ever dared to offend the men of the underworld on the plains of hell. Even those old fools of the human race did not dare to act recklessly. Now that a young human has come to bully us, we must be punished severely. Before this person could finish, someone barged in from the outside. Report. Commander Zhui Xan has died in battle. How could this be? Commander Zhui Xan had a total of 180,000 men under him. How could he have died? Seated on a huge throne was a stern-looking middle-aged man. As for the 2 armored captains below, Their expressions were extremely ugly. They knew Xian. His position was the same as theirs, and he had 180,000 men under him. He was an Earth late-stage immortal king. But now he had died just like that. What kind of joke was this? Damn it. Who did this? A commander of their level had been killed in the blink of an eye. How could they sit still? Even Commander Xian had been killed, let alone commanders of their level. Didn't they all have the same ending? It was that human who did it. The person reporting did not dare to raise his head. Great Commander, let us lead the army and kill that human. A commander turned around and walked out, kneeling on one knee. That human is too arrogant. He doesn't take the people of the underworld seriously at all. We must teach him a lesson so that we can show the ferocity of the underworld. One by one the commanders stood up. There were 8 of them, and each of them had more than 100,000 men under their command. They surrounded and guarded this area. The great commander sitting on the throne was a subordinate of a heaven-stage immortal king from the underworld. He was called Great Commander Meng Tian. He himself was an Earth-stage immortal king with a combat strength comparable to a heaven-stage immortal king in the early stage. Great Commander Meng Tian personally guarded the city. He had always wanted to return to the underworld as soon as possible. In his eyes, a place like the Hell Plains was nothing more than a wilderness. There was no advantage in guarding such a place. Do you think that young human has any records? Great Commander Meng Tian asked calmly. He exuded a dignified aura that pressed down like a mountain. Yes. Several commanders handed over the items. They were curious. Why did the great commander want to see this person? Could it be that there was something different? If it were them, they would have directly ordered to encircle and kill that young human. It's really him. After opening it, a young man appeared out of thin air. He was vivid and lifelike. It was the black-robed Lin Fei. There was something wrong with this person. Great Commander, could it be that this person has a powerful background? One of the commanders asked cautiously. Meng Tian waved the image away and said calmly, this person's name is Lin Fei. He doesn't have a powerful background. He is nothing more than a disciple of the Holy Heaven Academy in the great metropolis world. Lin Fei? Why does he sound familiar? Now that you mention it, I have some impression of him. It seems that this person, they didn't know this stranger, but for some reason he sounded familiar, as if he had an impression of him. Great Commander, I remember now. Isn't this person Lin Fei who is being hunted? He has the Great Emperor's key? The appearance of the Eternal Emperor's treasure and the 10 Great Emperor's keys had caused a dispute. Even the people of the underworld knew about this news. For a moment they didn't think of Lin Fei. That's right. Lin Fei is that person. Meng Tian slapped the chair with his palm. An orderly voice came from the hall. I didn't expect this person to have the ability to kill people of the underworld. I was just worrying about doing something big. Everyone knew that the commander had the intention to kill. Oh no, that demon is here. He's here. Chapter 977. Outside the city. The black mass of Hell Beast soldiers was currently enveloped by a blood-colored cage that covered the sky. Hell Beast soldiers were constantly turning into ashes. For the people of Hell World, who had always been extremely powerful and treated the Hell Plains as their own backyard, this scene was like a slap to their faces. This is mine. Don't take it from me. Hairball did not hold back either. She swallowed a Hell Beast soldier in the east and killed a Hell Beast soldier in the west. At this time, Hairball had returned to her original form. Her body was huge, but it was still not as big as Blood Shadow. Even so, it was still quite shocking. The terrifying pressure of her aura pressed down on the Hell Beast soldiers, forcing them to lie down. Boom. With a sweep of Furball's tail, over 1,000 Hell Beast soldiers were sent flying, creating a large empty space on the battlefield. Furball squatted down, opened his mouth and inhaled. One of the struggling Hell Beast soldiers was eaten in the blink of an eye. Compared to Hairball's actions, it was at most child's play. Blood Shadows was the real deal. The densely packed blood-colored vines were like blood-colored tentacles. Whoever was wrapped around would definitely not be able to escape misfortune and end up in a miserable state. And on top of the blood-colored cage, Lin Fei stood unmoving like a mountain. The millions of Hell Beast soldiers' aura was like a pillar. At this time they were constantly collapsing, not as solid as before. Their essence, chi and spirit were weak. They were obviously frightened. Lin Fei was glad that he had merged with the Insect Queen and obtained the ability to hatch. That was why he had a capable helper by his side. Now he was only one step away. He had originally thought that once Blood Shadow broke through to Heaven Stage Immortal King, he would have the ability to fight against them. He would no longer be someone they could easily bully. Lin Fei really wanted to see their expressions. Come, the more the better. Ever since Blood Shadow said that he was about to break through, Lin Fei had searched the largest campsite and found this place in front of him. It was a large place. As for who this force belonged to, Lin Fei did not care. What he cared about was that there was enough nourishment here for Blood Shadow to advance to the next level. This was enough. The commander is here. The commander is here. The millions of Hell Beast soldiers roared in unison, and their voices were deafening. Their spirit had been retreating, but when an important person walked out of the city, their spirit became solid again. Then, like a flood, they pounced on Blood Shadow once more, and their fighting prowess exploded. Lin Fei, you human demon, quickly kneel down and surrender. Once our great commander takes action, you won't be able to fight back. With the great commander taking action, even if you have the ability to transcend the heavens, he will still suppress you. Suppress. You demon, you must be suppressed. When the captains who had been complaining earlier saw Lin Fei, their faces involuntarily revealed looks of fear. If it weren't for their good luck, they would have died in there. Now that the commander had arrived, they had someone to back them up. After a brief moment of fear, they regained their confidence and began to clamor at Lin Fei. It seemed that this was the only way they could vent their anger. In the blink of an eye, a group of soldiers had been turned into a lone general. No commander would be comfortable. Lin Fei dug his ear holes. A few dogs are barking. That master, hurry up and pull them back. Otherwise, if you piss me off, I'll kill them all and you'll lose a few lackeys. Lin Fei, get back here. Just as the commander was shouting, a fierce voice rang in his ears. He shut his mouth, his face pale, and quickly shut up, not daring to speak again. To be honest, the group of people who had appeared did not look too good. It wasn't that they had never seen arrogant people, but that a perfected golden immortal dared to order them around was indeed infuriating. He had publicly insulted their commander and offended their superior. You're that Lin Fei who has caused such a ruckus, right? Commander Meng Tian appeared not far from Lin Fei. His eyes were sharp and he did not pay any attention to the battle below. I didn't expect someone in the Hell Plane to know my name. How exciting. Lin Fei flicked his fingernails and put down his hand. I don't know who you are, but if you want the great Emperor's key in my hand, then you're doomed to be disappointed. I've already killed the people who made this thing. Brat, you're a human, how dare you speak to the commander like that? One of the commanders behind Commander Meng Tian was enraged again. He directly charged at Lin Fei. His long spear turned into a stream of light and shot at Lin Fei. The vortex at the tip of the spear spun, shattering a passage and directly enveloping Lin Fei. Break. Lin Fei casually glanced at it. He unhurriedly grabbed at the passage vortex with his 5 fingers like 5 mountains. The tip of the spear was pointed at his palm. It was not difficult for him to move an inch. With a flick of his finger, the black spear shot back at the commander. The spear pierced through the commander's body and hit the city behind him, causing a large number of city buildings to collapse. How dare you kill our commander? The commander was on par with them, but he was killed in a single move. His body was shattered into pieces and he died a miserable death. Meng Tian's eyes flickered coldly. It was rare for someone to make a move on the Hell Plane, but it did not mean that someone could act recklessly in his territory. You're really bold. You even dared to kill a commander of the Hell Realm. Meng Tian's killing intent surged. I'd like to see how you dare to kill my subordinates. Meng Tian took a step forward and arrived in front of Lin Fei. He grabbed at the air with his 5 fingers, and the ghost of the Hell Realm appeared, grabbing at Lin Fei's face. A terrifying force suddenly appeared where Lin Fei stood. The space distorted like a fried dough twisting and twisting. Everything was about to be crushed into pieces. The attack was extremely overbearing. Lin Fei definitely won't be able to withstand a single move from the commander. That goes without saying. Commander Meng Tian took a step forward and grabbed at the air, twisting the space. He displayed his extraordinary strength. So divine power can be used like this. It seems that I've been a frog in a well. Lin Fei's invincible golden body had already crossed a realm. His divine power distorted the space, and within a circumference the mountains and earth were twisted into pieces. He who had activated his divine body was jolted back after the distortion. At the same time he punched at the enemy's grab. Bang! The surging divine power of the two collided. The violent force sent the commander behind them flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his eyes were filled with shock. I smell an aura from your body. You've cultivated the unique skills of our Hell Realm. Meng Tian dashed forward again, adopting a strength-based close-range attack. Divine energy burst forth from his body, suppressing the void. Starting from his body, the vast space within a circumference of his body distorted once again. The power of the distortion reached the power of 60 million dragon divine force. This was the limit of Meng Tian's power. You're just a human boy. No matter how amazing your divine power is, don't even think about fighting me. Meng Tian unleashed his divine power to the limit. With his divine power alone, he shook the space and produced a power of distortion. Anyone would be twisted and killed by this power before they even exchanged blows. Lin Fei did not dodge. Meng Tian's divine power broke through 60 million dragon divine power, which was enough to distort anyone's body. Unfortunately, it could not distort Lin Fei's power. So it's using divine power to shake the space, to produce a powerful twisting ability. It's indeed a domineering attack. Lin Fei did not dodge. He also rushed forward. He grasped the path of the attack and allowed the divine power to distort him. With a thought, the divine power rebounded and the space collapsed. It seems that your power is inferior to mine. Lin Fei shook his head. This person was currently the strongest divine power expert he had. He could kill humans of the same level in an instant. There was no obstacle for him. Tyrannical God-killing fist, fourth move, spatial distortion. With the help of the system, Lin Fei punched out and used his fourth move, spatial distortion. The purest attack allowed Lin Fei to create the same killer move. How do you know this move? The space distorted and a terrifying power followed. Meng Tian immediately felt like he was entangled by 4 huge dragons. No matter how his divine power struggled, it was useless. Nothing is impossible. However, I still have to thank you for giving me another domineering attack. Lin Fei made a grabbing motion with one hand, and the power of space distorted. The 4 dragons twisted one after another. Even with Meng Tian's powerful physique, he could not withstand the twisting of the 4 dragons. His body was torn apart and shattered into pieces. The divine power of 60 million dragon divine power was really nothing. Lin Fei's main body's divine power had reached 90 million dragon divine power. The disparity in strength was huge. The great commander is dead. How can he be stronger than the great commander? Commander Meng Tian's battle prowess is comparable to that of a heaven stage immortal king. He is the strongest person in this 1 million li radius. In the blink of an eye, great commander Meng Tian died. They were so scared that they wet their pants. Their limbs went soft. Before they could react, they prepared to escape from this area to save their lives. Spatial distortion. Lin Fei punched out, his divine power fusing into space. 4 dragons surged up and down, causing space to twist. The fleeing commanders were all sucked into the space, and in the blink of an eye, they were twisted into a dough twist and torn to pieces. What a joke. They only had 10 to 20 million dragon divine power. Great Commander Meng Tian's 60 million dragon divine power could still twist and kill them, let alone them. So 60 million dragon divine power has already reached the level of a heaven stage immortal king. Lin Fei's ears were sharp. How could he not hear their words? It seems that the divine power of a heaven stage immortal king is only SOSO. Unknowingly, he learned that a heaven stage immortal king could use the dragon divine power. He could not help but have a vague idea. After losing Great Commander Meng Tian, the army of millions was defeated. The blood shadow expanded its range and enveloped the entire city. It was so tight that not even a drop of water could pass through. They could not escape from the blood shadow. Lin Fei was personally in charge. He did not need to do anything. After losing Great Commander Meng Tian, they had no strength to resist. Chapter 978. After devouring and refining a large number of Hell Beast soldiers, Blood Shadow finally ushered in another small realm advancement from Earth rank to Heaven rank. One step, the gap between Heaven and Earth. It seemed like a step, but how difficult it was. Boom, a terrifying aura erupted from Blood Shadow, and the wind and clouds moved, covering the entire area. The Hell Beast soldiers in the area immediately prostrated themselves on the ground, shivering, their eyes filled with fear, and completely peed their pants. He really advanced. Under the terrifying aura, Lin Fei was not affected at all, and he clearly felt that Blood Shadow's strength was increasing. The terrifying aura stopped for a full 10 breaths of time. It seemed short, but the blow was fatal. The Hell Beast soldiers prostrated themselves on the ground, unable to get up, their 4 legs weak. Bang 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 bang, countless vines pierced through the Hell Beast soldiers, turning into powder at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, there was no longer a single Hell Beast soldier in the huge city area. The scene was quiet. Master, I have advanced to Heaven rank Immortal King. Blood Shadow's human form was with rare excitement. Blood Shadow did not change much from before, but the strength in his body had increased by more than 100 times. Well done. Blood Shadow advanced a small realm, reaching the heaven rank Immortal King level, which was equivalent to having a powerful bodyguard, enough to shake the great metropolis world. Lin Fei's eyes turned. Blood Shadow, you have advanced to heaven rank Immortal King, and your strength has increased greatly. Try to attack me. Heaven rank Immortal Kings were the true experts of the great metropolis world. Blood Shadow did not understand and did not dare to refute. Master, you have to be ready, I am going to attack. Invincible golden body. Lin Fei shouted, and his divine body shone brightly like the scorching sun. He pushed it to the limit and divine power runes protected his body. Come on. After killing Grand Governor Meng Tian, Lin Fei wasn't too satisfied. The force of 60 million draconic dragons was too weak, barely reaching the heaven-ranked realm. He wanted to test out the strength of a true heaven-ranked Immortal King. After Blood Shadow advanced a small realm, his speed became even faster, and in the blink of an eye he was in front of Lin Fei and his blood-colored palm pressed down, and a majestic power was spat out. Crash, the hill beneath Lin Fei was split into pieces and razed to the ground on the spot. Boom. Lin Fei released his god body. His divine light was dazzling. The 10,000 rays of light were suppressed, and a 3,000 zhang-wide hole appeared on the flat ground. Blood Shadow, you're finished. You've pushed Master underground. Hairball blinked her big eyes and gloated. She shouted at Blood Shadow and rushed down. In the crater, Lin Fei lay sprawled out at the bottom of the crater. His golden body, indestructible divine body, was full of holes, and he looked extremely pathetic. Is this the power of a heaven-ranked Immortal King? Lin Fei, who was at the bottom of the pit, had a bitter expression on his face. The strength of a heaven-ranked Immortal King was much stronger than him. It was at least 100 million draconic force. The power simulated by his main body had surpassed a certain limit. Unless Lin Fei unleashed his full power, he would be far from being able to withstand the attack with his 90 million dragon divine power. It was normal for him to be knocked into the ground. Master, please punish me. Blood Shadow was very obedient. He felt very guilty for injuring his master. After a breath's time, the wounds on his body recovered to normal. Lin Fei came up from the bottom of the crater. Hairball added fuel to the fire. Master, Blood Shadow is too evil. Who dares to injure Master? We must punish him. It would be best if he calls me Big Brother and be the second brother. Hairball's resentment was not small. Of course, Lin Fei would not punish Blood Shadow. All right. I asked you to do it. I won't blame you. How much power did you use just now? 50%. Lin Fei took a deep breath and thought, 50% is more than 100 million dragon divine power. If I really want to fight against a heaven-ranked Immortal King, I will have to break through the limit of 100 million dragon divine power. Any powerful heaven-ranked Immortal King will have power beyond 100 million dragon divine power. I should be able to kill an ordinary heaven-ranked Immortal King in the early stage, right? His main body's dragon divine power broke through to 100 million. It seemed like a difference of 10 million dragon divine power, but Lin Fei knew that this was a huge threshold that could not be rushed. Let's go and search for treasures. The entire city was deserted. Lin Fei barged into the main hall and collected a large number of blood-desolate beast fruits. There were more than 1 million of them. Their age ranged from 50 to 100 to 1,000 years. After looting, he went straight to the 3 towering mountains behind. It seems that the infernal realm cannot do without the blood-desolate beast fruits. Inside the towering mountains, there was a completely different world. Just like last time, there was a large number of blood vines and blood-desolate beast fruits. The quality and quantity were better than the mountain under the infernal prince's jurisdiction. My infernal indestructible divine body has been cultivated to the great success stage. After consuming the blood-desolate beast fruit, the transformation of my physical body is very weak. The body's transformation is very weak and the effect is not that great. Is there any good way to use the blood-desolate beast fruit? Within the 3 towering mountains, there was a great method to cultivate the blood-desolate beast fruit. Lin Fei did not want to waste it. Just these 3 cultivation grounds could produce 1 million blood-desolate beast fruits. If he consumed it himself, the effect would not be great. He was not willing to give it up and let others benefit. Warning: 30 million li ahead, 3 hell battleships have appeared, and are heading in this direction. Someone is coming? Anyone who wasn't a fool would know that they were coming for him. Who cares who they are? I will destroy them as they come. A cold glint flickered in Lin Fei's black eyes as he revealed his killing intent. He came out of the mountains with a bloody shadow and met the 3 hell battleships. There were 3 hell battleships, 1 in the middle and 2 on the left. On the hell battleship in the middle, there was a young man with 2 black horns on his head. He was carrying a sexy woman in his arms. She was wearing revealing clothes and holding a fruit in her lily-white hands, feeding the young man. Young master, our great commander Meng Tian has lost his life aura. He should be dead. It's good that he's dead. If that bastard doesn't die, even I want to kill him. The young man was startled and laughed. Meng Tian is a traitor. I've given him face by raising the price of his blood-desolate beast fruit by 10%. However, he is not satisfied and has threatened him several times. There is no justice in this world if he doesn't die. I don't know who he offended. It's good that he killed him. This young master is in a good mood. The middle-aged man smiled bitterly. This was his young master's character. He would never hide his hatred. Meng Tian was indeed unscrupulous. He dared to use the blood-desolate beast fruit to threaten his master. If not for cooperation, he would have killed him long ago. Young master, a human is coming. Is it a human beauty? No. If it's not a human beauty, kill her. The young man took a bite of the fruit and waved his hand impatiently. Yes, young master. Shio. Chapter 979. The death beam was one of the most common attacks on the hell battleships. These 3 hell battleships were no ordinary battleships. They were imbued with powerful death beams. Over 100 death beams shone resplendently, piercing through the void and blotting out the sun. Even a 30,000-meter-tall mountain would be pierced through as they shot towards Lin Fei. The might of each death beam was no weaker than an Earth-ranked Immortal King's attack. A true killing technique. Blood Shadow was the first to act. He rushed forward and punched out with godly energy. Although the death beams were powerful, they couldn't compare to Blood Shadow's combat prowess. After destroying the death beams with a single punch, Blood Shadow didn't stop there. He originally felt guilty, and now that someone else was attacking, it wasn't that he didn't respect his master. Blood Shadow suddenly appeared above the hell battleships and transformed into a blood-colored giant. He stomped down with both his feet, landing heavily on the hell battleships. Bang! The 2 hell battleships shook for a moment as cracks appeared on their bodies. After holding on for a breath's time, they were stomped into the ground. Get down? Blood Shadow destroyed 2 hell battleships the moment he attacked. He then grabbed out with his hand towards the other hell battleship. Who are you? A voice of rage rang out from within the hell battleship. Similarly, a gigantic palm shot out, its might not inferior to Blood Shadow's. A raging wind kicked up and the hell battleship was sent flying. Seeing that he failed to take down the hell battleship in a single move, Blood Shadow could no longer maintain his composure. He soared into the sky and stomped down on the hell battleship, causing the void to collapse. Saint Light Plate. In the sky above the hell battleship, a large plate of holy light suddenly appeared. 2 thick strands of laws condensed and barely blocked the attack. We are from the Luo clan of the Hell World. Sir, are you mistaken? A middle-aged man rushed out from the hell battleship, controlling the Saint Light Plate with all his might. Cold sweat dripped down his face. He didn't expect that a human would have a heaven-ranked immortal king by his side. In the blink of an eye, he lost 2 hell battleships. Blood Shadow didn't reply. He simply punched at the Saint Light Plate. Every time his fist landed on the plate, the opponent's aura would weaken a little. Peng Peng Peng. Blood Shadow was exceptionally violent. A single heaven-ranked immortal king was something he couldn't deal with in a short period of time. Sir, everything can be discussed. How about we admit defeat? The middle-aged man was filled with trepidation as he struggled to defend. When would a heaven-ranked immortal king be able to suppress him? The middle-aged man was worried that if this continued, his young master would lose his life here. A heaven-ranked immortal king. Blood Shadow, come back. Blood Shadow glared at him fiercely and didn't attack again. He stood to the side again and broke the hell battleship's restriction with his fist. He stepped onto the deck with a ferocious glint in his eyes. Don't try to escape. The middle-aged man didn't dare to underestimate the words of a heaven-ranked immortal king. The other party definitely had the strength to destroy their warship. A black-clothed young man stepped onto the deck, and the blood-colored man silently stood behind him. The middle-aged man knew that he had made a mistake. This young man actually brought a heaven-ranked immortal king along with him. This time around he had truly kicked an iron board. The most important thing now was to make Qin Wenyan quench his anger. Brother, thank you for helping me get rid of that bastard Meng Tian. I'm Luo Zhen. I'm really sorry for what happened just now. I didn't do it on purpose. Please come in and have a drink. Without waiting for the middle-aged man to speak, A young man from the warship walked up with large strides and greeted him with a cheeky smile, lowering his status. Luo Zhen was originally enjoying life with a woman in his arms. Who would have thought that it wasn't just killing a human brat? In the end he got into big trouble. A heaven-ranked immortal king made a move and destroyed 2 of the hell battleships. Shen Xen was so scared that his heart was beating wildly. He knew that if he didn't handle this well today, even if Uncle Lin had the strength of an early-stage heaven-ranked immortal king, he would still die with a grievance. Lin Fei was indeed very angry. He had just come up and the other party used the death beam, which was more powerful than the Hell Prince's hell battleship. Lin Fei allowed Blood Shadow to attack and didn't stop him. To deal with him, he had to be prepared to pay the price. Originally he planned to fly into a rage. In the end, this person seemed to be very friendly and spoke in a humble manner. From the other party, Lin Fei could see that he was extraordinary. There were 3 hell battleships and a heaven-ranked immortal king by his side. His strength was not as strong as Blood Shadow's. With such treatment, this person must have a background. Lin Fei was not in a hurry to kill him. Humph, if you can't satisfy me, Lin Fei snorted and walked forward. He wasn't worried about any tricks. In the face of absolute power, they were all paper tigers. He could kill them with one punch. Brother, don't worry. I will definitely satisfy you. Luo Zheng secretly heaved a sigh of relief. His luck was too bad. He could even encounter such a thing in this kind of place. It seemed that he had to spend a lot of money. How did he get involved in such a thing? Uncle Lin, if I use that treasure, can I take them down? Jianghu was Luo Zheng's butler and also worked as a bodyguard. Young master, you better be sincere. This person's background is very strong. Even if you use that treasure, you still can't deal with them. I suggest that it's better to turn hostility into friendship. The fight didn't last long, but Jianghu suffered a big loss. The holy light plate and the condensation of 2 complete laws were still particularly strenuous. If the fight dragged on, he would definitely be destroyed. He didn't want the young master to do anything stupid. Blood Shadow, how strong is that person? On this end, Lin Fei asked. His strength is about 80 million dragon divine power. He has cultivated 2 complete laws. If you want to kill him, go all out and kill him in 3 moves. In fact, Lin Fei could see that the person's strength was not too strong. Only 2 complete laws intertwined together produced an exceptionally strong defense. In the past, Lin Fei saw at most 1 complete law. For example, he himself had a complete law in his body, the death law. 2 laws, it was the first time he saw it. All of you get lost. Luo Zheng caught up from behind and shouted at the maids in the warship. Those singers and dancers quickly went down. Send up a table of exquisite delicacies immediately. After hearing Uncle An's words, Luo Zheng corrected his attitude and didn't dare to act recklessly. He didn't dare to look at the blood-colored giant. With a height of 10 feet, it was indeed a level higher. So, a table of exquisite delicacies was sent up. Luo Zheng took out a bottle of immortal wine with a heartache. Brother, your future must be arduous. Must be hard for you. This is a bottle of immortal wine that I bought at a certain auction last time. Immortal wine? Let me have a taste. Lin Fei didn't say anything. Hairball didn't care so much. Nothing was taboo. A little brat? Usually Luo Zheng wouldn't look him in the eye, but he didn't dare to do so now. He immediately poured a cup for him. The fragrance assailed his nostrils and filled the air. Hairball opened her mouth and drank the entire cup of immortal wine in one gulp. Delicious, delicious, give me another cup. Luo Zheng knew how precious this immortal wine was. Back then he paid a huge price to get it. Those who knew wine would drink it 1 sip at a time, but the other party drank it in 1 gulp. It was too scary. Did you refine it? This immortal wine had to be refined in 1 gulp to understand its effects. But this little brat drank it in 2 or 3 gulps. Wasn't he worried that he couldn't hold it? What? I can't drink it? Hairball glared. No, I'll fill it up for you right away. Luo Zheng immediately poured a 2nd cup. Hairball was a primordial evil dragon, a true foodie. She didn't care if it was immortal wine or not. She drank 1 cup at a time. She drank 10 cups in a row and still wasn't satisfied. Luo Zheng was obviously frightened. When he bid for this immortal wine, he couldn't bear to drink it. A little brat drank 10 cups in the blink of an eye, and he couldn't see any changes. Hairball, don't drink anymore. You're going to get drunk. Lin Fei stopped Furball from drinking any more. Even if he didn't drink, he could tell that this immortal brew was not cheap. It was enough to make one's heart ache. The entire bottle was about to be emptied, so it was best to know when to stop and not agitate others. Then I'll eat the dishes. The dishes on the table were exquisite. How could a foodie like Hairball miss it? I've drunk the wine and eaten the dishes. I'm curious, why did you attack me? Lin Fei didn't make a move and got to the point. Misunderstanding, everything is a misunderstanding. Luo Zheng hurriedly said, in fact, I'm a businessman. You know that doing business will always encounter danger. Lin Fei's face darkened. He looked thoughtful. According to what you said, we are bad guys? No, how can you be bad guys? Luo Zheng hurriedly waved his hand and wanted to cry. It's true. It's a misunderstanding. It's really a misunderstanding. In order to show my sincerity, this is a little compensation from me. Zhang An handed over a storage ring. Lin Fei could clearly see that Luo Zheng's young master was obviously in pain, and it wasn't fake. The storage ring came into contact with divine sense and was an ownerless item. Lin Fei casually looked at it and had to say that this kid spent a lot of money. There were 1 billion great Luo immortal stones, 50 million true spirits, and a hell battleship. In order to appease the other party's anger, Luo Zheng really spent a lot of money. Offending a heaven stage immortal king could easily take their lives. If the family found out, they would definitely not let him go, and the consequences would be very serious. In the face of this generous gift, Lin Fei accepted it without hesitation. With a simple glance, he could see that this person's background was not small. He had a big family behind him. Lin Fei had never encountered 50 million true spirits in one go. It was indeed a misunderstanding just now. Since the other party had lowered his attitude, Lin Fei of course had to give him face. He wondered if he should kill this guy and snatch his belongings. It was obvious that the other party was a big fat sheep. Luo Zheng's hair stood on end from being stared at, and he thought, don't tell me you want to kill me and rob me? Damn it, if I had known, I wouldn't have dared to take out such a generous gift. Now what should I do? Am I really going to be a big fat sheep? You know Meng Tian? Lin Fei asked casually. Chapter 980. Master, I know the Luo family from the Hell World he mentioned. Blood Shadow's voice reached Lin Fei's ears. Lin Fei was not very familiar with the great metropolis world, let alone the Luo family from the Hell World. Tell me about it. Master, you should know that I can not only devour flesh and blood, but I can also control the other party's memory. Blood Shadow said, I once devoured a commander and happened to know this Luo family. This Luo family is quite famous in the Hell World, generous. It turns out that the force behind them is not small. They once had a great emperor. Although he has fallen, his foundation is solid, a foundation that ordinary people do not have. After knowing the origin of the Luo family, Lin Fei had a better understanding. The Luo family was a huge family in the Hell World. It was rumored that there were dozens of heaven stage immortal kings and an old ancestor, who was not far from the immortal emperor level. While Lin Fei was thinking, Luo Zheng could not stay calm. If there was an immortal emperor in the past, a heaven stage immortal king would not be afraid of anything. On the contrary, people would be afraid. With the passage of time, the old ancestor had fallen and lost his former prestige. Even so, the Luo family was still a big family. If you push me too far, it's just a life and death struggle and no one will have a good ending. You went to find Commander Meng Tian to collect the blood desolate beast fruit, right? After knowing the origin, Lin Fei had an idea. This kind of thing of course could not be hidden. You are right, I did come for the blood desolate beast fruit. Luo Zheng was a shrewd businessman and understood. Sir, if you are willing to sell it to me, I can buy it at an extra 30% price. Commander Meng Tian was a subordinate of a heaven stage immortal king, and that heaven stage immortal king actually relied on a big family. If it were not for the war that changed the soil quality and made it excellent for planting, no one would be willing to come to such a remote place. First, it would delay their cultivation, and second, they could not stay there. Over time, many commanders sold the blood desolate beast fruit in private in exchange for cultivation resources. It had long become a common thing and no one would point it out. Is your appetite big? The blood desolate beast fruits that great Commander Meng Tian had were indeed with this person. Sir, don't look down on our Luo family. Our Luo family will eat as much as we have. When it comes to business, he is very shrewd and pats his chest as a guarantee. 3 farms, 1 million blood desolate beast fruits. Big business, really big business. What do you want? A million blood desolate beast fruits would be a huge merit when they return to the clan. Others might not dare to take the 3 plantations, but the Luo clan wasn't afraid. Furthermore, they had already killed everyone, so no one would know if they took them. I want high-grade body refining techniques. Lin Fei said. The more the better. A high-grade body refining technique? Luo Zheng was puzzled. You don't have to ask why. Just say it. Lin Fei didn't want to explain. Give me 3 days to prepare. You also know that ordinary body tempering techniques can be found everywhere. As for high-grade ones, every one of them is good stuff. Lin Fei was in no hurry. 3 days of delay was nothing. That's it then. I'll wait for you here in 3 days. Lin Fei left with Shuang. Young master, are you going to eat this big piece of fat meat? Jianghu frowned. He still couldn't figure out this person's background. Meng Tian is dead and most of the people below are dead. We're just buying things and didn't do anything. There's nothing to be afraid of. Luo Zheng said excitedly. 1 million blood desolate beast fruits can completely improve my status in the clan. To avoid trouble, let's go back immediately to collect body tempering techniques. Although he didn't know why they needed body tempering techniques, it wasn't difficult for the Luo family to collect body tempering techniques with their business in the infernal realm and the heavenly realms. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. In these 3 days Lin Fei never left. During this period the commanders of the infernal realm came to investigate, but Shuang made a move and stopped them, not leaking any information. Master, they're here. Lin Fei actually wanted to see if they had the guts to do so. Fortunately they didn't disappoint him. Brother Lin, how have you been? I've prepared what you wanted. The young man who came down from the infernal battleship was Luo Zheng. It seems that you know my identity. You're quite bold. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? From the way he addressed him, Lin Fei knew that the other party knew his identity. Business is business. Other things have nothing to do with me. Luo Zheng braced himself and said. Ever since he returned that day, Luo Zheng naturally mobilized people to investigate. After the investigation he suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. It turned out that he met Lin Fei, the person who had the Great Emperor's key. There was even news in the infernal realm that the crown prince of the infernal realm died in the hands of the other party. Under normal circumstances, this kind of big news had to be reported to the clan, and the clan sent out elites. Luo Zheng gave up this idea. According to the outside world, Lin Fei was alone and weak, and the Great Emperor's key was within his reach. Luo Zheng scolded him directly. Lonely and isolated? Alone and weak? What a joke. He had a Heaven Stage Immortal King by his side to protect him. If the Heaven Stage Immortal King didn't make a move, no matter how many people went, they would all die. Ordinary early Heaven Stage Immortal Kings would be courting death if they came. To be protected by a Heaven Stage Immortal King and call him master, Luo Zheng couldn't help but suspect the other party's identity and background. He might even be from a hidden family. Luo Zheng couldn't afford to offend someone with such a background. I hope that you'll be able to kill you. Lin Fei chuckled. Actually, I'm just kidding. Luo Zheng wouldn't believe this sentence. He probably couldn't wait for him to bring people. These are all the body refining techniques I collected. In addition to the Hell world there are also other worlds. It can be said that many of them are famous body refining techniques. For the body refining techniques, Luo Zheng spent a lot of effort and collected a total of 20 body refining techniques, each of which was priceless. Lin Fei opened the storage ring. After looking through it he was very satisfied. Although there weren't many, there were 20 body refining techniques, and each one was no weaker than the indestructible Hell Godly Body. For example, one of the manuals, the Dark North Godly Body, contained Dark North Frigid Chi that could freeze even immortal kings into popsicles. Here you go. The 20 body refining techniques were definitely of a high grade. It could be seen that he had put in a lot of effort. Lin Fei readily took out the blood desolate beast fruit. As for the plantation behind, you can collect it yourself. With the things in hand, Lin Fei turned around and left. Brother Lin, wait. What's the matter? Lin Fei stopped. This is my communication talisman. If you need it in the future, just let me know. Luo Zheng took out a communication talisman. Lin Fei didn't want it at first, but on second thought, it was not wrong to keep it. Chapter 981. Lin Fei walked away without a care in the world. The deal was completed just like that? Luo Zheng felt like he was dreaming. Subconsciously, he did not think that the deal could be completed smoothly. It was inevitable that he would have to go through a lot of trouble. In the end, it was beyond his expectations. After collecting the 3 mountains, Luo Zheng realized that he had completed a big deal. Young master, in this cooperation, you have gained a great deal. Jianghu also sighed. In fact, when he came he was secretly worried. What if the other party attacked? He couldn't stop it. Luo Zheng was a businessman, so he knew this in his heart. The body tempering techniques we collected are indeed not bad. If we want to collect high-grade body tempering techniques, it won't be too much trouble. I have indeed gained a great bargain. The blood desolate beast fruit had not matured yet. As long as it was cultivated, it would be a huge income. From this aspect, Luo Zheng had gained a great deal. Young master, you did a good job just now. People like Lin Fei are not as weak as the rumors say. When the time comes, they will be shocked. Zhang An sneered. When the time comes, they will know that they have provoked a terrible enemy. In view of Lin Fei's identity, young master, it is best not to let outsiders know, lest it causes big trouble. I know this in my heart. Luo Zheng wasn't a fool. After you go back, continue to collect body refining techniques. I want the truly high-grade ones, such as the 10 great body refining techniques of hell. No matter why he did it, we owe him a huge favor. Whoosh, hell plane. Under a lake, a figure rushed up and landed on the shore. Finally, I have cultivated the sky-shaking blazing sun divine body. The young man's upper body was naked, and his bright eyes flashed with a touch of pride. This person was Lin Fei, who had left after completing the deal. It had been a full month since then. In this month, Lin Fei cultivated the body refining technique, improving his physical defense power again. In a month, he cultivated 3 body refining techniques, all of which were relatively easy and could barely be regarded as rapid body refining techniques. After practicing 3 body tempering techniques, I can clearly feel that my invincible golden body divine body has improved tremendously. On the black bell in Lin Fei's body, many body tempering techniques were imprinted on it, becoming a part of the bell's body. The rest of the body refining techniques require special requirements. For example, the dark north godly body requires the dark north frigid chi, and the starlight chaotic godly body requires the absorption of space-time turbulence. There's still a long way to go. It won't be too late to cultivate them after I deal with the Eternal Emperor's treasures. Master, where are we going next? Blood Shadow appeared beside him like a ghost. Lin Fei raised his head, and his gaze seemed to be able to pierce through the sky. Boundless killing intent surged out from his eyes. Of course I'm going to meet those reckless fellows. Get out. His divine energy soared by leaps and bounds, almost reaching the limit. Now there was Blood Shadow beside him, a heaven-ranked immortal king. It was time to get out of here. Go. Lin Fei turned into a stream of light and headed towards the exit of hell. Along the way, all the hell beasts that appeared felt the surging power, and they were so scared that their legs went soft. Not a single one of them dared to come out to obstruct him. I'm finally out. Yellow sand filled the sky above the desert, dancing in the air. When he came out of the passage again, the turbulence could not shake his body. It was not as strong as the first time, when his divine body shook and he felt dizzy. The same yellow sand, the same place. But to Lin Fei, this trip to the hell plane had given him a lot of benefits, and he had gained a powerful combat strength. Did you hear? Lin Fei appeared in the hell plane. How could it be fake? An empire in hell has issued a bounty for Lin Fei's capture. A genius of hell's crown prince died in the hands of Lin Fei, and the entire empire is furious. Now everyone is rushing to the hell plane, afraid of falling behind. In the yellow sand, people appeared in 2s and 3s, and whenever Lin Fei's name was mentioned, they looked especially excited. Look, that person at the entrance looks a bit like Lin Fei. Idiot, he's Lin Fei. Kill. Lin Fei paused for a moment, then his killing intent pierced through the air, followed by the sound of wind whistling. Spatial distortion. Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to waste words. He punched at the void, and the space within a radius of hundreds of thousands of li distorted. The immortals who rushed over were all immortal kings, but they were all killed by this move, unable to withstand the power of spatial distortion. This group attack is good, killing to my heart's content. Lin Fei put away the storage ring and flew out. He did not bother to conceal himself at all as he rushed towards the exit. He would never show mercy to those who dared to attack him. Blood Shadow, control your strength at the level of an Earth-rank immortal king. Don't scare them. After that, Lin Fei didn't attack anymore. Blood Shadow took the initiative to attack, killing people in one move. Lin Fei's swaggering appearance quickly caused a commotion in the central Saint region ruins. For more than a month, everyone searched everywhere for Lin Fei's whereabouts, trying to be the first to find him. But in the end it was to no avail. Lin Fei seemed to have vanished into thin air. Many people suspected that he was seriously injured and died, or that he was killed by someone. All kinds of guesses were going on. Until recently, when the news of Lin Fei killing the Prince of Hell spread, everyone knew that Lin Fei was hiding in the Hell Plane, a dangerous place. Alright, this place is not bad. Bloodshadow's group was very fast and no one could stop them. Once again they appeared near the entrance of the space-time turbulence. Master, don't you plan to go out? Bloodshadow was a bloodthirsty killer, and he had no interest in the people he killed along the way. Lin Fei chuckled. Go out? That would be too degrading for me. He planned to make a scene no matter what, or they would really look down on him. Rise. Near the entrance of the passageway, it was almost a piece of flat land. Lin Fei grabbed with his big hand, and 3 huge mountains, which were thousands of zhang tall, appeared near the entrance of the passageway. Sword intent danced, and in the blink of an eye, there was a line of words on the first mountain. Kill everyone that comes. On the second mountain. Kill every pair that comes. On the third mountain. Sweep everything. The 3 huge mountains were lined up, and the words written with sword intent contained endless killing intent, cutting the void. Master is mighty. Hairball shouted excitedly. The 3 huge mountains were extremely eye-catching, thousands of zhang tall. After they were flattened, they could be seen clearly. Lin Fei grabbed another huge mountain, slashed it with one hand and sat cross-legged on it. He closed his eyes to rest, ignoring that this was the entrance of the Central Saint region. How many people do you think Master can kill this time? Hairball sat on a huge mountain and her eyeballs rolled. Of course, kill as many as comes. Master needs to establish his might. Blood Shadow was cold. His personality was cold and he wouldn't have a second expression. At the entrance of the Central Saint region, the 3 huge mountains were lined up. Everyone came in and saw the arrogant words, and their eyes naturally fell on Lin Fei, who was sitting cross-legged. It's him, Lin Fei. What a domineering tone. Does he really think he's invincible? Let's strike first. In this place people came and went, and after seeing Lin Fei they realized that a great opportunity had come. These 3 were all mortal-ranked immortal kings. After they arrived, a gigantic palm descended from the sky and the heads of the 3 mortal-ranked immortal kings were separated from their bodies. Harry Ball rushed down and plundered their interspatial rings. Master, kill a few more, kill a few more. Hairball wanted to see the world in chaos, and she acted ostentatiously while she searched the storage rings for treasures. After killing more than 10 celestial kings, the news spread completely. Outside the Central Saint region. First was the entrance. Usually, a large number of celestials gathered here, and in fact they were all here for Lin Fei. Lin Fei appeared? Is it true? I was scared to death just now. Lin Fei is on the other side of this passage. Guess what he did? A person who was lucky enough to return was so scared that his face turned pale. Was he killed? Did he leave a corpse behind? Wrong, you're all wrong. That person said in fear, Lin Fei didn't die. He moved 3 mountains here and there were 3 sentences written on them. Kill as many as you come. Kill as many as you come. Sweep away everything. The person who followed me in just now was stabbed to death by Lin Fei with one finger? Too arrogant. He's courting death, definitely courting death. The people at the entrance were in an uproar. Some people didn't believe it and rushed in. In the blink of an eye they came out with a changed expression. This news quickly spread out and landed in the hands of the experts who had settled down in the trading area. Good, he's finally willing to come out. In a senfu filled with killing intent, an old man stood up with a sharp gaze. It was the Grand Elder of the Godly Shooting Sect, a late-stage Earth-rank Celestial King. Grand Elder, Lin Fei killed our disciple and stole the Blazing Sun's sacred bow. We must take him down as a warning to others as well as the Emperor's key. Otherwise, how will people view our Godly Shooting Sect in the future? Gather all the elders and disciples, and follow this old man to capture Lin Fei. At the same time, in another black senfu, a chilling aura seemed to freeze everything. Nether Palace. This was a temporary base of the Nether Palace. The elders on the left and right were all standing, waiting for the person at the head of the table to speak. Ever since Lin Fei killed an inner disciple of their sect, his identity was exposed, and they sent another disciple to hunt him down. Who would have thought that they would fail again? Then it was said that the Emperor's key was with Lin Fei, and that the person who obtained the key would have the chance to enter the Eternal Emperor's treasure vault. A kid from the lower realm had stirred up a storm, and the entire great metropolis world was thrown into chaos by him. The person who disappeared for more than a month, whom they thought had disappeared, appeared out of nowhere and boasted. In their eyes he was nothing but a joke. Chapter 982. Lin Fei had appeared. The news spread like wildfire. 3 domineering words left behind by the 3 mountains had caused a huge uproar. Who does Lin Fei think he is? He dares to say such words. He's courting death. Everyone, let's meet this Lin Fei. If he was somewhere else we wouldn't be able to find him, but now that he's at the entrance, it's definitely a provocation. Groups of 3 to 5 people scrambled to be the first to enter. After all, Lin Fei was a famous person and more importantly he had a great treasure on him. This kind of thing wasn't something that anyone could ignore. The news that kept spreading also caused them to turn pale with fright. Lin Fei had killed many genius disciples, displaying his domineering side. The Passion Monarch has arrived, everyone retreat. The empty valley was like a spirit, a rain of flowers fell from the sky, and a fragrance filled the air coming from afar. Everyone saw a huge pink bed appear in the sky, surrounded by men and women, as well as a group of bewitching youths lying on the bed. The Passion Immortal King is here. Everyone's expression changed. Ever since this Passion Immortal King arrived, many beautiful fairies from the great metropolis world threw themselves into his arms, causing many people's expressions to change. During this period, many people who admired the goddesses couldn't help but attack and teach him a lesson, but the result was the same, a crushing defeat. The appearance of the Passion Immortal King attracted angry gazes. During this period no one dared to attack. It was rumored that the Passion Immortal King had the strength of a late-stage Earth rank, and his true combat strength was even more terrifying. Everyone opened up a path, allowing the Passion Immortal King to enter. The genius disciples of the great metropolis world aren't that great, but there are quite a lot of beautiful fairies. On the pink bed, the Passion Immortal King lay among the flowers, full of disdain. Facing these words, no one dared to refute. The Passion Immortal King was too strong. The important thing was the genius disciples from the other great worlds. If they killed him, the consequences would be unimaginable. Bone Dragon, what a huge bone dragon. Not long after the Passion Immortal King entered, dark clouds rolled in the sky. A storm was about to arrive. 9,000 feet long bone dragons flew majestically, bringing with them a shocking aura. Everywhere they passed was filled with an aura of death. The white bone crown prince has also come. Behind the 1,000 zhang long bone dragon was a bronze war chariot. A heavenly deity stood on it, majestic and unmoving. At this moment he was an unrivaled heavenly deity. The bronze chariot was like a surging torrent. A few people who were slightly slow in dodging were smashed into pieces on the spot. Amorous Immortal King, I smell your aura again. On the bronze war chariot, the white bone crown prince's eyes were cold. And that Lin Fei, what a skill at hiding. The bronze chariot charged into the passageway as if there was no one there. What a powerful white bone crown prince. He can resist the space-time turbulence. Two geniuses appeared consecutively, causing everyone to sigh in admiration. One was the passionate Immortal King who managed to rope in all the beautiful female immortals, while the other was the white bone crown prince who controlled the bronze war chariot. His attacks were ruthless and merciless. He was invincible in the great metropolis world. Seeing the two genius disciples arrive one after the other, they finally realized that there was always someone better out there. Ah, how could I, Agitai, miss out on such a golden age? Suddenly the earth trembled. Everyone swayed, almost unable to stand steadily. The weaker ones fell to the ground in a sorry state. A tall and sturdy figure appeared on the horizon. With a single step he crossed hundreds of thousands of li. The earth constantly trembled, and the extraordinary energy coming from his feet was enough to make them feel apprehensive. Another peerless, ferocious person has arrived. His strength isn't inferior to the amorous Immortal King. As Agitai ran, his energy tore through the void. Berserk spatial energy blew down, but he didn't budge in the slightest. In just a few steps he had entered the passageway. A massive disturbance came from within the passage of the space-time turbulence. Someone used their divine sense to see and paled in fright. This ferocious person had broken through the space-time turbulence and was violently resisting it, causing a huge disturbance. Silence. The entire scene was silent. While everyone was silent, a figure appeared at the mouth of the passage. In the blink of an eye, no one had time to react. It's him, the sea god world's High Buodong. I'm rumored to be one of the Eternal Emperor's successors. I can sense the vast energy of the sea on his body. A great battle is about to break out. Soon after, one peerless genius after another appeared, each one able to suppress them. They had cultivated for thousands of years or even tens of thousands of years, but they were still inferior to true peerless geniuses. Dong dong dong, the sound of war drums once more resounded through the air, like a magnificent army was approaching. Wherever the weapons pointed, battle intent soared into the sky. What a terrifying aura. Is he planning to become enemies with the heavens? I know, this person must be that mysterious war sky. Sure enough, a young man wearing black armor and holding a spear slowly walked over. With every step, the heavenly drums continued to beat, and the wind and clouds changed colors. Warsky, you killed my senior brother. Today you will pay with your life. Hand over your life. Two middle-aged men soared into the sky from the crowd. They were two Earth Immortal Kings. I heard that this mysterious Warsky killed a peerless genius of the Myriad Saints' Palace. The people of the Myriad Saints' Palace really don't care about their lives. They even sent out two inner court elders. The black-robed young man didn't move at all and continued forward. When the two elders of the 10,000 Saints' Palace came within 100,000 feet of him, they froze in the air. 100,000 feet of light flashed, leaving behind two corpses with their eyes wide open. Instant kill. He killed two Earth Immortal Kings with one move. No one saw the process. He killed two Earth Immortal Kings with one move, and they couldn't see any traces of his attack. It was really shocking. Only those with tyrannical strength could vaguely see something. Everyone kept their mouths shut, and their eyes were filled with fear and dread. This was an opponent that they couldn't resist. Those who thought that Warsky didn't live up to his reputation all shut their mouths. There were indeed genius disciples that they couldn't afford to offend in the myriad worlds. To be able to cultivate such a genius disciple, the power behind him must be enormous. This is a rare event that only happens once in 10,000 years. Even if they don't make a move, it's good to watch. Yes, I'm old. With these peerless geniuses making a move, I'm afraid that only a heaven immortal king can suppress them. Do you think it's useful? I'm afraid they have an immortal emperor supporting them. If we kill them, we'll be doomed eternally. They had to admit that this sentence hit the nail on the head. Who dared to compete with an immortal emperor? No one could. No one was willing to. Many Earth Immortal Kings gave up on making a move. A heaven-defying treasure like the great emperor's key didn't belong to them. Take it? It was a crime to have a treasure. Chapter 983. P.S. To the readers who have subscribed to 880 chapters, Little Ku apologizes. When I posted in the morning, I was stuck on the submit button. I refreshed again and accidentally clicked on the wrong button. I hurriedly deleted it, but it was too late. Sorry for wasting everyone's time. Little Ku is guilty. Please forgive me. Central Sacred Ruins exit. 3 mountains lined up in a row, looking impressive, thousands of zhang tall, incomparably eye-catching. I'll kill one if one comes. I'll kill two if two come. I'll sweep through everything. The people who came in from the outside immediately saw the 3,000 zhang tall mountain. Obviously, they could not imagine that Lin Fei's tone would be so domineering. Everyone's gazes stopped for a moment, then landed on the black-robed Lin Fei on the 3,000 zhang tall mountain. Calm. Too calm. They had never seen such a calm person before. To be able to remain calm in the face of powerful enemies, 1 in 10,000 people. Under the 3,000 zhang tall mountain, the thick stench of blood forced them to take it seriously. Lin Fei, who was on the tall mountain, was not easy to bully. He did not leave those 3 words on a whim. Instead, it was a genuine display of his ability. Look, the amorous immortal king is here. Look at those peerless fairies, each of them is charming. The white bone crown prince is here too. Look at the bronze war chariot, it's like an ancient holy artifact, any physical body that touches it will immediately shatter. At the exit there were over 10,000 people gathered. When the amorous immortal king and the others appeared, everyone held their breaths. These genius disciples, each of them had suppressed other genius disciples in the great metropolis heaven, displaying their tyrannical strength. Many old experts also had to avoid them, lest they fail miserably. At this moment, when they saw Lin Fei on the high platform again, he was as calm as before. It was a rare sight. Brother Love, is he Lin Fei? On the large pink bed, a silhouette could be vaguely seen. After so long he finally appeared. He did not disappoint. The bewitching young man on the bed had one arm around a fairy, his head poking out from her ample bosom. Strong blood chi, an expert that cultivates God force. No wonder he is so calm. He does have some ability. Big brother Qing, do you want us to take him down? He's just a native of a small world. The amorous immortal king said. No rush, no rush. A native of a small world won't be able to play any tricks. 9 3,000-meter-long bone dragons appeared, and the bronze war chariot surged with killing intent. Everyone was thrown off their feet and no one dared to say anything. You're Lin Fei? The white bone crown prince's gaze was ice cold. His strong killing intent turned into a spear and pierced towards Lin Fei on the high platform. It was unknown if he was trying to probe or if he had other motives. Everyone watched as Lin Fei, who was on the high platform, casually flicked his finger at the long spear. The long spear instantly broke into pieces and disappeared into thin air, while the intense killing intent vanished into thin air. Alright, be my opponent if you have what it takes. The boundless killing intent contained the white bone crown prince's understanding of the massacre Dao. For Lin Fei to be able to break this killing intent spear, it proved that he had a certain level of strength. He was someone worth fighting. In the eyes of others, Lin Fei easily broke this attack, as if he was an otherworldly expert. This made people unknowingly raise their speculations. Lin Fei had the strength to contend against them. In fact, all the peerless geniuses, including the sects and forces, had arrived one after another. Only those heaven-stage immortal kings did not appear, as if they did not care about this matter. Everyone knew that with the status of heaven-stage immortal kings, they naturally would not appear so early, as it did not match their status. Unless it was a critical moment, they might show up. Right now, this was a competition between the younger generation. An hour later, Lin Fei opened his eyes and with a glance, he saw a sea of people with different expressions. Facing such a scene, his expression did not change and he remained calm. Just based on this mentality, how many people present could reach this level? It's not easy, everyone is here. Lin Fei said with a smile. He stretched out his hand and between heaven and earth, a 10,000 zhang tall mountain was grabbed from millions of li away, placed in front of him, and with a rumble the 10,000 zhang tall mountain fell with a majestic aura. Everyone did not know what Lin Fei wanted to do. Lin Fei stretched out his hand, and a line of large words immediately appeared on the 10,000 zhang tall mountain, filled with ancient sword intent. Defeat me and the key is yours. Whoosh. A majestic emperor's aura was released from something above Lin Fei's head. In front of the emperor's aura, they seemed to become insignificant existences. The emperor's key. That's the emperor's key. How can Lin Fei have a key like the emperor's key? Seeing the emperor's key, everyone was excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They could not wait to rush up and snatch the emperor's key and take it for themselves. Snatch it. Lin Fei die. With a precious treasure in front of them, no one could hide their desire. Many immortal kings could not suppress their desire, regardless of the consequences, and tried to snatch the emperor's key. Courting death. The emperor's key is not something a bunch of natives like you can covet. There was no need for Lin Fei to make a move. The peerless geniuses did not hesitate to rush up and attack first. In their eyes, these peerless geniuses were all ants. The white bone crown prince's 9 bone dragons roared, flipped up and down, and charged into the crowd, biting off half of an immortal king's body. With a swing of the dragon's tail, the immortal kings exploded one after another. Each of the bone dragons had the strength of an earth-rank immortal king, and 9 of them were no weaker than a heaven-rank immortal king. As for the amorous immortal king, the peerless celestial maidens turned into a grand formation, summoning a peerless war goddess, as if she was invincible, instantly killing a group of people. Hai Budong of the sea god world unleashed a vast ocean, turning into a giant whale that swallowed over 100 immortals in a single gulp. The other geniuses were no exception. Their attacks were ruthless, and the immortal kings and zenith golden immortals fell one after another. Those who did not make a move were drenched in cold sweat, and their scalps went numb. In just a short period of time 4,000 to 5,000 experts had fallen, forming a river of blood below. Seeing this scene, the crowd realized how terrifying it was. Those who did not make a move were secretly glad that they did not make a move, otherwise they would have become one of them. After a group of people died, they completely gave up on the idea of competing for the emperor's key. The emperor's key was not something they could compete for. If they wanted to compete for the emperor's key, they would have to defeat these peerless geniuses first. Many people were even more impressed by Lin Fei's scheming. A single emperor's key was enough to make them lose control of themselves, using a borrowed knife to kill others. For a moment, everyone gave up on the idea of making a move. Amazing, truly amazing. Lin Fei, the ants have been wiped out. Can you hand over the emperor's key now? The white bone crown prince stood on the bronze chariot and said condescendingly, "Thank you everyone for taking action and eliminating this group of wishful thinking." Lin Fei said with a smile, "I believe everyone wants a treasure like the emperor's key. However, I only have one with me, and it's not convenient for you to divide it among yourselves. I've thought of an idea, each of you hand over a treasure and you can fight with me. The winner will take it." Lin Fei's suggestion gave them a huge shock. Bai Budong sneered, "Lin Fei, you're just a zenith golden immortal. At most you have some strength. Do you think you're qualified to do such a thing?" Lin Fei looked over, "Who are you?" "I'm Bai Budong, the successor of the eternal emperor. Do you think I'm qualified?" Bai Budong put his hands behind his back, looking arrogant. His identity as the successor of the Eternal Emperor gave him the right to speak. Successor? Successor my ass, you're a disgrace to the Eternal Emperor. If you have the ability, don't try to snatch the Emperor's key. Lin Fei cursed. He waved his hand and the Emperor's key fell into his hand. The surrounding space exploded. Do you believe that I won't destroy the Emperor's key? You dare. As a member of the Imperial family, Bai Buodong had never been insulted or even threatened. There's nothing I don't dare to do. Lin Fei laughed. What do you guys think? Put away your smelly attitude. If the Emperor's key is destroyed, I'll be the first to kill you. The white bone crown prince glared at him with boundless killing intent. Hai Padong waved his sleeves and harumphed coldly. He didn't dare to speak anymore. As one of the successors of the Eternal Emperor, he was afraid that the Emperor's key would be destroyed. He was afraid of the white bone crown prince, so he placed all his resentment on Lin Fei. I think this method is pretty good. The amorous immortal king was the first to speak. We are all geniuses of the universe. If we can defeat Lin Fei, we'll be superior. The white bone crown prince said. I agitai like people like you. A man is straightforward. When the time comes, I'll definitely leave your corpse intact, ha. No one dared to refute the peerless geniuses. Just as they said, they were all geniuses of the universe and had their own pride. They couldn't fight over the Emperor's key together. A fair challenge would satisfy their appetites. They were all geniuses, so there was no point in fighting each other. It was better to use a different method. Whoever obtained the Emperor's key from Lin Fei would be the most powerful. For more than a month, they had been searching for Lin Fei's whereabouts without any results, so they naturally believed that Lin Fei was not ordinary. Snatching the Emperor's key from Lin Fei was of great significance. Once they returned, their reputation in the circle would become even more resounding. Using this to attack others could be considered a kind of achievement. Who would go first? Since Lin Fei was putting on such a show, he definitely had some ability. Little bastard, you killed someone from our godly shooting sect. Today you will pay with your blood. Someone had already rushed out, followed by a group of people. It was the godly shooting sect's Grand Elder. He had decisively chosen to attack. Someone from a small sect? Fine. Let's test Lin Fei's foundation first. Although a peerless genius was powerful and could kill the infernal crown prince, he naturally had his own methods and would not blindly attack. Chapter 984. Dean, when are we going to show ourselves? That godly shooter thinks too highly of himself. At the exit of the central divine region ruins. In the void. A group of people was standing on the sacred light plate, looking down at the situation below. Sui said to an old man beside him. His face was filled with anger. Although a godly shooter had some background, any elder would be angry if he did not take the saint of their Elysium seriously. In fact, it was not just Sui who was angry. All the elders beside him were also furious. Lin Fei is indeed someone that our Elysium Emperor admires. Facing the geniuses of the myriad heavens, he is calm in the face of danger. What a good scheme. Greenwood Immortal King was a vice-dean of the Elysium Academy. His strength had long reached the heaven stage Immortal King realm, but he rarely showed himself. Once one reached the heaven stage, they would either go into seclusion or search for their own fortune to break through to the Immortal Emperor realm. When the elders saw that Greenwood Immortal King was not anxious, they were startled. Although they were shocked by Lin Fei's strength, they were not confident at all. Any of the geniuses below could completely suppress them, and Lin Fei was merely a great principal golden immortal, but his battle prowess was at the peak of the Immortal King realm. Greenwood Immortal King smiled. Don't be anxious, don't be anxious. Not just anyone can touch the saint of our Elysium Academy. Lin Fei must have his considerations for putting on such a show. We just need to watch. If we really can't win, this old man will naturally take action. I will not let anyone harm our Academy's geniuses. The elders were relieved. Just because Lin Fei was the saint of the Elysium Academy and stirred up the waters of the great metropolis, the Elysium Academy had to protect him and invite Greenwood Immortal King. In fact, there were not only Heaven Stage Immortal Kings hiding in the void. There were also other Heaven Stage Immortal Kings present. They had concealed themselves very well. He is Lin Fei? Arrogant indeed. He only knows how to play some petty tricks. In another part of the void, on a black throne, a black-cloaked man sat on a golden horse and a saber. A cold wind blew around him, and beside the throne stood an old servant. Yes, he is the Lin Fei that Master wants to capture. At the side, the old servant gritted his teeth. This fellow is sinister and cunning. If it wasn't for the fact that he almost fell for it, enough, blood thrall. The middle-aged man snorted coldly and stopped the blood slave from continuing. You can't even handle a puny golden celestial of the great all-embracing heaven, and you're an earth-rank celestial king. The middle-aged man snorted coldly again. You're a disgrace to our lord. The blood thrall was not convinced and dared not utter a word. Father, he is Lin Fei, the person who saved our lives. Shi Tianchong and the others were currently standing on a layer of clouds. A screen appeared in front of them, allowing them to clearly see the situation below. Hot-blooded and hot-blooded, Tyrant Lion said coolly. With just a few tricks, he's managed to dissuade everyone from ganging up on him. He's gotten rid of the first problem. Shi Tianchong, the Sky Fox Saintess and Tai Yi were all here. They were very worried about Lin Fei below. Especially when the godly archer came looking for them, Tai Yi was already furious. What a group of shameless fellows. Father, you have to save Lin Fei. Shi Tianchong begged his father. As a father, Lion Tyrant rarely saw his son beg him, and he smiled as he said, "Don't worry about a few godly shooters. Since he saved you, your father will naturally make a move. However, this is not the time." In the great metropolis world, godly archers were only average in scale. Even so, with their exquisite archery, they had made a name for themselves, and no one dared to look down on them. Everyone knew the reason why the godly archers wanted to deal with Lin Fei. It was normal for them to be impatient and ready to take action. Lin Fei raised his eyelids. "Ha, you godly archers aren't qualified for me to take action. Blood Shadow, send them to hell, don't leave a single one alive." Arrogant. They wanted to take advantage of the situation and take down Lin Fei in exchange for benefits. Who would have thought that Lin Fei didn't care at all, and sent a subordinate to deal with them? "Don't worry, master. I promise not a single one will be spared." Immediately, everyone saw a 30-meter-tall giant walk down from the sky. The godly archer was furious. He was a late-stage Earth-ranked immortal king, and he had condensed 2 nomological laws. Sending a subordinate to deal with him? How could there be such a thing? Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the godly archer was enraged. With a wave of his hand, a large bow glowing with starlight appeared in his hand. This was his famous starlight great sun bow. One on the left and one on the right, 2 complete nomological laws transformed into bows and arrows, which shot toward the 30-meter-tall giant. That giant is doomed. The godly archer is indeed strong. I wonder how that person will block it. No one thought that the blood shadow giant could block it. The godly archer was quite famous and his archery was quite famous. Coupled with the Saint Treasure bow, his archery was sharp, and ordinary immortal kings wouldn't be able to block it. This is it. The blood shadow was 30 meters tall, and he used his physical body to block it. 2 arrows landed on his body and sparks flew everywhere, shocking everyone. Block it with his physical body? In that moment of hesitation, Blood Shadow charged forward, arriving in front of the first elder and punching him. That elder didn't even get a chance to make a sound before exploding. Blood Shadow's palms slammed into the other elder's body, causing half of his body to disappear. Everyone saw a ferocious tiger with the strength of an earth rank. Its physical defense was strong and its divine strength was unparalleled. It slaughtered the godly sect elders. Even though the grand elder of the godly sect had activated his immortal force, he still couldn't do anything to the tiger. The tiger's physical body was like an iron wall that couldn't be broken. "You dare to go against my master? Is that all you've got?" The Blood Shadow didn't think much of it. He smashed the elder with a punch and snatched away the Saint Treasure bow, leaving the crowd sighing. From the beginning to the end, the Blood Shadow's strength was completely suppressed to that of an earth-ranked immortal king. Even so, everyone sucked in a cold breath. Invincible below the heaven stage? This kind of thought couldn't be helped. Those in the earth-ranked immortal king realm felt a chill in their hearts. They didn't think that they could fight against this 30-meter-tall giant. "Master, this is his treasure bow." The Blood Shadow returned and handed over the Saint Treasure bow. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but guess the origin of this Lin Fei. If a subordinate was so strong, then the master shouldn't be too weak, right? What a good Lin Fei, a native who ascended from the lower realm. Isn't he afraid of being laughed at? Do you remember being chased by someone? Chased by someone? Everyone looked back and saw a group of black-clothed people with 9 nether cold chi. The surrounding temperature seemed to have dropped, forcing people to use their immortal energy to resist. "The people from the Netherworld Palace are here."